各位亲爱的观众朋友们，欢迎回来！在这里有一个好消息要告诉大家，今天晚上10点钟有秒杀哦！我们的 WTL 小风扇限时只要29元，晚上11点有新款黄歌同款的 WTL 漫画 T 恤，限时只要69元，千万不要告诉别人哟！好的，那么我们接下来要对 OSG 战队的 Ryung 进行一个采访，我们来连线一下他吧。Hello Ryung， 欢迎接收到我们的采访。第一个想问你的问题是 ，OSG 是7分第1结束你们本赛季的一个常规赛的，你觉得你们在常规赛当中打的最艰难的是哪一场比赛？聊一聊对那场比赛的感受吧。
Which team do you consider as the thoughts? Can you briefly share your thoughts about that match?
중에서 가장 어려웠다고 생각한 경기가 어떤 것인지, 그때 어떤 생각하면서 이 경기를 진행했는지 얘기 부탁드릴게요.
네, 정규리그에서 꽤 많은 게임을 했었는데 마지막까지는 거의 어려운 경기는 저는 없었던 것 같고, 마지막에 바실리스크랑 할 때 좀 제가 잘했어야 하는 위치에 있었는데 그 경기가 조금 부담이 되긴 했었지만 그것도 잘 해냈기 때문에 딱히 어려운 매치업은 없었습니다. 여기까지 오는데.
首先常规赛打过很多比赛，怎么说
Firstly,
没有
we played a lot
太
of
困难的那
games
种
in
比
the
赛，
recent
而且
season.
可能
We
最后
don't
打把
meet
BASILISK 的
the
时候，可
too
能我
hard
自己要打得
gaming
稍微
in
好一
the
点，但可能有
regular
一个
season.
失误。但整体来说的话，我觉得没有太难的一个比赛。
感觉对自己的常规赛还是非常满意的。好，那第二个问题是想问一下，我们中国的观众们和解说们都觉得你拥有这个 TVT 的一个特工，那想问一下，你是专门针对人族这个内战特化的训练呢，还是说本身就非常擅长这个对抗？
Is that because you have done special trainings for that, or you just because of your talents?
혹시 이거 태태전에 대해서 특별히 연습하거나 준비하는 그런 거 있을까요? 아니면 타고나는 건가요? 그 태태전에 대해서?
뭐 저는 그렇게 태태전을 잘한다고 생각하지도 않고 뭐 자신 있어 하지도 않지만, 제가 한 번씩 잘하는 선수들을 이길 때마다 시청자분들이 해설자분들이 너무 좋게 봐주시는 게 거의 한 10년 정도 유지되다 보니까 잘한다는 그냥 이미지가 있는 것 같고요. 따로 특별하게 준비하는 건 없고 모든 종족전 똑같이 준비하고 있습니다.
首先我会觉得我的 TVT 很好，而且也没有自信。但是每次赢了一个特别强的人族选手的话，大家都对我的评价都会很高。感觉这个情况是已经维持了大概10年。然后其实对于 TVT 的话，没有特别的一个战术主攻，只是每个种族都会去认真准备。
I think I am good at the TVT originally.
会议上面你有说过你非常想要对抗 Serral， 那刚刚的比赛里面 Serral 直接打了一个 7-0啊，不知道你现在的想法是什么样的呢？
그전에 인터뷰에서도
At the pre-gaming meeting, you said that you want to play with Serral. Now OSG will face the BAS.
세랄 선수가 사실 위협적인 선수이긴 하지만 앞에서 경기를 너무 많이 했고, 그리고 저도 경기를 보면서 파악한 것들이 몇 개가 있기 때문에 이전 경기를 보기 전보단 그렇게 위협적이진 않을 것 같아요.
首先Serral 选手特别强，而且也看过他打比赛。
Firstly, Serral is a good
刚才那一场比赛我也有一直关注过。与其说一直看之前的比赛，还不如这样临场看会效果好一点，感觉
I think
应该不会太难。
好的，那预测一下我们这一次决赛的一个胜负和比分吧。
결승전 결과랑 점수를 예측한다면 어떻게 생각하시나요?
결승전은
Now, what do you think the
제가 한
score will
판을
be
지고
for
모두가
this
이겨서 한
match?
4대1 정도로 이기지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
我觉得决赛的话，应该是我输掉一个小局，然后其他人都能赢下来。比分大概是
I think I will lose
好的，
one point
没有关系，我
in
觉
the
得你
match,
们
but
整个
my
队伍都是一个 team， 最后的这个胜利需要依靠每
team
一个人。
will win.
好，最后来对你的对手们说一句话吧。
finally deliver a harsh remark to
마지막으로
the
상대방
opponent.
팀한테 강력한 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
네, 상대 팀에는 뭐 세랄 선수나 레이너 선수가 있지만 저희는 또 세랄을 최근에 3대0으로 이긴 강민수 선수가 있기 때문에 사실 팀 입장에선 두려울 게 없고요. 일단 저는 제 밥그릇 제가 할 수 있는 거 최대한 열심히 하도록 하겠습니다.
首先的话，虽然对手有 Serral 还有雷诺这样强劲
Firstly,
的
we
选手，
will
但
face
是
the
我们也
good
有一
player
个
like Serral
前
and
段时间
Reynor.
刚3-0赢过的苏兰选手在，所以我们战略没有什
We
么
have
看的，
Serral
我只要
who
做好
won
自
the
己的那一
Serral.
份就可以了。
好的，也是祝愿你们在比赛里面可以
should
有好的发挥，
do
加
my
油！
most hard to
감사합니다.
face the BAS. Thank you.
好的，我们的大战一触即发，接下来就把画面交给我们真正专业的解说席。
And we're back now, coming in to our grand finals after some very insightful interviews coming out first from Serral before we had our break, and now from Ryung. A lot of confidence coming down from Onsyde Gaming, and I think Ryung did bring up a pretty decent point in that interview itself. Basilisk has some players who have been beaten by the players on Onsyde Gaming pretty recently.
Yeah, it has happened. They've done it before. They can do it again. So this is going to be a banger of a series. I do not expect an all-kill either direction. I mean, we were talking about it earlier. Serral is a little bit fatigued. He is a little bit, worn out after a very, very long series. But likewise, even if Maru comes out first for Onsyde, I'm sure we're going to see more of a back and forth here. I want this to go the distance.
As do I. 100% believe it is going to go all the way. I think maybe not necessarily we're going to have 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1 like we did in Abidos versus TL, but I'm 100% confident that we're going to be getting our revive match, and I'm feeling pretty confident in a super ace as well.
Oh, yeah,
in which
exactly.
case Roddy and Crank are going to be whipped out once again.
I hope not, but you know what? Part of me, the chaotic part of me does want that once again. The show match between the casters would be a lot of good fun. But we are indeed getting ready here for the predictions from our lovely cat.
Come on, F90 meow. Blue or pink? Onsyde or Basilisk? What are we feeling tonight? For our grand finals, it's Onsyde! Wow! Basilisk! It tasted the Onsyde and decided that Basilisk was more appealing.
Okay.
Wow,
So
that's a first.
A bit of a juke there from F91 Meow, as he does go back to the Basilisk again. Oh my god, I was not expecting this. Very one-sided once again. Crank, the only caster to have faith in Onsyde. Crazy.
Yeah, well, the only caster to have faith in Onsyde who also happens to be on Onsyde. So I'm sure it's a coincidence.
Yeah, bold here for a lot of these casters to double down here on on Team Basilisk. I mean, sure, they've got Serral, and Serral, as we saw, is a beast. He is a terrifying opponent. But Onsyde, they've got Maru, they've got Solo, they have Ryung as well. They're not going to go down without a fight. So yeah, I do still believe that this is going to be a closer series than the one we just casted.
Yeah, as do I, 100%. So we take a look once again at our players. Look at that, 11 wins and 0 losses here for Basilisk in that group stage. Number 2 seed, as of course, they use a bit of a different, there's a bit of a different point system over in WTL.
Yeah, I was about to say that maybe F90 Meow, he doesn't like the taste of tuna. Went for Onsyde, got a bit of a nibble,
okay.
And for
he
whatever
prefers
reason,
Italian.
Exactly. It's not about that fish. It's about that Italian. Wants that pizza instead. So we're learning here. We're learning about our lovely cat. As we learn about our players and our teams, a shout out as well. We didn't get to shout you guys out earlier, but we did get a couple of subscribers during that last series who were just so engrossed in the matches themselves. But a shout out to Shiva Blaster, who gave it a sub, to Sade in the chat, and to Uldrik for subscribing with Twitch Prime for 3 months. Thank you so much for the support.
띠용. 네, 갑시다. 질문을 좀 돌아가면서 하면 좋을 것 같아. 내가 돌아가면서 할 테니까 제 질문 타이밍은 동원 씨가 어떻게 해주면 될 것 같고.
먼저 한 명이 한 번에 다 하지 말고?
응, 그게 좀 나을 것 같아.
예. 그럼 1번 한 명씩 다 돌아가면서 하고 2번 다 돌아가고 3번 다 돌아가고?
뭐 그런 느낌이면 좋을 것 같아. 그냥 이왕 이렇게
예.
모인 거. 자, 먼저 강민수 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 지금 이 중국 쪽에서 이제 월드팀 리그에서 이제 질문이 들어왔는데 먼저 이제 자신이 테란의 전술핵을 자주 맞는 이미지에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 저도 프로게이머기 때문에 사실 볼 수 있는데 그 팬분들의 재미를 위해서 말해주는 겁니다.
아, 근데 좀 본인이 더 맛깔스럽게 맞는 건 인정하시나요?
제가 뭐 그렇죠. 이게 맛깔스럽게 맞아야 팬분들이 좋아하시기 때문에 맛깔나고 하기 때문에.
아, 좋습니다. 아, 이거 그냥 강민수 선수 쭉 가는 게 좋을 것 같아. 아까 원래 좀 돌아가면 잘 나갔다. 그리고 김동원 선수, 김동원 선수 아니죠. 강민수 선수는 본인이 생각하시기에 다른 선수들에 비해서 핵을 자주 맞는 이유가 무엇이라고 생각을 하는지.
제가 약간 운이 일단 좀 없는 것 같고 이게 약간 봐도 맞는 경우가 한 번씩 있어가지고 그래서 약간 그리고 이제 다른 선수도 핵을 한 번씩 맞긴 하는데 이제 제가 좀 약간 이펙트 있게 맞지 않나. 좀 약간 재밌게 맞지 않나.
혹시 그 조성주 선수는 본인이 핵으로 한번 패봤는데 왜 이렇게 잘 맞는 것 같아요, 강민수 선수가?
아니 그거는 근데 저도 나와서 봤거든요. 그냥 재밌다고 맞아주는 게 아닐까.
아, 재밌자고 맞아주는 게 아니까. 알겠습니다. 강민수 선수, 그러면은 이번 플레이오프에서 제일 좀 만나기 싫은 팀과 선수가 있다면?
저는 뭐 두려운 게 없습니다 지금.
두려운 게 없다.
어떤 팀이랑 해도 저희 팀의 전력이 최고라고 생각합니다.
아, 최고로 생각한다. 그러면 혹시 그 사우디 다녀오셨는데 왜 이렇게 김도욱 선수한테 개발린 이유가 어떤 게 있을까요?
도경이 운이 좋아요.
아, 운이 좋다. 오케이, 거기까지.
네.
아, 좋습니다. 김동원 선수로 넘어가면은 이번 그 김동원 선수가 정규 시즌을 좀 쳤어요. 뭐 다른 뭐 팬분들은 전 팀에서도 뭐 팀리그 성적만큼은 좀 좋았다라고 이렇게 평가를 해주시는데 본인은 어떻게 보시는지?
저도 뭐 이 팀에 오면서 팀리그는 어느 정도 할 거라고 생각은 했는데 그래도 좀 저 스스로도 만족하는 수준이었고, 그리고 제가 또 중요할 때 한 판 이겼기 때문에 우리가 또 정규 시즌에 1등한 게 아닌가. 아주 공이 크다라고 볼 수 있습니다.
지금 강민희 선수가 좀 후반부에는 엔트리를 좀 짰는데 김동원 선수의 퍼포먼스에 좀 만족하십니까?
일단 아주 만족스럽고요. 사실 이제 이번에 게이머스 A 대회에서 레인 선수가 우승을 했는데 김동원 선수가 갔다면 좀 결과가 달라지지 않았을까.
왜냐면 월드팀 리그 최근에 이겼거든요.
동원 형이 그 후반 운영 벽을 보여줬기 때문에
그쵸.
김동원 선수가 갔다면 결과가 달라지지 않았을까.
좋습니다. 김동원 선수는 또 이제 저희 팀에 이제 조성주 선수가 연습 때마다 계속 이제 김동원 선수 잘한다 이렇게 인터뷰를 좀 많이 했는데 뭐 생각보다 대회 성적이 월드팀 리그 말고는 좀 안 좋단 말이죠. 어떤 이유가 있다고 생각하시나요?
뭐 제가 연습 때 하는 이제 실력이 거짓말일 수도 있고 조성주 선수가 거짓말을 한 걸 수도 있고 뭐가 진짜인지는 잘 모르겠습니다. 저도 대회 때 대회 성적 기대에 못 미치진 않아요. 기대를 너무 여러분들이 높게 해서 그렇지 기대는 미치고 있어요.
그러면은 조성주 선수가 보기에는 최근에 이제 GSL에서 김동원 선수가 강민 선수한테 2번 연속 졌단 말이죠. 아무것도 못하고. 어떤 이유가 있을 것 같나요?
연습을 너무 안 했어요. 초반 풀어서도 이기지 않았어.
오케이, 거기까지. 자, 김동원 선수 플레이오프에서 또 제일 만나기 싫은 팀과 선수가 개인적으로 있다면?
저는요 들어온 게 없어요. 강민수, 조성주가 있잖아요. 사실 세랄 선수랑 만나고 싶어요. 오히려. 왜냐면 세랄 선수를 제가 개인 리그에서 만나려면 제가 상당히 잘해서 높은 무대로 올라가야 만날 수 있거든요. 그래서 팀 리그에서라도 좀 만나가지고 실력 한번 느껴보면 좋지 않을까 생각을 합니다.
알겠습니다. 두 분 다 일단 만나기 싫은 팀이나 선수는 없고 만나고 싶은 선수만 있다. 오케이, 좋습니다. 조성우 선수로 넘어가 보겠는데 어떤 팀이 좀 제일 위협적이라고 생각하시나요?
뭐 딱히 떠오르지가 않는데
오, 뭐 컨셉이 이거 되게 거들먹스러운데. 오케이, 좋습니다. 그러면은 이번 뭐 사우디에서도 굉장히 독특한 빌드들 많이 개발했는데 월드 팀 리그를 위해서 또 준비한 전략 같은 게 남아 있을까요?
일단 거기서 다 쓰고 와가지고 나올 수 없긴 한데 근데 빌드는 많아서 뭐 여러 가지 써보면 괜찮을 것 같아요.
빌드는 아직도 많다. 혹시 뭐 조성 선수가 그 세랄 선수에게 지금 상금 랭킹에서 밀려서 세랄 선수가 많이 고트라고 얘기를 하는데 본인은 그 의견에 대해서 좀 생각하시는 게 있다면?
저는 병렬이 형이 더 높다고 생각해가지고 네, 아직은 로그가 본격이라고 생각합니다.
아직도 로그가 좋습니다. 뭐 이런 질문 많이 들어주셨겠지만 이게 또 질문이 들어와서 얘기를 드리자면은 그 월챔 이후에 올리베이라 선수를 만나면은 혹시 뭐 좀 약간 그 심리적으로 부담이 되거나 이런 게 있을까요?
솔직히 달라진 게 전혀 없는데 질문을 너무 많이 받다 보니까 목표 부담도 생길 것 같아요. 이런 식으로. 네, 평소랑 똑같습니다.
평소랑 똑같다. 강민 선수 표정이 굉장히 좀 뭔가 못 받아들이시는 것 같은데 뭐 의견이 있을까요?
올리베이라 선수가 물론 잘하긴 하지만 이번에 좀 대회에서 아쉬운 모습을 보여서
사우디에서
약간 IM 이후에 다시 원래 올리베이라가 아닌 타임 선수로 나오지 않았나 싶어요.
오, 이거 이 선수가 이거 굉장히 자신감이 넘치는데.
그래서 경기를 개인적으로 하고 싶은데 근데 DKG가 웬만하면 떨어질 것 같아서 그래서 아쉽습니다.
아니 이거 뭐 독을 품고 오셨네 다들. 좋습니다. 그러면 이제 제 질문 이제 김동원 선수가 한번 해주시죠.
네. 이제 배틀비 선수와의 경기는 어땠는지, 준비하는 과정과 게임을 하면서 어땠는지.
준비는 이제 여기 그 저희 팀 테란 선수들이 정해준 빌드를 했는데 일주일 동안 준비를 했는데 조성우 선수랑 그 얘기를 했을 때 이 빌드 상대는 어떻게 할까? 근데 조성우 선수 그 빌드를 배제를 하라고 했어요. 그냥 저도 이제 배제하겠다 했는데 그 빌드가 나와서 경기력이 굉장히 안 좋았고 준비하는 과정이 좀 생각보다 재밌었다. 근데 이제 끝나고 나서 배틀비 선수한테 진 거보다는 저희 팀에 이제 저그 선수가 저한테 이제 게임 못한다고 거들먹거려가지고 그게 가장 좀 힘들지 않았나.
오히려 아군한테 더 큰 피해를 받았다.
그렇죠.
알겠지.
엄청 많이 뭐라 하더라고요.
이제 저희가 플레이오프를 앞두고 있는데 여기서 이제 기선제압 같은 게 있을지 또 바실리스크가 올라갈 가능성이 높기 때문에
혹시 뭐 저는 그 강민 선수는 DKG가 떨어진 것 같다고 하셨는데 바실리스크 올라오나요? 강민 선수? 그러면?
아무래도 세랄 레이너가 원투펀치가 너무 강력하기 때문에 그리고 DKG 선수들이 이번에 좀 게이머스에서 아쉬운 모습을 좀 보여서 그래서 아마 바실리스크가 높은 확률로 이기지 않을까 싶습니다.
혹시 그럼 김동원 선수는요?
저도 뭐 DKG가 사실 못하진 않는데 바실리스크 세랄 레이너가 있어서 일단 그 포지션이 세랄 레이너가 조성주 강민수 포지션이고 트리오가 저랑 같은 포지션이거든요. 그 롯데담 크랭크까지 거의 밀어전 하면 되거든요.
제가 졌는데요.
네.
오케이. 그럼 조성주 선수는 누가 올라올 것 같아요?
바실리스크 올라오지 않대.
다들.
세랄 2번 나오는 게 너무 빡셀 것 같아.
아니 레이너가 우승을 했는데 세랄이 2번 나오는 게 그러네요.
좋습니다. 그럼 뭐 바실리스크 상대로 뭐 제가 뭘 준비를 하겠습니까? 제가 뭐 선수들만 믿을 뿐인데 저는 과감하게 뭐 선봉 대결에서 어떻게 되던지 간에 세랄 선수가 우리 팀 선수를 누굴 잡는다. 강민수, 조성주를 잡는다. 그 다음에 세랄 맞춤으로 김동원을 내는 전략을
여기서 선전포고를 대표님이 해주세요. 단장님이 세랄 1세트 나오라고. 형 1세트 나간다고 해주세요.
세랄 1세트 나와 김동원 내보낸다.
네, 그 해주세요.
근데 이거 괜찮나요, 강민 선수? 이거 괜찮아요?
아이 동훈이 형이 이기죠.
오.
세랄 먼저 나와야 맞춤하기 좋다.
오케이. 그럼 다음 질문.
네, 다음 질문은 플레이오프에서 F91 해설과 경기를 앞두고 있는데 경기 결과를 몇 대 몇으로 예상하는지, 그리고 상대에게 하고 싶은 말이 있는지.
저는 일단 제가 이제 로테르담 선수랑 경기를 하는 것도 약간 재미로 한 거 아니겠습니까? 갑자기 이제 제가 준비도 안 하고 아무 그냥 빨가벗고 앉아 있는데 어떤 저희 팀 저그 선수가 또 나가달라고 이렇게 징징을 그렇게 대셔가지고 제가 나갔는데 토스로 했어야 돼가지고 되게 아쉬웠거든요. 근데 저는 이제 과감하게 이번 쇼매치는 테란으로 조성주 빌드 많거든요. 조성주 빌드 써가지고. 예. 왜 탐탁지 않으세요?
아니 저는 그때 토스 실력이나 뭐 지금 테란 실력이랑 비슷하다고 봐서 뭐 실력의 차이보다는 종족 아무거나 골라도 뭐
근데
조건으로 할 수 있다.
테란이 사기인 줄 알았는데 레이너 우승하길래 이거 좀
레이너가 잘하기도 하고 스타트
레이너
자체가
잘한다?
다른
에이.
그 큰 일은 저그가 해요.
저거가 사기 같은데.
네, 큰 일은 저그가 합니다.
레이너가 조성주 만약에 만났다? 진짜 그냥 숨도 못 쉬었습니다 이번에.
오케이, 좋습니다. 양 선수 마지막으로 이제 양 선수래 세 선수 조성주 선수부터 대회 결승에 임하는 각오 한마디 부탁드립니다.
1그 결승 진출이죠. 오랜만인 것 같은데 동원이 형 믿고 우승하겠습니다.
자, 그러면은 김동원 선수가 아닌 강민 선수.
아무래도 저희 팀의 에이스인 령 선수가 잘하실 것 같고 웬만한 변수가 없다면 김동원 선수가 2번 나가지 않아야 될까 싶습니다.
좋습니다. 김동원 선수는요?
네. 앞 선수들의 이제 얘기를 들어보고 나서 결승 쉽지 않겠다 생각하게 됐고 일단은 최소 2등이기 때문에 좀 재밌게 하고 싶어요. 잘하는 선수들이 상대팀이 워낙 많으니까 그 선수들이랑 경기도 할 수 있으면 좋겠고 재밌게 하고 싶습니다. 재밌게.
알겠습니다. 네 선수 다 감사드리고요. 월드TV 고생하시길 바랍니다.
화이팅!
화이팅!
And we are back now. Hope you enjoyed those little insights that we were able to glean there from Onsyde Gaming, how they're feeling about their finals performance, a couple of fan questions as well. And here we are with our starting players. Trigger, of course, going to be leading the charge here for Basilisk. And my Korean is a little bit rusty light, but I do believe I was able to pick up Ryung saying that he does want to be the first player fielded there. And there we have it.
Yeah, and there he is. So yeah, we apologize for not having a translator or a translation for those interviews. We may have something available for the VODs when they eventually come out, but we'll see. We'll see what we're able to get done, as we do have our first matchup here for the grand finals. Onsyde Gaming versus Team Basilisk. We're going to be kicking things off with Trigger versus Ryung.
Indeed, we are. A match which I think will be very, very exciting to witness, obviously. Trigger has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and he has been improving a lot throughout the past couple of months. I think when Basilisk first formed, a lot of people had a couple of question marks on top of Trigger. Like, we have two world-class players in the form of Serral and Reynor. And then we have a little bit more of a I'm not sure if I would call him an up-and-comer. I'm trying to come up with a polite way to describe this light. But somebody who obviously wasn't quite on that same level. But in these past couple of months, I do think that Trigger has been really proving himself and really proving that he does have a place on Basilisk. He is a valued member of the team. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what he'll do against Ryung, who has been looking a lot better in TVP specifically these past couple of tournaments.
Onsyde Gaming Game 1，就让比赛开始吧。
Here we go. As you were saying, Trigger has been looking very impressive in recent times. He's been looking dominant, especially in the PvT matchup. He's been taking down Byan, Kyor, Gumiho. He even looked dominant against Maru, as we were lucky enough to cast him a couple of weeks ago in WTL. And here he is spawning in the top left-hand corner of Gressvan. We have the starting player for Team Basilisk. It is Trigger.
And over here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, we have our red Terran player representing Onsyde Gaming. Get your tuners out, because it's Ryung.
Here we go, and I'm so excited for a multitude of reasons. We haven't really been able to get too into it, but as we mentioned, Trigger did play versus Maru a couple of weeks ago in WTL in World Team League in the last couple of weeks of the round-robin group stage. They faced off on this very map on Gressvan, and they went to the late game. It was like a solid 30-minute game between Trigger and Maru. The map was split in half, and Trigger was looking damn good. It was very impressive to see him keep up with Maru, which is something that not too many Protoss players can do.
Yeah, it's a very real rarity seeing Maru really be on the back foot and really struggle to end a series against a Protoss player with his typical aggressive styles. Now Trigger is going up not against Maru, but against Maru's newfound mentor here in Ryung.
Yeah, exactly. Ryung, of course, a bit of an old school player, near and dear to our hearts here on the CranKy Ducklings. He's the Tuna Terran, of course, and he was back on, well, I was going to say a Duckling. He was on Axiom back in the day, of course, teammates with Crank's good old friends, and it's great to see him continuing to compete. And even though Ryung is old school, he's still a force to be reckoned with. He still does look terrifying from time to time in a lot of these matchups. I do think that his positional play and his map awareness is really some of the best.
Yeah. I really don't think there's a single Terran player out there who really has him beat in that specific aspect. For the longest time, Ryung was the player who you sent out to snipe a top-level Terran player, specifically because it's almost like he has a 360-degree view, or rather he sees, like, I don't know, he's on the fourth dimension, specifically when it comes to things like, where should I siege up my tanks? When is a good time to really push out in this location, you know?
Yeah, definitely. You know, famously for example, in some awardees tournaments, Ryung, he took down Clem, he took down DRG. He's been, again, getting some really good results. He is a little bit less consistent compared to, of course, his teammates, players like Solar, players like Maru. But when Ryung is on point, damn, does he look good. And we'll see how this turns out, as we do see Trigger going for his tech of choice, not going for a Stargate, he's going for a Twilight Council opener.
Indeed, he is. So, looking to be a little bit more aggressive this game by the looks of things.
Yeah, exactly. As we do see the Adepts just kind of threatening here, heading towards the natural base. But no, it looks like the Adept is going to get caught out. Oh my god. Barely does save the Hellion as well, so Ryung does clean that up.
That's that micro we were talking about, that positioning.
Oh, exactly. Very nicely done. You can see that, again, Ryung, he hasn't been able to scout across the map yet. He doesn't know what the tech is, so he has his Widowmine ready just in case an Oracle dives in, as the Reapers are looking for that scout. Behind this, again, it was a 1-1-1 follow-up. The Reapers, they dip in, but there is a Stalker to fend them away.
Yeah, Ryung, once again, not quite able to go all the way into that main base. He is still guessing as to what the tech is going to be from Trigger, and he's very much in the dark. I have to wonder why he's saving his Reapers at this stage of the game, though.
Yeah, again, he doesn't want to throw them away. We are setting up for a mine drop. 3 Widow Mines, a little bit committed here, but there's no armory behind it or anything like that. Again, Ryung, he's looking for some economic damage as well as that scout.
And this appears to be why he did decide to be more conservative with his Reapers. He wants to absolutely maximize the damage he can get in the early game. He is going to be using these Reapers and Hellions to distract the Stalkers. Best case scenario, if they are able to slip in to that natural mineral line and get a little bit of work done, but this will really allow the mines to go a little bit unhindered here. But Trigger's already prepared.
Here we go. We have the mine drop into the main base. We have the Hellions and Reapers head towards the natural, and massive mine shots will go off. 9 probes go down. Already well worth it here for Ryung.
That mine burrow right next to the gateway, that was, I don't think, a position you normally see Widow Mines burrowed under when you go for an opening like this, but it makes a lot of sense, right? It's kind of using the SimCity against a Protoss player.
Oh yeah, exactly. So very nicely executed there by Ryung. A very strong start here in this series. Behind this trigger, he was scouted, of course. Ryung is aware of the Twilight Council. He also saw the lack of gateways, so he knows that he's not being, 4-gate blink stalker or anything like that. So he is safe to just focus on his own saturation, focus on his own production.
Yeah, still being a little bit conservative when it comes to a third base, but, he's just making sure that he's not going to have to worry about his natural base, about his main base either. He's keeping the tank very closer at Tech Lab. He wants to make sure that Stim will finish this time. And yeah, this is about as safe as you can be as a Terran player with this amount of units. Trigger still with those handful of Stalkers over there. I'm sure he's not too happy about that, having to keep them there.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to keep that drop pinned in the top left-hand corner of the map. Meanwhile, Trigger, he did go into his third base. I believe it was a 2-gate opener into a third. And now he's taking into some Colossi as well, into that splash damage. So far, he's getting away with it. So far, he's doing a great job at keeping Ryung contained. Meanwhile, my eyes are on Ryung. We haven't seen a third CC yet. We should be seeing one momentarily. But for now, he's coming back in. Oh, God!
This is a very important scout here for Ryung, and he even gets 5 more probes. I do believe he was able to catch the Robo Bay as well, so yeah, somehow Ryung was able to find those few couple of seconds where Trigger wasn't paying attention to his base. He even keeps a medevac alive. That's a medevac with a ton of energy on it. That'll help out immensely when the eventual push happens.
It really will. So very nice moves here out of Ryung. It looks like he's even ferrying that medevac back just to make sure it's safe and sound. He's going for his own double drop towards the southern portion of the map as well. So the aggression from Ryung is not stopping. He already has the economic lead. Because of that drop, he also scouted the Colossus transition. As you said, he even saw it researching, and he's actually setting up for us around.
Yeah, to deal with 4 Stalkers. Well, this is Ryung we're talking about. He takes positioning very, very seriously, no matter what he's up against, whether it's a full Death Ball of Protoss or if it's just 4 Blink Stalkers.
Yeah, and he gets 3 of them. One does escape, but regardless, very nice setup here from Ryung. Now he has momentum. He's moving out across the map. He's not all in. He's expanding behind this. Third CC is on the way, just now starting in the main base. Colossi moving out. It looks like Trigger, he's aware of the move out. He wants to try to meet that army, but he does miss it.
Yeah, just barely isn't able to pounce on the army in a position that's honestly very ideal for Protoss. Trigger now forced to retreat a little bit, and this is exactly where Ryung wants to fight. The Raven wants to get in, but is being zoned away by the Stalkers. Very, very good moves here by Trigger, but he's still in a ton of trouble.
Yeah, as Trigger, his Robo is within range of the tank. The Robo is going to go down. He only had 1. He has to rebuild. He cannot make any more Colossi. Any Immortals 2 is all he has to work with. And to deal with those 2 Colossi, we have the Raven full of energy.
Yeah, that's literally 2 disables. Now, obviously, you don't want to throw out those disables before you're ready to pounce on top of the rest of the army. But here we go. Ryung decides to pull the trigger. He disables the Warp Prism as the Colossus loads into it.
Exactly, and with that, the Colossus are rendered inert. We dive on forward, we take down the shield batteries. It looks like the Colossi will survive, though. Both of them do push forward.
Yeah, really nice moves here with the flanking charge that's coming out here from Trigger. Is able to just about reset the tank count and chase this entire army back. Things are looking so terrifying here for Trigger, but he is able to survive, and he doesn't take any economic damage, really. He just needs to remake that Robo.
Yeah, exactly. Ryung maybe a little bit too trigger happy going for that attack when he did. Ideally, you want to use those disables when your Protoss opponent pushes into you, not the other way around. We saw that Trigger was able to buy some time, keep his Colossi alive, and he does survive. Ryung is forced back. Thankfully, he wasn't all in. Again, he gets his third base up and running, but now it is Trigger's turn to be the aggressor as he slips into the main.
And I think the most worrisome part of this game for Trigger has been pretty much dealt with. He's on 3 bases. He is comfortable. Well, he could produce a couple of probes, I guess, but he's feeling pretty comfortable economically. He doesn't really have to worry about a follow-up push coming up from Ryung for the time being. So, yeah, this is just about the time to tech up and make a decision.
Yeah, because those tank counts were resets, it means that Ryung is kind of stuck at home for a little bit, and we can see Trigger even has an observer over the army, so if there was a move out, he would get eyes on it. Never mind, the Raven did, or sorry, the observer did stray a little bit too far in, and the Raven did snipe it, did spot it.
You'll have to see the Raven being useful even after the initial push gets deflected.
Yeah, that's another important thing to bear in mind is the Raven survived, which means it can gather energy, which means we can go for another big push. We have disables available for that secondary moment or that secondary move out here of Ryung. Zealot Runby is going to force him to keep some units back at home, but with the death of that Observer, the army moves out.
Wow, yeah. It's about 2 medevacs worth of army, but there's still 4 medevacs with that, and the Raven did accompany it as well, so Ryung is serious about getting ready for round 2. He has a couple of ghosts ready to EMP this entire army, but I think he's going to need a little bit more than that in order to deal with 3 Colossus and a whole lot of gateway units.
Exactly. Meanwhile, good spotter Zealot there from Trigger does see the army coming ahead of time. He's getting in position. Good snipe on the Raven.
Yeah, the Ghost survived, unfortunately, there for Trigger, so they are still able to get their EMPs. There was a massive anti-armor missile. The Colossus are just getting absolutely shredded. Zealots try to come in from the back line, but they do eat a Widowmine shot to the face, and they will be taken out. GG is called. Ryung takes an absolutely clinical game number 1 here.
GG, well played. The anti-armor missile coming off just in time before the Raven got sniped. We saw that those Colossi, they crumbled before the might of those Vikings because of the anti-armor missile. With the death of the Colossi, that was the death of the army of Trigger. Very well done here by Ryung. Just in control almost that entire game from the get-go, from the initial mine drop into the push, into the second wave as well.
Yeah, I don't think there was ever a moment where his hands were off the steering wheel when he wasn't in the driver's seat there. Things were looking a little bit, I wouldn't say a little bit worrisome for Ryung, but more so things were looking up for Trigger when he was able to deflect the initial first wave of that push. I mean, the Raven expended all of its energy. The tank count got completely reset. It looked like Trigger was going to have a lot of breathing room. He didn't take any economic damage, mind you. He only lost his robo facility, but he was already remaking it anyway. It really looked like he was safe to get into the mid game, but Ryung had other plans. He didn't wait. He didn't hesitate at all to wait for 2-2 or anything like that. No. 3 ghosts, one high energy cost Raven spell. That's all you need.
Yeah. Exactly. You know, it wasn't just the anti-armor missile, as you said, the EMPs. The EMPs were insane as well on that army, and just very well executed game out of Ryung. A very strong start here from our Tuna Terran, and it's one of those things where Ryung is the weakest player on his team. There's no doubt about that, and he's aware of it himself. You know, Solar and Maru, they are some more star players, but for Ryung to take the first game here against Trigger, it does wonders for his team. You know, it is a good start here for Onsyde Gaming. Basilisk, they are going to be starting off on a bit of a back foot here.
I like how it's just straight up a fact that Ryung and Trigger are the weakest players on their respective teams, but if you look back at the stats, you know, they were giving Ryung like a 70 overall, a B ranking. They were giving Trigger, I think, like a 72 or something like that. So still top tier players, but they're top tier players, but compared to their teammates, they are
they get overshadowed.
There's a bit of a disparity there. Yeah, they're very much overshadowed.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's hard to really stand out when you're on a team with players like Maru and players like Serral, but here we go. We are looking for that comeback. Game 2 is going to be taking place on Royal Blood.
Indeed it is. And over here in the top right-hand corner, we have our blue Protoss player representing Basilisk. It's Trigger.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner with a lead in this series already for Onsyde Gaming, it is Ryung.
I'll say one thing about Trigger here as we get into our game. You know, pretty standard stuff going down. I feel his pain in a way, not necessarily because of anything that happened in this game, but rather outside of it. I was talking recently about getting roasted over poor chopstick skills, and I gotta tell you, Light, I felt that in my soul.
I love that Trigger has been more active on social media recently. I don't know if you saw, but he showed he was, I think he was like picking garlic in his family farm and stuff like that. Like, you know, he's been sharing a little bit more about his life. It's been fun.
Yeah. The Adventures of Trigger over in Canada.
Yeah, exactly.
We need that. All the Canadians that I can think, most of the Canadians that I can think of are in Korea now. No regret and Scarlet. So we need Trigger to carry that torch.
It's true. It's true. He needs to carry that NA flag, and it's fine. You don't need to know how to use chopsticks to play some good StarCraft. Okay, that's a fact.
Yeah,
and
use your hands.
Just use your hands, mate. Use your hands, and boy, are his hands fast. So far, he's looking for that comeback. Back at home, Ryung is going for a double gas opener, so he's going for a much faster factory here. Should still be for a factory expand, but we'll keep our eyes on Ryung.
Yeah, I think in most TVPs, we kind of expect the Terran player to be the one taking the initiative and being active, but especially after game number 1, we got to see just how active Ryung likes to be in this matchup.
Exactly. As oh boy, he was just in that driver's seat the entire time. And meanwhile, back at home, Trigger just going for his gate into Cybercore into expand. Likewise, nothing too crazy. And Ryung isn't going for one base all in. He does throw down his CC on location on the low ground.
Yeah. Feeling pretty confident. Which I guess he should be. I mean, Trigger, I think, has a bit of a reputation of, being able to throw out more quirky builds. Obviously, he is from the NA server. He was molded by it. But yeah, recently he has been playing a lot more. He has been showing off a lot more macro games.
He really has. Meanwhile, the second Reaper is not here back at home, but Ryung is going to be able to hold on to his natural base. Meanwhile, the first Reaper did dip into the main of Trigger, just in time avoiding that Adept. Didn't get any probe kills, but Ryung did see the Twilight Council. So he's aware that once again, Trigger should be going for a Blink Stalker opener. Ryung knows he doesn't have to be worried about Oracles or Phoenixes or anything like that.
And how are we feeling about going for the same build from both players really twice in a row? I guess from the perspective of Ryung, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But on the perspective of Trigger, I think maybe he's recognized that there wasn't really anything wrong. Like, there wasn't really anything specifically wrong with what he was going for that last game. He just, maybe needs to tighten things up a little bit to execute it better.
That's the thing, right? Like, Ryung is going to go for that mine drop once again. It looks like it's only going to be 2 Widow Mines, not 3. But the Widow Mine drop in general wasn't really designed to do critical damage, right? It's designed to, hinder the economy a little bit, but also get the scout off. It isn't meant to get an abundance of workers. So, Ryung, that was a bit of a bonus in that first game.
It isn't, but man, when it does. Man, when it gets that mass damage, when you pretty much cripple the entire Protoss economy, and you've won the game at that point, and you just need to go through the motions. Man, does it feel good.
Yeah, and we're doing it again. So it's 2 Widow Mines, the Hellion, and 2 Reapers as well. So a very kitchen sink drop is diving in towards that natural base. The mines are borrowed, and we're just going to try and focus on the workers.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty smart idea coming out here from Ryung. He knew that it felt like he knew that the probes were going to line up to try to evacuate, and that's when the Hellion shines, right? But thankfully for Trigger, he was quick enough to respond. He did send his stalkers to kind of mess up that Hellion's pathway. Double Raven coming out this time.
Yeah, interesting here, which means that Ryung is planning to harass. He's going to be going for some auto-touch harass here to begin with. He also confirmed the lack of gateways. Once again, Trigger is going for a 2-gate opener into a 3rd base. Very economic out of our Protoss player. And now he's kind of rounding out his army with the rest of this tech, with the rest of these upgrades. And so far, he has been able to maintain control of himself. He hasn't taken critical damage here towards economy yet.
Yeah, it's already a better start from this game compared to game number 1. Like I said, just by the sheer fact that he lost much, much fewer workers compared to last time.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if he can keep that up. For the time being, he's going to be a little bit active with these Stalkers. Does delay that depot. He's doing a little bit of damage getting 2 SCVs, but at the same time, I believe the Raven is looking to dive in with those auto turrets.
Yeah, thankfully there were Stalkers here aggroing that auto turret. The Stalkers don't go down either, so very nice moves here from Trigger.
Ooh, yeah, at the same time, we have a Hellion and some Reapers dipping into the main base. The same drop is back, and this is going to get damage done.
There's absolutely nothing in this base. No units, no shield batteries, nothing. 5 more probes go down. And once again, a very important scout. Ryung is able to confirm once again, it is Colossus coming out. He knows that he can pretty much do the same thing he did last game, and he shouldn't have too much trouble harassing the economy of Trigger. I mean, I'm not so sure about that third base location from Trigger. Maybe it is more defensible. Maybe he does know something that we don't, but it is looking a little bit vulnerable from just from the mini-map.
Well, we have seen a lot of Terran pushes kind of wedge themselves in between those bases and kind of cut the Protoss off from either their third base or their natural, and the Terran can kind of pick and choose which base they want to go for. So Ryung, he's got options here when it comes to his push, especially with all these Ravens and all this energy he has to work with. We can see though Ryung goes for a much faster third base, so it looks like he isn't going to hit any strong timing yet. Instead, he's going for drop play.
He still has that same drop from the start of this game. The Reapers and the Hellion are still alive. Once again, no shield battery, because honestly, why would you throw one down here?
Oh yeah, exactly. But it looks like the double jump does get caught out. Raven is going to get sniped. A massive pick off here for Trigger. He shuts down the drop. At the same time, another drop coming in, but it's not quite lined up here with the initial push, and as a result, Trigger only loses one probe.
Yeah, very impressive stuff here from Trigger.
Oh,
Raven is still alive. Ooh. Got for long.
These are some big losses that Ryung has been taking. He loses some medevacs, some drops, Raven as well. Thankfully, he does have that third base that he can kind of fall back on. But again, Trigger, he does have a much more solid early game here, and he's getting into the mid game.
Indeed, he is. This time he isn't going to be hindered by lack of economy. He's not going to have to scramble to remake any buildings either. Trigger should be feeling a lot more comfortable when Ryung eventually does pull the trigger.
Oh yeah, 100%.
No pun intended.
We can see him going for the double forge, for the double upgrades. I wouldn't be surprised if Trigger throws down a fourth base momentarily, and there it is. Fourth Nexus does get thrown down, and yeah, Trigger is now kind of getting into the game that he wanted to get into in that first game, in game number 1, and Ryung is forced into a more macro-oriented scenario here, and now I have to worry for him.
Yeah, as do I. You were mentioning how Trigger was able to take Maru into the late game in their group stage match, and that is exactly where Trigger really excels, especially when it comes to PvT.
Yeah, definitely. If he's allowed to get there, he looks like a beast, and we can see him getting to that point. Second Robo is on the way for double Colossus or double Disruptor production. Something to bear in mind that was really interesting about Trigger is that when we saw him against Maru, he actually didn't really make too many Disruptors. He was more heavily reliant on Colossus and Immortal, so I wonder if that's going to be a trend we see in this series as well. Very stylistic choice out of Trigger.
Yeah, sometimes we see that from Protoss players who don't really want to gamble so much. They know that with the Disruptors, they really need to get huge connections on top of the Terran Bio, and there are better ways to zone out a Bio army than those temporary purification novas, right? I think Storm is pretty safe and pretty reliable comparatively.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Disruptors, they are so attentive. You really need a lot of attention and control to be able to use them accurately and effectively against a Terran army. And it looks like Trigger may just not want to kind of gamble with that and wants for a more solid composition instead. But we'll see. We'll see what kind of production he gets into. As there we go, he's making 2 Immortals at a time.
Interesting choice. Obviously, compared to some of the other splash damage choices for Disruptors don't really have any specific weakness, right? They're not the best unit in the game, but they don't really have any direct counters either, other than maybe Liberators. Compare that to these Archons that we're seeing right now. A couple of EMPs will just shut them down, but there we go, Disruptors are coming out.
There we go. So it was a later kind of transition into this unit composition of Trigger. It looks like he just really wanted to solidify himself with Immortals, which is a really safe option, right? Like, in case we saw Ryung try to dive on his army, he would have more to support himself. So yeah, just trying to go for a safer route here, just delaying his Disruptors, but he's still going for it.
Yeah. I'll see how this plays off. Trigger's so close to maxing out right now, and he does want to start putting the pressure on Ryung. Ryung, meanwhile, content to just stay on his 4 bases, turtle up, and pull a little bit of a creator in a way. I mean, he wants to go for a big counterattack and let Trigger move into him.
Yeah, and here we go. Zealots, they do dive in towards the left-hand side. They take down a tank. At the same time, here comes the main army. Good EMP on the Archons.
Ooh, but that was a fantastic Purification Nova as well. Ryung still pulling out ahead. slightly in this engagement. But it's still a little bit too early to declare.
Yeah, exactly. Ryung still just looking to max out. He takes care of another Zealot run by the left-hand side. To Trigger sending another one in that direction, but Ryung is ready. He is in position. That disruptor count is getting a lot higher. Trigger, sorry, he's looking for those connections.
And he is gonna get a couple. Not sure if those were really good enough here. Colossus are very, very low, but they're not out yet. Fantastic splits coming out from Ryung. Decent bits of kiting as well, but this Protoss army is really starting to thin out. Colossus are down, everything else gets EMP'd, and the disruptors are on cooldown.
They are on cooldown. A couple of shots go off. Good connections towards the end, but the damage has been done. The Colossus, they crumbled before the might of this army. The Immortals went down as well. There's only one disruptor left. Ryung snowballing out of control.
Just when we thought Trigger actually had a shot in this game, Ryung reminds us otherwise once again.
Well, as you mentioned, like that Creator-esque move where he was being the defender, he was absorbing the attacks of Trigger, hoping for an overextension, and then collapsing on the army itself. And yeah, Ryung, he got the fight that he wanted. He takes down a base. He's going to take down another Nexus.
Yeah, very important Nexus as well here in the gold base. This is exactly what Trigger needed to get back in this game economically, but it's not going to happen. We even have the Fusion Core coming down, and normally in a TVP, that would be for Liberator range, but considering the fact that Ryung is getting more starports, maybe something a little spicier.
I think it's still going to be for Libs, but we'll see. We'll see what Ryung goes for. At the same time, Trigger, he's not going to take his line down. He goes for some DTRS, but oh my god, keen eyes out of Ryung. He does see them.
That he does. He immediately scans and even EMPs just to check them. Trigger has not been able to get back in this game just yet. A couple of ghosts are exposed, but here comes a massive double drop into the main base, quadruple drop actually, into that main base of Trigger. Trigger knows that he might as well pull the trigger and try to go for some equalizing damage. I apologize for continuing to say pull the trigger, despite who I am casting.
Yeah, good Novas as well. Good connections on Ryung, but he's going to be able to hold on to that ramp. At the same time, in the main base, he took down the Dark Shrine. He took down the main base as well. This Doom Drop has gotten just so much damage. Even takes down another Disruptor.
Wow. Ryung makes it look easy.
Oh god!
Why can't my TVPs go like this? Why can't I split against disruptors like that? But yeah, EMPs are going to blanket the Protoss army once again. The disruptors are out of Purification Nova. They're all on cooldown. I appreciate that Trigger is trying to go for some big moves to get back in this game. So many gold bases are being taken, but they will all go down in the end.
Yeah, exactly. Trigger just does not have enough. Despite all these expansions, it just doesn't work well enough for him. He cannot build up his Disruptor count. He lost his Colossi earlier. He cannot muster up an army to defend. A couple of Novas here and there have been connecting, but as we saw, the splits have been more than good enough.
GG is called, and Ryung is popping off. Oh. Up Trigger doesn't take that too harshly, but yeah, honestly, a great start here for Onsyde Gaming. Starting off with kind of the underdogs of their respective teams, kind of the overshadowed players, and in the end, yeah, we were perhaps expecting a bit of a closer PvT, but Ryung does showcase once again why he is such a positional master, how that translates so well into TVP.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Ryung, he isn't the fastest player. He doesn't have the flashiest micro out there, but his decision-making, his positional play is all very, very good, as we saw there as well. Like, after his initial drops got shut down, and I was really concerned, right? It did feel like Trigger had a little momentum after the early game. He was able to max out, but Ryung, well, he was aware of that. He was aware that he had kind of lost control, and he had to just fortify himself, just turtle up back at home, and wait for his opponent to push into him. And boy, oh boy, did Trigger do so, kind of playing into Ryung's hands a little bit, and Ryung was able to take a phenomenal fight.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate misjudgment there from Trigger, it seems, because I really don't think there was anything pressuring him to really dive into Ryung like that. I think maybe he just, he was going for some Zealot run-bys, and he was able to pull a decent amount of supply away from that main army of Ryung. So I think Trigger at that point just kind of thought that he had an opportunity to jump the gun. He had an opportunity to pounce on top of those tanks, on top of those ghosts. maybe not necessarily win that engagement, but at the very least take out some very important units of Terran. But that was debate. That is what Ryung is always banking on the Protoss player to do. He is such a master at baiting his opponents into pushing into him, and that's where he excels. You know, you're not locked in here. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
Exactly. So very well done here by Ryung, starting off strong here for Onsyde Gaming, and his run doesn't end here. It's going to be on Basilisk to field another player. I'm very curious to see who they send out, because there's some history here. In some of the final weeks of the round robin group stage, these two faced off. Ryung did take down Reynor in the group stage. They went 1-1. Went 1-1. They knocked each other out technically, but like that already shows that Ryung is capable of going toe-to-toe with Reynor.
Indeed he is, but we do know that in that post-game interview, Ryung was saying, if I don't get to play against Serral, I'm going to be disappointed.
Really what that means is that Ryung is going to 2-0 Reynor and then face off against Serral.
That's what it's going to be.
Oh my god. But yeah, that's why it's going to be a really interesting matchup here for Basilisk. Like, do they send out Serral here and now? Is he rested? Is he recuperated? Or do we have a rematch between Reynor and Ryung? Is Reynor going to get his revenge and redeem himself for dropping some maps against him in WTL in the round robin group stage? Like, that is the question here. I'm sure Reynor is hungry for it. I think he himself said in the pre-game interviews leading up to the match against Abydos that Reynor was saying that he was maybe a little bit too overconfident, maybe a little bit too cocky.
Too hard.
Yeah, that was
the term that he used, or he was trolling too much.
Exactly. So again, maybe a little bit too cocky, and I'm sure he's kind of tempered himself as he comes into the playoffs. I hope at least.
Pain has matured him. In a way. Loss has matured him in a way, and I think what you said makes a lot of sense. I honestly don't think that it's going to come down to who is going to be better against Ryung. I think that right now the question is Reynor ready? Because you know that he wants to come out here tonight. You know, he has a little bit of that cheeky sibling rivalry in a way with Serral. After seeing Serral all kill like that, you know for a fact he does not want. You know for a fact that he wants to sort of prove that he's not only also able to all kill, but all kill in much more style than his big brother.
Exactly. Like, I know I'm kind of like talking up Ryung a little bit, and of course I'm a little bit biased with Ryung. Good big fan of him here.
I am too.
True. You do have the keyboard. Do you have Ryung's keyboard that you are using? You love to see it. But as you were saying, Reynor, he is a terrifying opponent. He is one of the best players in the world right now, and it isn't just Serral that can all kill. Reynor can do it as well. He has it in him. Is he able to kind of bring and harness that power and bring it out here and now? He needs to, because again, Team Basilisk, they are now down in this series. They are now on the back foot in this series, and they need to bounce back pretty hard.
That they do. I mean, going 1-1 against Ryung is obviously going to be pretty good no matter what here. We are only going into the second set here, so the pressure isn't on just yet to keep continually 2-0 our players, but where was I going with this? But yeah, I mean, if they can reverse the momentum, there we go. If they can reverse the momentum that Onsyde Gaming has here, this will definitely set them up really, really well for the rest of the match. I want to throw things back a little bit to Mr. F90 Meow, who initially predicted Onsyde, but then changed his mind and then went to Basilisk. Is that a tell for how the series is gonna go?
Yeah. There's a lot that you can analyze there. You know, did he initially go there because he knew that that Onsyde would start strong and then things would sway in favor of Basilisk, or did he taste that tuna? Was the tuna just too strong and he was repelled by it? Was it just overwhelming and was Ryung too much to handle? Oh my god. The tuna, it fought back, puppy. It fought back against the cat. Oh god.
Yeah. The hot pepper. Oh, too spicy.
There you go. There you go.
I haven't had
So,
dong one in a while.
True. I've never had it. I'll have to check the Korean store to see if we have any dongwon here in Australia. I'm sure we do.
It's
do.
good.
Mm.
They put like a carrot and potato
Oh,
in
okay.
it, so yeah. So it's not just tuna.
Beautiful. We got some variety mixed in there. We got some variety inside Ryung, and yeah, for now it looks like the players are still the teams are still deliberating who they want to send out, who they want to field. It's possible they're just discussing strategy, and that does make a lot of sense. We were mentioning earlier that like I don't know if Serral is up to the task yet. I don't know if he is rested and ready to go. Maybe they want to give him some more time. Maybe he's feeling confident and he wants to come in here and now. Maybe they want to save him for later. And it also depends on how Reynor is feeling.
When you put it like that, I just imagine Serral like in suspended animation. He's like, he's not ready yet.
Yeah, we can't wake him up.
You need to buy some time.
Exactly.
Reynor. And Reynor's like, I got this, coach. I got this, chief.
Serral, he's there. His battery is charging up. You know, he's at like 95%. He's like, we need to buy some time. 5 minutes is all we need. And Reynor, he's gonna step into the ring, gonna try to last
But the
that 5
enemies
minutes.
But the enemies are like banging down the door. They're about to breach the gate. Reynor's like, I got this.
Yeah. We'll see. So far, it looks like we're getting a little bit of insight here on Onsyde Gaming. Solar just having some dinner, just getting some food.
Yeah. Ooh, what is that? It looked like a dumpling,
It
not
was-
like a savory dumpling. You know, like a sweet dumpling.
Maybe.
Pancake.
Let's go. Let's get some mukbang going. Let's.
Oh,
I think clearly. It's okay.
I came prepared.
Let's go. We have the Tim Tams. It does look like Solo is clearly just gathering his strength here for later on in the series. You know, Ryung has provided that for his team. Both Maru and Solo, they can just kind of chill out for a little bit here. They can calm down.
Yeah, I like how the most worried person, or the person who looks the most worried here, is CranKy. He is casting right now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's casting right now. He's casting over on his channel, over in Korean. You do love to see it. And here
there we go.
Yeah, we're getting an eye on our up-and-coming players. Reynor, it looks like he's getting ready. Looks like he's getting a little bit late over in the land of Italia. So he's just getting ready, turning on the light.
Making sure that the camera is able to catch his victory celebration when he pops off.
And there it is. We have confirmation. It is going to be Ryung coming out here for Team Basilisk, as we kind of expected. It looks like, again, Serral, he did overwork himself a little bit in that last series. They're going to be keeping him at the ready. He's charging, ready to come out later on.
First blood has been declared by Ryung here. Looking at his stats, he definitely has his work cut out for him against Reynor, a top-class Zerg player. And I'm honestly a little bit worried for Ryung here. You were mentioning how he was able to go 1-1 against Reynor in that group stage, but just historically speaking, Ryung's TVZ has been his weakest matchup.
Oh, yeah, exactly. It isn't necessarily what he excels at the most, not like his TVT or his TVP, but there are only Zerg players left ahead of him, and he has brought down Reynor before. Can he do it again? As we're getting ready for our second matchup here of this series. Game 1, gonna be on Babylon.
Oh, interesting map pick here. Or, not map pick. Well, technically it is a pick, because the organizers picked it, but interesting map to start things off on.
Yeah, it really is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. A bit of a shorter rush distance, unlikely to go to the late game, but here we go. The teams are looking to face off.
Versus Onsyde Gaming Game 2， 好戏开场了。
Oh, is that what Babylon is in Mandarin? Anyway, here we are now on Babylon. We're in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. We have our blue Zerg player representing Basilisk. He is the spaghetti boy. He is Reynor.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Babylon, we have representing Onsyde Gaming, the Tuna Terran himself. It is Ryung.
Yeah, I'll tell you, tuna linguine was not something I thought I'd like.
Oh.
But it ended up being pretty delicious.
Yeah, tuna like with some kind of pasta. It's not too bad, Bobby. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
Definitely. We have a very interesting opener here from Reynor. He's going for a gas first.
Yeah, gas pool. Hatch is still not seen just yet. Reynor, true to his form, wants to be aggressive right out the gate.
Exactly. The difference between Reynor and Serral. Reynor is willing to be hyper-aggressive in the early game, willing to just start to take control of that wheel. Instead, Hatchery is, of course, on the way. With this fast gas, we can go into fasting speed, into something like a Bane Bust, but really, I imagine this is designed for a Roach Rush.
Yeah, it's a really good map for it as well. Babylon has one of the shortest rush distances in the current map pool. And especially if this goes unscouted. Like, despite the SCV scout, you can definitely delay the Roach Warren by a couple of seconds, to let the Terran player leave and then throw it down to just completely catch them, to just completely blindside them.
Yeah, and there we go. The first 100 gas is going to be spent on Ling's speed. Interesting choice. And it looks like we have pulled out of gas entirely here. So no Roaches, no Bane Bust, just fasting speed. The SCV does confirm that the hatchery is late.
Yeah, the first couple of Lings will slip out, and Ryung knows that he has to keep units back at home. He knows that Reynor wants to be aggressive right now, but he hasn't really been able to, he hasn't been able to scout the follow-up at all.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Meanwhile, Reynor, he takes a second gas geyser. He pulls back into gas once the SCV is deflected. With that additional gas mining, again, we can still throw down a tech structure for Reynor. For now, though, he is just droning. Is looking to saturate his natural.
Yeah, you want to at least have that saturated, even if you're going for a bit of a rush. Reynor, it looks like he is planning to go for that third base, so he's not quite all in.
Also, my apologies. When he went for the extractor, it was an extractor trick earlier. He didn't commit to it, and he did pull into gas a little bit, but then he pulled back out. So, yeah, he is macroing. I'm pretty sure, by the way, especially with the Overlord Scout, I'm pretty sure Reynor did want to rush his opponent if Ryung had gone for the Beyond opener, gone for the 2 racks, but after seeing the low ground being empty, I think he did change his mind.
Yeah. Reynor, eternally thankful to Ryung here for not going for the Beyond build. We do know that he has a couple of opinions about it.
He does. As the Reaper gets across the map, gets a scout of the natural base, sees that it is being saturated, so Ryung knows that it is safe to also focus on his macro, as Reynor's being a little bit aggressive across the map, does delay mining at the natural base.
Yeah, a little bit aggressive, but nothing overly committed to.
Yeah, exactly. As things are going to be settling down from this point, again, Reynor, he is going to be a little bit late when it comes to his third base timing, but at least he denied mining time at the natural base, so that also does help kind of reciprocate that, help make up for that, and yeah, things are going to be settling on down. Meanwhile, Ryung did go straight into his 1-1-1 follow-up here from that third CC.
Yeah, so things are getting back on track. The builds are looking pretty standard from here on out.
Yeah, exactly. The Overlord is looking for a scout, and before it goes down, it looks like it will see the researching tech lab, so Reynor is aware he has to get ready for those cloaked banshees. Spores should be on the way. Also, Reynor is going for a safety Roach Warren. I say safety Roach Warren. It does look like he's going to be committing to a Roach-based army. You mentioned it earlier, but this is not a bad map for it.
Yeah. Yeah, especially once you get creep everywhere on the map, once you get your Galila Reconstitution, those roaches can act as a very, very mobile defense force that can also get some damage done if your Terran opponent decides to get a little too uppity. If they decide that 3 bases isn't enough, they want to get a 4th, you shut that down. They're being too greedy.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Reynor is going to make use of these roaches. We have seen players like Serral dabble in roaches, but only have them as like a stepping stone to get into a better composition later on, and just use them for defensive purposes early on as he transitions into Ling Bane. Or you can of course commit and go for these like big 1-1 or 2-2 timings with mass roach pushing into the 4th, pushing into the 3rd. There are kind of varying levels of commitment here to roaches that you can go for.
Now, rationally speaking here, Light, or empirically speaking, I do know that Reynor has committed to roach play a number of times in the past, but for some reason, it's not compatible in my head, right? I don't think of Reynor as being a roach boy.
Yeah, not like Dark, right? Like I think Dark has that down pat. Is kind of known for that.
Yeah,
he's kind of known for that style. I will say that's going to be the case here, as we do have the Banshee. Oh, one of them does get targeted down. Very nice control here out of Reynor with that target firing.
Yeah, not too bad here, keeping both of his queens alive as well. The Maru Constitution is now on the way. Both our players really just want to secure themselves in the mid game.
Yeah, and these upgrades, they tell us that it was a stepping stone. It looks like with +1 melee instead of +1 range, Reynor, he only intends to make a handful of roaches, which he's already done, morph them into Ravagers to support his army, but he's mainly going to be focusing on Ling Bane instead of Roach Ravager.
Yeah, which is a much more efficient unit composition, no doubt, in ZVT.
Yeah, it really is. So Reynor, he's just playing this out very safe. Again, these roaches early on, and especially Ravagers, they can help you survive against these early tank pushes and tank timings from the Terran. So again, they're just a really solid way to open up here in this matchup, especially if you think that your opponent is going to be hyper aggressive, as Reynor is kind of pushing back all of these units left and right. Ryung hasn't really been able to get into or really hinder the economy at all of his opponents.
Yeah, and unlike Serral, who does like to chill at the 65 drone mark for a little while before getting into his late game economy, Reynor went up to 77 drones a while ago. He is already teching into his late game with that infestation pit, and we're not even at the 8-minute mark yet.
Yeah, this is kind of what the roaches provide you, right? The roaches, they provide you so much safety to be as greedy as possible, like this Reynor getting up towards 83 drones, the ideal worker count already. He's also taking up into an infestation pit, into Hive. Now, what he doesn't have is the best upgrade timings. Like 2-2 is already on the way for Ryung, so he does have that working for him at least, but the economy of Reynor is looking strong.
Yeah, well, you have to sacrifice something for the amount of safety that these roaches provide you, and if you're able to keep your Terran opponent on their side of the map, if you're able to scare them into never pushing into you, then having later upgrade timings isn't going to be the biggest of deals.
Exactly. We have, of course, banning speed on the way, 2-2 now on the way for our Zerg player as well. Ryung is attempting to be active here with these double drops, and he's cleaning up Overlord Season 9 creep at least, but again, he can't really threaten the main bases, not against this kind of army composition of Reynor.
Yeah, so he's just doing whatever he can, really. Clearing creep here and there, and clearing creep there and here. Hasn't really been able to get much else done.
Yeah, exactly. Does have to be careful not to get surrounded as the Lings are looking for that engagement. Ryung is going to be forced back, but again, for the most part, Reynor, his economy has been left untouched. Hive is on the way. With that Hive, it comes adrenal glands, comes Vipers as well. Reynor's he's kind of looking pretty terrifying here, and it looks like Ryung, for the most part, outside of this drop play, he maybe wants to go for a very similar move that he went for against Trigger, where he's hoping that maybe Reynor pushes into him and Ryung can take a good fight.
Yeah, and that's not the most reliable strategy to go for here, especially against a player like Reynor, who is more than content to just take the entire rest of the map while you try to turtle up back at home and try to bait him into going into you. Ryung now close to maxed out, Reynor as well. So Ryung is going to take the initiative here.
I'm pretty sure Ryung is actually 8-raxing. There is no 4th CC, staying here on a very low worker count of 68, basically 69. So he has a super maxed army instead.
Yeah, the brick is coming down on top of Reynor. A couple of biles will take out the most forward tank here, but Ryung still has plenty more where that came from. Of course, the most vulnerable unit right now for Ryung are his Marines. Yes, so many of them. Not too many Marauders, and not too many tanks now that I think about it. So, yeah, he does need to make sure he keeps them alive. I appreciate that he turned his Hellions into Hellbats. One Viper will get sniped. So many Banelings are coming forward just before the tanks are able to really siege up. But in the end, it looks like Ryung has a little bit too much. He's going to keep this push going. Reynor does have a lot of roaches here, catching reinforcements.
Yeah, reinforcements are getting picked off the Banelings. They do find some good connections. Ryung not quite paying attention in the moment. We have more Banelings on the way as well. Ryung, he's trying to dive on top of the army again. He is very committed with this. He doesn't have a fourth base. He doesn't have a good economy behind this. He has to end the game with this push.
There's some great Baneling snipes, but I don't think Ryung has enough here to really beat back these roaches and these Ravagers. The Lings aren't a problem, but the roaches are able to soak up so much damage from these Marines.
Yeah, and it looks like Reynor has weathered the storm. He reset the tank count. There are Marines remaining, yes, but Ultras are popping out. Viper did survive as well, and Reynor has plenty of room to work with here. Ryung, there was no next step. There was no next stage to this. He has 3-3 on the way, yes, but again, he just doesn't really have much of an economy.
That he does not. He could try to remax once again and try to get another Supermax army and go for round 2, but by the time he does that, Reynor is going to have a healthy number of Ultras out. He's going to have Vipers of Energy out. He is going to be more than prepared to meet Ryung in the middle of the map, or even at his side of the map.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Liberators are arriving, but a good parabomb. Good reaction out of Ryung. He does split that away, but the Ultras, they're getting out of control. They're getting on top of the tanks. They're getting on top of the Marines. They don't... Oh, as cutting plating does kick in. Some of these Ultras are getting picked up, so it looks like Ryung, he is barely holding on.
Barely holding on, but he's not really living, He's surviving, but he's not really thriving on these 3 bases.
Yeah, it does look like he is kind of building up towards maybe a follow-up timing with 3-3. 3-3 is on the horizon here for Ryung, so he has another power spike that is available to him. But Reynor's remaxed. Reynor is now remaxed, and Ryung, he's floating his main over to take us his 4th.
Yeah. So he's the first sign of desperation here for the Terran player when, they really know that they are in a lot of trouble, but don't really want to admit it yet.
Yeah, I mean, when he gets that 4th up and running, he can remax, or he can max out, I should say, so he's maybe hoping for that moment. You can see as well that Ryung isn't making SCVs. He is not working on his economy at all. He wants to go for another super maxed army.
Yeah, and with the inclusion of these Liberators, I want to have hope here for our Tuna Terran. He is able to take out a couple of Ultralisks here and there. I'll take out one Ultralisk here, but not there.
Yeah, 3-3 is now done as well for the Terran, so Ryung does have a big upgrade advantage. He's pushing on 40, he's leapfrogging with his army again. Reynor is still in a bit of trouble here. He still has to take this army very seriously.
He really, really does, and Ryung is not making it easy for him whatsoever. He has some really annoying liberation zones. Good fungal on a decent chunk of the bio. Reynor's now starting to collapse on top of the rest of the Terran army. Some very good yoinks on top of the Liberators. Ultralisks are breaking on through, but not much else behind all of this. Again, Reynor can afford these losses, though. It's just going to take him a little bit more time to get his army in position again.
That's the thing, right? Like, the concave was looking good from Ryung. He does take a better fight. Yes, he does trade more efficiently, but he loses a big chunk of his army, and Reynor remaxes. Ryung needs so much more time to do so, as we do see Biles connecting here, taking down Liberators, taking down tanks as well. The base is under threat, but it looks like Reynor is barely breaking on through. No, he's being forced back again.
Yeah, a lot of Reynor supply is mid-production right now. 7 Ultralisks are on the way, and that should be the final nail in the coffin here for Ryung, but we'll see if he can actually pull it off with these liberation zones. I mean, one Ultralisk is already getting a little bit out of hand.
Yeah, these Ravagers have been insane for Reynor. Every time he pushes in, he takes down, he biles down a Liberator, a tank, even 2 at times. So very good fights here overall, taking down these kind of high impactful units here of Ryung, and is being forced back again. He was all in this entire time, and the longer this goes on, the better it is for Reynor.
Yeah, he's still all in. He doesn't want to throw in the towel just yet. He knows that if he can keep this going, if he can even just tire Reynor out, it'll be advantageous going forward into game number 2, or even potentially for the rest of the series.
Yeah, exactly, as we do get another decent fungal on the ground army. We do see Ryung Reynor pulling back here, just looking to consolidate his forces, take even more bases, and get his economy back up and running. 95 drones, 100 drones here for Reynor. Jesus.
Oof. That's a bit excessive, if you ask me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's definitely going to eat into his army supply. I'm guessing that Reynor is kind of banking on... Okay, either Reynor doesn't realize that he has that many drones, or he's banking on the fact that, you know, he just wants to get as good of an economy as possible because he knows that he can afford to throw away army supply that Ryung cannot.
Yeah, droning up this much from Reynor is very dangerous. As you mentioned, it does mean that his army is actually pretty small, and because of the size of this map, if a fight goes badly for Reynor, then Ryung, he can snowball and he can kill another base. Like, we can see that, especially because he floated his main over, Ryung, he's been able to remax once again.
Somehow. Oh. Yeah, this is a very vulnerable command center, though. All of these units are going to go down in the middle of that mineral line. Huge blinding cloud, preventing any of the bio from getting their shots in. Banelings will go down, but they will be taking out a lot of SCVs with them.
Exactly. 17 SCVs go down. SCVs that will not be replaced. Every mining base is that much more important here for Ryung. He did have a good spread. He did have a decent engage overall, but once again, the blinding clouds are thrown down, and once again, Ryung is having a hard time dealing with these ultras.
Yeah, a couple of ghosts do get their snipes in, but it is nowhere near gonna be enough. Finally, the ultralists go down, and Reynor mostly only has lings, but at this point, Ryung is so broke that he is going to be losing this war of attrition. GG is called. Reynor takes game number 1. But it was a lot closer than I was expecting it to be, if I'm honest. Like,
GG, well played. Reynor, he does survive the 8 ranks of his opponents. Not just the first one, but the second, and then I guess the almost third push there of Ryung. They were quite powerful. They were quite terrifying. But in that initial defense, if you remember, Reynor, he had the wherewithal to split off a couple of roaches, catch reinforcements, and in that moment where he was cleaning up some reinforcements, that was the moment where Ryung was distracted, and we saw like big baneling connections, big biles on the main army. Ryung, he was slowed down, and that was the game-winning move there for Reynor. He was able to just stifle the army enough to eventually whittle away at it and slow it down, and he survived.
Yeah, fantastic decision-making coming out from Reynor in the heat of the moment over there. It's one of those things, unfortunately, for Ryung, where, you know, he knew right from the start of the game that his build had to end the game, or he had this 3 base all in, had to end the game, or at least kill, or at least knock Reynor down to an equivalent number of bases in order for him to really win. It's very impressive that despite that being deflected, he was able to remax once again, and he was able to go for another push, but at that point, you know, the first wave is the scariest, right?
Yes.
Every subsequent push that you go for, you're going up against a Zerg player who is a Zerg army that is better upgraded, has better units, and is just much more prepared to face what you throw at them.
Exactly. And as a result, over the course of that game, Reynor was looking stronger and stronger. Maybe a little bit cavalier by going up to that 100 drone count, but I mean, he got away with it nonetheless. Did have the macro to really sustain himself, and yeah, a good start here, or a good kind of start for Reynor. A good comeback is ensuing here for Team Basilisk. Can Reynor get the 2-0, as this next map is going to be Ryung's map of choice?
Indeed, it shall be. Now, we've already seen that Ryung seems to just want to go for very strong timing attacks here. Babylon is obviously a great map to do that, but what about map number 2? I'm honestly thinking Neo-Humanity.
Yeah. That wouldn't be a bad mode. I'm thinking Mech. I'm thinking a map like Neo-Humanity, a map like Gressvan, Altitude as well, some of these hyper defensive maps. Ryung, he's been willing to whip out the mech before, and it could be a good way to even slow down his opponent. There it is going to be Gressvan.
Okay. Yeah, not also another map that, like you said, is a great map to slow down your opponent. Ryung feeling very confident in his late game, if he's able to get there, it seems. So, Gressvan, not only a great map to get there, but also a good map to make it more effective.
Definitely. That actually happened earlier in the round-robin group stage. That is how Ryung took down Reynor. It was on Neo-Humanity, and as you can imagine, on a map like that, he was able to cut it in half and take away the speed of his opponents. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Gressvan, we have the Italian Zerg player representing Team Basilisk, starting that comeback. it. Is Reynor.
Perfectly timed, as all things are. And over here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our red terror player representing Onsyde. It's Ryung. Perfectly timed, as all things should be.
Seamless, Papi, seamless. But yeah, that was how Ryung was able to take down Reynor, is basically take away the strengths of Reynor, which is his multitasking, his macro, his ability to just produce his opponents. Ryung, he just cut the map in half and he just focused on his positional play instead. If I'm not mistaken, I think Neo Humanity may have been vetoed by Team Basilisk. I can't quite recall the vetoes at the start of the match, as they were kind of showcased to us earlier. But Gresvan, like as you said, also is not a bad map here for that late game.
I still don't know how the vetoes work. in a best of two losers pick scenario like this, but yeah, I guess it was vetoed by someone.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Regardless, whether it's mech or whether it's biotank, it is something that we've seen a lot here on Gresvan. For those wondering, because of the features of the map, because of the points of elevation, because of the defensive features of the third, the fourth base as well, the choke points, we have seen the late game force, not just in this matchup, but also in ZVP, even in ZVZ as well.
Yeah. Great map for those split map scenarios, for all of that positional play. There are a couple of really great spots where tanks can be exploited, but there are also equally great spots where tanks will just die.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see kind of what kind of game we get out of these two players here. We'll see. It's still a little bit early to tell. For the time being, Ryung going for a Rax expand. No Beyond opener. Oh, he does come across the drone.
Will be able to take it out. It's not the tumor though, so Ryung hasn't won this map just yet. But alright, it's a nice little morale boost here for the Terran player, and yeah, just a nice way of slowing things down a little bit for the Zerg player, forcing them to be kept on their toes.
Exactly, a nice delay onto the third base. A good start here for Ryung, definitely. But we'll see if he's able to get more than that, as he's just delaying this third even further here. Reynor, he really doesn't want to take that linear third base instead.
And I can't say I blame him. It is very, very exposed for a Zerg player. If Ryung decides to go for another strong timing attack like he did in game number 1, that third is going to need a whole lot of defenses to survive.
Yeah, it really will, and Reynor just wants to make sure that he has that center, or that triangular third base taken instead. Back at home, we do see Ryung going for a third CC opener into his starport, so very economic, nothing too crazy here from Ryung.
Not just yet. Swapped the add-ons in a little bit. He's still getting his Hellions. He's probably going to get a Liberator at some point. No, actually going to be Banshees, but still very nice and standard.
Yeah, very nicely done here. We saw that the Banshees weren't actually able to do too much last game. They were scouted very early on, bear that in mind. Very adamant scouting out of Reynor in game number 1. Because the Banshees did nothing, actually. I think one of them went down pretty early on, and very little economic damage was done to Reynor in the lead up to that 8 racks. This time, the Overlord will not get into that production, will not see any.
Not yet. I say not yet, but yeah, that Overlord will not see anything at all. We're trying to go for a bit of a scout here. Will confirm saturation on the natural base, but it's not really much of a tell here for the Terran player.
Yeah, exactly. As we do see Ling trying to come in for that scouts, but as you were mentioning, didn't quite get to see too much. At least Reynor saw the third CC, so he knows that it's economic. Should be a Banshee opener, so Reynor is getting ready for it. There we go. Spores are now on the way. Bailey Nest as well. Lair on the way. As Ryung throws down a very... Oh my god.
You called it.
Yeah. I wish I didn't.
Mech is on the table right now for Ryung. Looking to go for that very slow, methodical style, I imagine, that he did that he kind of became famous for back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's really adjusted to battle mech quite yet.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we saw this work against Reynor before. Unfortunately, Neo Humanity is a better map for it, but I would say Gretsvan a close second as well. So Ryung is looking to slow the game down, is looking to get into his factory productions. Interesting, he's going for a Raven, so he's looking to be at least active with his Hellions, looking to have control of that creep.
The age-old question, why don't Terran players just build a Raven to clear creep? Why you gotta keep scanning, yo?
Exactly. As the Banshees are looking for damage, and hey, they get a couple of drones. 2 drones will go down. Meanwhile, Reynor, he responds with a very fast Spire.
Interesting choice, and honestly, a really good choice coming out here from Reynor, especially if Ryung isn't able to scout it. There is 0 anti-air right now. Ryung doesn't even have a single Cyclone out, so Mutalisk can very much shut down anything that Ryung decides to go for.
I'm getting some like GSL TY flashbacks where a very similar thing occurred where TY, he went for a big mech style and he just was caught completely off guard by an air army. Thankfully, Ryung is shoring up his defenses. He is now mixing in some Thor, so he will have anti-air. Even though he hasn't seen the Spire, he's prepared for it just in case that were to occur.
Yeah. What was that match yesterday or on Friday where literally the same thing happened?
Yeah, I did.
I think Ryung was watching that and has decided to take this seriously.
Exactly. He is prepared for it, and he's even making some medevacs. You love to see it. With those medevacs, he can go for some Thor drops as well, so he can be very active. Not just that, with those medevacs, he can actually boost his Thors in between his bases and have a stronger defense against those mutants, despite how mobile they are.
Yeah. It's a little bit trickier to pull off compared to something like, say, Colossus juggling, but it is possible to do so with medevacs and a Thor.
And there we go. We have the Thor drop headed towards the top right-hand corner of the map. He's headed towards that main. Meanwhile, the Mutas, I believe, are out, which means the Thors won't be at home to defend. But turrets are on the way. It looks like Ryung is preparing for this scenario.
Yeah, will the turrets be up in time, though, as the Mutas are already across the map? Reynor, it seems, did not commit too hard into the Mutalisk, only making a handful of them to harass, and he gets some damage done, but Ryung will have his turrets up in time. The Banshee!
Banshee is going to survive. Also, it feels bad, man. Ryung, he was just about to drop into the main. The Mutas reveal themselves, and the Thors, they come all the way back home. He was about to be harassing across the map. By the time they get here, it looks like he should be able to cut off at least the Mutas. He gets a couple of volleys off. He'll be safe and secure, but he isn't able to be as aggressive as he wanted to be.
Yeah, now Reynor has no intention of remaking those Mutalisks either. Raven will get caught in the middle of the map. That's a very important pick-off here for Reynor.
It really is. The Raven goes down. Thors just weren't able to keep up in time. They get a couple of volleys off, but the Mutas will survive. And Reynor is getting ready for an assault here at that center base. He's got Road Ravager. He's got a lot of Lingbane.
Yeah, Ryung has recognized that the time to be active on the map has kind of passed him. He needs to just get ready for an assault from Reynor. Hellions will scout this, and tanks will be set up pretty soon. There we go.
Yeah, the tanks are set up. The Bailings are rolling on in, looking for those connections, whether it's the Hellions or even the Planetary. He's going for the Planetary.
Yeah, we'll at least get every single one of these SCVs, and he will take out the Planetary Fortress as well. Ryung shaking his head a little bit over there as the Mutalisks also clean up a ton of SCVs here. Ryung unable to really repair that turret as he was distracted.
Exactly, the distraction was real. Ryung, he loses 26 workers and the center base, and now Reynor has the momentum he needs. Even though Mech is kind of known for its defensive prowess, we can see that Ryung is being picked apart. He's falling apart here at the seams. Reynor, he already remaxes, and he's not going to allow this fourth base to finish.
Not at all. He knows he needs to pounce before Ryung gets to his final form, and pounce he is.
Yeah, Ryung is going to try and turtle as hard as he can, but again, he knows that he is on the back foot right now. He knows that he desperately needs a fourth sooner rather than later. Looks like he's going to be a little bit more active with those Thors, but when it comes to the ground army, I don't know if Ryung can really keep up.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. He is producing 3 tanks at a time, which isn't bad, but he needs them out right now instead of, you know, still being in production. He needs them out in siege right now instead of still being in transit.
Yeah, exactly. As the Bailings roll in, they take down a lot of those Hellions, a lot of those Hellbats. It looks like Reynor is going to overextend a little bit here, and he loses some of his Roaches and Ravagers, but for the most part, that was a decent trade, a good enough trade, as Reynor's taking one of Ryung's bases.
Yeah, why the hell not? It gives him a little bit of a staging point, right? It allows him to produce units a little bit closer to Ryung's side of the map. It's almost like a proxy.
Yeah, he can spread creep from there. He can kind of set up with stack defense as well. We can see Reynor just clearing up these rocks. He gets eyes on the 4th base. Ryung has reclaimed control of that center 4th, but it looks like Reynor's getting ready to hit the 3rd instead.
Yeah, it's a much more vulnerable location here, especially now that Reynor actually has that staging ground set up.
Yeah, we'll see how Reynor approaches this. Ryung has a decent tank count, but here we go. The Ling Bane is rolling on in. As you were saying, a lot of the tanks are not really within range to save this 3rd.
Yeah, but they are starting to get aggroed into tank range. A lot of Banelings will slip into that mineral line, though. Ryung taking a lot of economic losses, even if his army is still in decent shape.
Exactly. 13 SCVs go down. A tank went down as well, and that's all Reynor really needs to do. He just needs to slow down the economy of Ryung time and time again, take down a base, take down a mineral line. He doesn't have to go for the kill. He doesn't have to go for the main army.
As our lovely observer Rain G was showing off here, Reynor at one point was making 102 lings at a time.
That is a lot of Lings. Ryung is trying to get a 5th base up and running, a little bit ambitious here as the Lings are here to stop that 5th from landing. We can see Ryung is going to have to try to rotate over to defend it, and that will expose that center 4th.
Yeah, and it is an orbital command and not a planetary fortress. I think that was actually one of the other bases floated over. Great blinding clouds on top of just about every single tank. Reynor may be overextending a little bit, but like you said, every little bit of damage that Reynor deals, no matter how much damage he sustains, is going to be beneficial for him.
Exactly. He takes down another tank. He takes down 8 SCVs and some mules as well. And he's already coming back in. You can see that he actually wants to get a kill on that orbital. That's the advantage, I guess, of the orbital, is that it can lift up and the Ling Bane can't kill it. But it's still getting low nonetheless.
Yeah, and honestly, there's actually no anti-air right now. Reynor is now setting up a Greater Spire, but he hasn't remade those Brutalist he lost earlier in this game, and he's maxed out, so he can't actually make any Corruptors or Brute Lords just yet.
Yeah, just wait for him to throw away the Ling Bane, and I'm sure he'll free up supply for those Brood Lords. That's the other thing we should mention, I guess, is that Reynor is teching up and transitioning. He's not stuck on a Lair Tech army. He's not stuck with Ling Bane or a Ravager. He's getting ready for Brood Lords.
Indeed, he is. So this is actually intentional coming out from Ryung. He doesn't want to make any planetary fortresses. He wants to go for orbital commands. A decent defense here from Ryung. Actually, Reynor really overextending himself as the Hellbats drop on top of every single Ravager.
So that was a very efficient trade out of Ryung. He takes a better fight with his main army, but he lost the orbital. The CC did go down to the Banelings. So again, his economy is not what it really needs to be, but he has a pretty hefty army. He's pushing out across the map. The Broodlords are not ready, or the Greater Spire isn't ready.
That it is not. The Viper got sniped earlier as well, so yeah, Reynor is very much on the back foot for the time being. He needs to buy himself a lot more time to get this energy up on his Ravens. Is there vision on that? Okay, not just yet.
Not just yet, as we do have a Ling counterattack. More SCVs are going down. Ryung is being forced all in. Very similar to the previous game here, where Ryung has to end the game with his army. Tanks are getting picked up as they try to reinforce. Meanwhile, across the map, we have a very good position here for Ryung.
We really do. We were talking about tank spots to exploit, and this is 100% one of them. That base is gonna go down. So is the base on Ryung's side of the map. God.
Yeah, a couple of hatcheries are getting picked up. You're not wrong about that. Lings are getting ready for a surround, but we have a lot of Hellbats here to help buffer and cover those tanks as we are leapfrogging forward, getting ever closer. But Vipers have regathered that energy. We do have enough for some blinding clouds.
But they are pretty low in health. Ryung's target firing seems not going to be good enough to snipe those Vipers, but you know what? The Hellbats do get in position. They do take out a lot of Ravagers. Reynor going for another run by here. He still doesn't quite have enough to defend.
Jesus.
I cannot believe those Medivacs and Thor survived. Dodge those corrosive vials.
Ryung, he's playing like it's Heart of the Swarm, like it's 2015. You love to see it. The vials are looking to connect, but no, they do get dodged by those Thors. The base is going to go down. Lings are getting ready for a surround, though. We do have Reynor out on the map, catching at least reinforcements.
Yeah, but look at all these Hellions getting into position. About to morph into Hellbats as well, and that is the last thing you want to see when you mostly only have Lings and Ravagers. Reynor, for the first time in this game, is struggling to get an army that can effectively deal with the mech army of Ryung.
True, but at the same time, the Ling counterattack once again, getting even more SCVs, crippling the economy here of Ryung. That does mean that Ryung doesn't have to worry about that counterattack as he's pushing on forward. Can he bust into the natural base? There are a lot of Ravagers waiting for him.
Yeah, I don't think Ryung's really going to be able to push that much deeper into that side of the map, but he's going to have to, right?
We saw him just shake his head on the cameras there. Yeah, he knows he can't quite push through. He's losing a lot across the map. Sorry, he's losing a lot back at home, I should say. Here come those Ravagers. Here come the blinding clouds.
Yeah, his army is completely split into the Thors were a little bit late in sniping those Vipers. He's going to lose these tanks. GG is called. Reynor takes game number 2, not only eliminating Ryung, but also tying things up once again here for Basilisk.
GG, well played. Reynor, he was in a little bit of trouble there. Ryung was able to max. He was able to have a super maxed army even and have some good fights going his way. But because of the economy and the creep spread of Reynor, you saw that it took a long time for Ryung to actually lay siege upon those bases. And Reynor was given enough time to build up that Ravager count, to get energy on those Vipers, and to muster up a defense. That was close though, you know. Ryung, he showed that Reynor, he can bleed a little bit.
He definitely can here. He definitely can here, especially to a bit of a slower mech style like this. And with that, Onsyde are gonna have to have a bit of a discussion of who to send out next. That's Murphy.
Oh, Murphy. Murphy is snuggling there in the corner. He's just gonna rest. You love to see the Doug can. Love to see it. But yeah, as you were saying, like, even though Ryung is maybe a little bit frustrated after that series, he already did his job, right? He already 2-0 trigger. You know, we're in a tied up series. Not the worst position here for Onsyde. And you know what? Solar, he finished eating.
He has finished eating, but do you want to throw Solar out just yet, though, is going to be the question.
Exactly.
Yeah, because honestly, he might be the ace, but I really think that if you really want to have a safe series here from the perspective of Onsyde, you send out Maru. Try to have him even 1-1 Reynor would be ideal, and then you send out Solar to face up against Serral.
That's the thing, right? For some context here, even though Serral was looking dominant earlier against Team Abydos and he all-killed them, Solar and Serral did face off recently at Gamers 8, not too long ago actually, like 2 weeks ago, and Solar did 3-0 Serral in the playoffs. Solar, clearly his ZVZ is on point. Everyone knows that ZVZ is Serral's weak point as well, so I'm sure they want to preserve and save Solar to snipe Serral. They don't want to waste him too early on against a player like Reynor, to risk maybe losing a ZVZ early on and not having Solar available for Serral later on.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And, you know, it's also just a matter of you don't want to be revealing your hand too much, right? If you're Solar. You don't want to demonstrate that ZVZ against Reynor, and then have and then have Serral very quickly formulate a response.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So there's a bit of strategic play coming in here when it comes to the picks of the players or when we field them, whether we want to send Solar out now or Maru instead. Maru, of course, one of the best Terrans, or the best Terran in the world right now, is a terrifying opponent himself, and I hope we even get to see some Maru versus Serral action. That'd be a lot of good fun. A lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see. That it seems to be a matchup that always eludes us. We never quite get to see it, unfortunately. But again, it is on Onsyde to kind of pick and choose and decide how they want to field their players. Likewise, Serral still recovering. You know, he's still charging up in that tank, still getting ready to be at full power.
Yeah. They're still tightening up the bolts. You know, he is still in suspended animation, and we do have Reynor fighting back here for Basilisk. It looks like Onsyde has selected a player, and it is going to be Maru. There we go. Back in the S rank.
There
where
he
belongs.
is. Maru is the only other S rank player. It is Serral and Maru. The two of them are the only players with that ranking here in WTL. And as we were speculating, it makes a lot of sense to save Solar, to preserve him here for that ZBZ against Serral. Solar knows that he can be dominant against him. He's done it before, and he's looking to do it again, so we're going to be keeping him in the back line. Meanwhile, we have instead another ZBT.
Indeed we do, and I'm not complaining. Personally, you know, we need to cherish the ZBTs or the TVZs when we can.
Yes, we do. And again, I'm sure this Terran player is going to have a very different approach compared to what Ryung had to offer. Ryung was very aggressive. Game 1, he went for an 8-Rax. Game 2, he went for mech instead. And Maru is willing to play mech, don't get me wrong, but I'm looking forward to a more active style, a more drop-heavy style, some more Bio versus Ling Bane action. It's just so good.
So back and forth. Bit of a side tangent, but I think Maru so far has had the biggest build slice in that little pie chart that they have. I'm not really sure what that means, but yeah, that was pretty massive from what I saw.
Basilisk versus Onsyde Gaming Game 3 就让比赛开始吧
And we are now getting ready. We're actually going to be kicking it off on Neo Humanity, so yeah, if Maru can pull Ryung here, might be beneficial. Anyway, here we are now on Neo Humanity. In the bottom right hand corner, we have our blue circle player representing Basilisk. This is Reynor.
And here he is, his opponent in the top left-hand corner for Onsyde Gaming, the South Korean Terran player, the only other S-rank player. It is Maru.
I appreciate how the name tags are like strategically cropped to make room for the base building.
It's
so,
nice.
Yeah.
It is nice. Yeah.
There's a little bit of detail you got there.
It is, and you did touch on it. We are near humanity, so as much as I would love to see some fireworks, some back and forth, some hyper-aggressive play, this map doesn't quite lead to that. Does lead to some more longer late game scenarios, and Maru is willing to embrace that as well, bringing it back to the Data C days. If you remember a couple of seasons ago, Maru is more than willing to just turtle up here, take his third, take his fourth, cut the map in half, and go toe-to-toe with the late game with his opponent. If he is, he's willing to do that.
Yeah. If his opponent is willing to do that, I guess is what that's contingent on. Now that you mention it, I do recall a couple of very specific late games on Data C that were specifically Maru versus Reynor that went exactly how you described, just split the map in half. Maru would just go for a couple of drops here and there to make sure that Reynor wouldn't be able to get a 5th or a 6th base up and running. Reynor would just send Lings into a wall of tanks, and yeah, Terran just really needed to turtle up on 5 bases and let their Zerg opponents wear themselves out.
Yeah, and this is a very ballsy move. Okay, so a lot's going on. One, Maru is going for the Beyond Opener, as to be expected. He's going for a 2-Rax. Meanwhile, Reynor is doing something that has been quite popular on this map, specifically on Neo Humanity, because it's so defensive, because there's so many defensive features on this map, because of the because of the choke points available and all the points of elevation. Reynor went gasless. He skipped his gas in his main base. He went for a very fast third base.
Yeah, Maru's going to be dipping in to confirm this, and yep, it is a very fast third base. It is not going to be any sort of weird, taking that third location as an unnatural natural or anything like that. But Reynor is starting to pay for it a little.
Yeah, one drone already goes down. The bunker's on the way. Maru does confirm how fast his third is, and he wants to try to punish it. The queens are making their way towards that bunker. The Overlord does reveal this, but with the KDA charges, it looks like Maru is going to be able to buy enough time for the bunker to finish.
Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if Maru even goes for a third Reaper at this point, just to maximize the amount of damage he can get done here in this bunker. He even sends his Marine across the map because he knows that a gasless Zerg player isn't going to go for a counterattack.
I mean, there's no link speed. Link speed is so heavily delayed here. The base is under threat. We can see that Reynor, he's pulling his queens. He's getting a surround ready. He's pulling his links together as well. Reynor taking this very seriously. He does not want to lose his third base, but he's out of position, and the Reapers are going to the main.
Well, Maru showcasing some... Well, I was hoping that Maru would showcase some of his trademark Reaper micro, and yeah, we're having it a little bit.
That's 6 workers. This is insane. We get a
ending.
surround on the Reapers, but 6 drones go down alongside the one that we lost earlier. 7 in total. That is crazy this early on.
Oh, you know what? At least Reynor has a lot of hatcheries to remake those drones.
That's true. He did save his third at least, you're not wrong. It is a little bit softened up, but he did save it. He can go back into mining, but I would say that Maru is in a phenomenal position after that opener. Looks like that was a kill, not a salvage on the bunker, so at least Reynor was able to pull that off.
Yeah. And making sure that Maru himself gets a little bit delayed when it comes to his own build. You don't want to underestimate that 75 mineral refund.
Yeah, exactly. It is a bit of an expense that Maru did have there, but regardless, he's getting into his third TC. He's working on his 2-1-1 follow-up as well, and you love to see it. We saw this in GSL. This is a very unique 2-on-1 to Maru that he showcased in GSL a week ago or so, and he's not going for Hellions. He's going for a Mine Drop.
Yeah, Mine Drop with his Marines just kind of being active on the map here.
Again, a very unique variation of this 2-1-1 from Maru is going to be sending his drop across the map. I think it may just barely be spotted, but regardless, no, I think the link was just barely out of position, so Reynor, he doesn't see it coming.
Yeah, now he does, but arguably too little too late.
Yeah, as the mine drop is head towards the natural base here of Reynor. Marines are looking to distract Reynor over on the right-hand side. It looks like Reynor has spotted that medevac, so he is rotating over to meet it, but that may create an opening here for the Marines.
Yeah, that's a lot of Marines, if I'm being honest. Bunch of Widowmines will land. A couple of them will burrow, but thankfully Reynor is able to evacuate, doesn't lose a single drone. Only has a little bit of lost mining time there. Maru, not liking his chances with his vanilla unescorted Marines, decides to pull back and not go for that multi-prong, which is a very safe choice.
Definitely, definitely. As the medevac does survive, but 3 Widowmines did go down for only a handful of lings. But here comes the second wave. Here comes the actual 2-1-1. Stim is done. Creep is going to be receding here. I know he's diving on top of the Queens.
And so Banelings. He's diving on top of the Queens, takes out the high energy Queen first, and looks like every single Queen is going to go down. Unfortunately for Reynor, a few too many lings went down earlier on to the Widowmines, it seems. He will be able to deflect this, but not without taking quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's buying so much time. There we go. Oh my god, very quick sport trick out of Reynor. He minimizes his losses. A lot of lost mining time, and he doesn't lose any drones at least, as Reynor does hold on to his 4th.
Yeah. To lose a couple of Queens, but it could have been a lot worse for him.
Yeah, exactly. Some very intense micro from both players being showcased here with the drop play, with the retargeting, with the sport trick. You do love to see it. As Reynor's going for a bit of a counterattack, do we have enough at home to defend? There is a tank, but it's looking a little bit exposed.
It is looking a bit exposed, but it is going to be enough for now.
As Reynor is forced back, we do see he has control of the Zonaga, but alas, that is going to be taken over by Maru. He does take down that Ling. Is being active with a bit of a drop, but not the most committed drop here. Just looking to clean up creep, maybe get a Queen here or there.
Yeah. Making sure he has the medevacs to evacuate if need be. Meanwhile, we have a bit of a drop-a-lord being set up here. I love it.
Yeah, we have the drop a lot. We have a Spire on the way. So Lingbane Muta is coming out from Reynor. You love to see it. A competition you don't get to see too often anymore. As Maru is a little bit distracted here, trying to take control of the Zonaga. The drop getting ready for its moment to dive into that natural.
Yeah, Reynor doesn't want to waste it just yet. He wants to make sure that he hits right at the moment when Maru is completely distracted elsewhere and won't really be able to deal with it.
Yeah, a bit of an inefficient fight from Reynor. He bleeds out a lot of Lings trying to break through that drop, but he does force it back nonetheless, working on his own upgrades. 2-2 on the way. Reynor getting his center 5th. So his economy's not looking too bad here. Reynor able to muster up quite a good worker count.
This is an interesting position to place a Spire. Right on top of the ramp there. I think it might mess with pathing a little bit, but it shouldn't really affect anything other than maybe Ultras if the game goes on that long.
Yeah, it should be fine there, as once again, Maru taking a good trade against those Lings. We see the Ling drop coming into the natural base of Maru. At the same time, the Mutas are about to hit the field.
Yeah, Spotter Supply Depot will buy Maru a little bit of time. He actually cleans this up without taking any damage, really.
Yeah, exactly. Very impressive stuff here out of Maru. He loses maybe 1 SCV, if that. Otherwise, he does clean that Ling drop up. Mutas are getting ready to move in towards that left-hand side of the map. Maru, once again, looking to be active, not just with his bio army. He's even mixing in a couple of Liberators. Oh.
And the Mutas are on the way. There are no missile turrets anywhere, or Widow Mines, or even Marines back at home.
Yeah.
Maru may just be forced all in at this point.
Yeah, exactly. The Mutas are diving on in. There is no answer. There is no answer here to these Mutas whatsoever. Ling's getting ready for another massive counterattack. Reynor may force the all-in. Baneling's rolling on forward. There is enough Banelings here to slow down those Marines.
For now, we have a very hot pickup here from the side of Maru. He's trying to bait these tanks into... these Banelings into tank range is what I was trying to say, and actually does a decent job of that. Reynor has spent most of his Banelings taking out not too many sauce.
Yeah, very nicely done here by Maru. The power of Neo-Humanity, because this map is so small, it actually didn't take him too long to just pull back and defend his bases. The Ling run by, I thought, would do more damage, but no, it gets completely cleaned up without getting too much at all.
Yeah, not only that, but even the Muta Cloud, right? I mean, it wasn't the most committed Muta count, but it was still cleaned up in the end. Maru only losing 10 SCVs in total, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and now Reynor's in a lot of trouble. He spent a lot of supply across the map. He lost so many Lings, so many Mutas, and now you can see him struggling to muster up an army here. The Banelings are not ready for this. A hatchery goes down.
And you can see Maru's upgrade advantage as well. He is actually able to, he is actually able to take one Baneling with his Marines. So, yeah, Reynor is in a lot of trouble. Maru now pulling back to tank range. Very nice connections here for Reynor. But there's way more Marines where that came from.
There is plenty more that came from. The hatchery is going to be going down. You can see Reynor's trying to catch some reinforcements. He's coming in from behind with the Mutas at least. He does take down one tank. He's going to get a second.
Yeah, but this is a fantastic spread from Maru. I still believe that Reynor can time this out with his Mutalisk to really isolate the Marines. There we go. Some really nice Baneling connections. The tanks were a little bit distracted. Hot pickup comes in here, but Maru still has Marines. Never mind.
He has reinforcements. They were busy dealing with the Mutas, and the Mutas are doing some counter damage, don't get us wrong, but that was all the Banelings. That was all the Banelings here for Reynor. He has nothing left to deal with the bio army. Maru is breaking through. He took down the center hatchery. He takes down the third, and now he's looking for the fourth.
Yeah, now that missile turret does get up and running, and Maru isn't worried about anything anymore.
Exactly. Reynor, he's down to only 3 hatcheries left, barely 3 bases mining. The Banelings are rolling in for one last attack. The surround is real, but the numbers are just not there.
The numbers aren't there, the surround is real, but the splits are even realer. GG is called. Maru takes game number 1 with a much more aggressive style than I was expecting, if I'm being honest, like.
Yeah. GG, well played. Going for that 2-ranks opener, but again, coming across a very greedy opener of Reynor, and from the very beginning, Maru was ahead. For him to get 7 drone kills that early on, only losing his Reapers, really, punishing the greed of Reynor. Very nicely done out of Maru. Reynor, unfortunately, just had a hard time kind of keeping up. His moments, Reynor's moment, was those hidden Mutas. The Mutas, they were hidden for so long. They surprisingly didn't do too much, though. I think we both expected them to wreak a little bit more chaos and havoc in the main base of Maru.
Yeah. Maru had literally 0 anti-air prepared. He had no missile turrets. The vast majority of his Marines were on the other side of the map. But once those Mutas revealed himself, Maru just moved his SCVs to a different location.
Yeah.
Rallied Marines or rallied barracks production back home, and lost, I think, in total 5 SCVs to that Muta harass while also building turrets, obviously. And you mentioned it in passing as well, but because we were on Neo Humanity and because Maru knocked down that rubble, the rubble that was blocking the attack paths, he could just go back and forth, go back home, deal with the Mutalisks. Okay, I'm back in the office, I'm back in the front lines, ready to deal with the Banelings and with the frontal defense of Reynor.
Like any other map, and Reynor would have forced an all-in. Because if you remember, it wasn't just the Muta cloud going into the main, there was also a massive Ling counterattack that was ready to dive into the natural as well. And any other map, Maru would have been out of position, he would have died, or I say he would have died, he would have been just forced all in, forced to commit with his army, and Banelings were waiting for him. But Maru, it didn't take him too long at all to send some Marines back home, to send his reinforcements back home, and to deal with those Lings, deal with those Mutas. Maru took a surprisingly little amount of damage, and he snowballed out of control. Very powerful play there out of Maru.
Yeah. I mean, you say any other map, Maru would have been forced all in, which is definitely true, but you know, honestly, any other player might just decide to go all in that position, but not Maru.
True.
Zero fear whatsoever. He knew that was pretty much Reynor's only chance at bouncing back in this game. So, again, that split-second decision-making coming out from these top players will always impress me. To just figure out what's the best thing to do.
Yeah, definitely the decisiveness, the confidence of our players is insane. And here we have one of them in the bottom left-hand corner for Team Basilisk. It is Reynor.
And over here in the top right corner of the map, starting all the way to the top right, we have the red Terran player for Onsyde Gaming. It is Maru.
Once again, setting up for that 2 racks opener here. Now, we're on a much larger map, which makes a lot of sense. We were talking about the features of Neo Humanity, and this is almost the anti-Neo Humanity. Altitude, of course, would be one step further, but that may have been vetoed by Onsyde Gaming, especially considering that they're up against 2 big Zerg players. Makes sense to veto altitude. And yeah, with this, Reynor is going to have a little more freedom, a little more breathing room here on this map.
I think altitude would be too obvious, right? Or altitude would be too obvious to, if you're going to go for Muta play again, which, you know, as Zerg players tonight, Serral and Reynor have definitely demonstrated that they are more than willing to whip out.
Yeah, they really are. And again, this is considered to be a little bit more Zerg favored in general. The center of the map is more wide open. It does allow for better engagements, better surrounds, better fights for the Zerg if they have creep spread and if they have map control, to be fair. There is that little caveat to that. So it is going to be a little bit harder for Maru to really make those pushes work. So the map isn't going to be working as in his favor as Neo Humanity was, but actually he goes for a very different opener. I assumed it was going to be a 2 racks, but it's only 1.
But still in the natural base position, he skipped out. He skipped out on his Reaper, right?
Yeah.
And he's going double Marine?
Okay, so he's going for a Marine opener. A single Rax. This is looking like the special build, which is where you go for a Rax into a factory. There it is. Factory is on the way. Special, he throws down his factory as a part of the wall. As you can see, it's very wide open, very exposed.
Yeah.
But Maru's going to be throwing his down in his main base, so he's going to be keeping it hidden. The Marines are revealed. Reynor is now aware that it isn't the 2 Rax opener.
Yeah, I think when you see the 2 Marines out, you kind of figure that they didn't save up those minerals to get a second Rax.
Yeah, exactly. So again, a good start for Maru. He does supply block Reynor for a moment there by killing that Overlord, and Maru is going into a 2-1-1. That is a second Rax after the factory.
Once again, not in the wall though.
Yeah, not in the wall. So we'll see if Reynor can slip on in. We have 4 Lings. Oh, he does see that opening as well. The Marines are trying to get in position. The SCV is pulled, and it looks like Reynor won't quite make it into the natural.
Man. This just, I don't know how intentional this was from Maru. If Maru somehow knew that Reynor was only going to go for 4 lanes this game. But yeah, everything has pretty much gone his way from the side of Reynor.
I mean, like Maru, it feels like he's in the driver's seat right now. Like he's hiding his build very well because he killed the first Overlord. There's no scout. Reynor, he doesn't have an Overlord in position to go into the main base. He doesn't know about the 2-on-1 that's going to be coming his way. And because we don't have 2 Raxes on the low ground, this is the last thing that Reynor's going to expect. Oh my god, okay, it's a 2-on-1 with a Banshee? No, he's prioritizing Banshees instead of Medivacs.
This is why Maru has such a massive chunk of his pie chart dedicated to build, because he is one of the more creative Terran players out there.
Yeah, and this is something that Maru does love to do. So to kind of bring it all back here, and a lot of this is kind of like a very kind of very just one with StarCraft, I should say. I don't know how to quite put it, but when it comes to this matchup, a 2-on-1 is 2 Raxes, 1 Factory, 1 Starport, and typically the power of this is your sim timing, and you hit with 2 Medivacs as well. You go for an add on top with the Factory. The last thing the Zerg player expects is Banshees, which means the likelihood of Reynor having Spores out is very low here from Reynor. So the likelihood of this getting damaged is that much higher. The Banshees are already making their way across the map. Reynor, the last thing, he's just not going to expect this at all.
Not at all. I don't think that Serral caught it either. Like you said, the way to deal with a 2-on-1 typically is to just get a whole lot of lings and to just try to surround those Marines as much as possible. The Banshees, however, you're not going to have much anti-air, but it does look like the Banshee did get scouted. So Reynor is in position.
There we go. The Spores are done. The Queens are in position. This gambit here, this gamble from Maru did not pay off. He gets 1 drone and only 1 drone. I do love the kind of twists and turns that Maru went with this, but alas, it did not work out, and Reynor was ready for it.
That he was. We're going to be chilling here, hold positioning that Banshee to see if he can get any transferring workers, but alas,
oh my god,
he will not. And so he leaves. He add-on swaps a second time.
Yeah, by the way, this is the setup for a 2-base all-in. Maru, he just threw down a couple more Raxes instead. No third CC. The third CC is very late for Maru.
I have to... Yeah, honestly, a bit of a questionable choice if I'm going to be honest here, Light. I do think that Maru is more than capable of taking Reynor to a longer game, but he wants to be aggressive, so we'll see if this pays off for him.
Yeah, here we go. We have a double jump going into the main base, going to be distracting his opponents, going to be cleaning up some of this creep and forcing a big reaction here out of Reynor. A lot of spine time. Gas Geyser goes down. The spawning pool is exposed as well.
A-Type spawning pool. Stim was quite a bit earlier, and he will be able to get the spawning pool. And I mean, there's really nothing holding back these Marines at this point either. There are some lings, but I think after Reynor scouted the Banshee, he kind of neglected his ling production a little bit. And now, oh lord, now he comes to follow up with 2 tanks.
It's a 2-base all-in follow-up, and without a spawning pool, no lings can be produced. Reynor, he's in a terrible position right now.
Yeah, this is absolutely worst case scenario for Reynor. All these lings that he has right now is all he has. That was a kill and not a cancel. Thankfully, Reynor did get the Banelink, so he is making as many Banelinks as possible. He has a decent-ish Zergling count, but
he's supply blocked as well. We have 5 Overlords on the way. Reynor, he's just being caught with his pants down. He was not ready for this. Now the spawning pool is finished. We have lings in production. The Overlords have finished. He's broken out of that supply block, but we can see Maru just situating himself so well. Reynor could not stop this from happening.
Not at all. And he has so many Marines to spare here. He can guard the tanks while also going for a bit of a drop like this. Reynor, is he going across the map or is he going for the surround? He needs to make a decision right now.
He does. Meanwhile, the Marines are pushing into the main base. They take down that Evo chamber. Tanks getting big volleys off on those Queens. At the same time, there are no reinforcements here from Maru. So Reynor, he's in the middle of the map looking for any kind of stray Marines. He's not finding any yet.
Yeah. Now that Maru has consolidated his forces, he is going to be not reinforcing this position, but going for a multi-prong. This is an absolutely massive brain move coming out from Maru.
Yeah, but is he going to get caught out? Reynor has a lot of Ling Bane out on the map. He ever since rebuilding that spawning pool has been making nothing but army, and here we go. He's collapsing on the army of Maru.
Yeah, tanks were not quite able to siege in time. There was still plenty of Ling Bane here, and still a bit more to spare. Queens are still holding strong in the main base, so Maru's not quite going to get more damage just yet.
And Maru, he was not losing. He loses the double jump in the towards the northern portion of that. Meanwhile, we stim on forward. We take down the Queens.
Yeah, they have very low energy on them at this point. There's nothing guarding the tanks anymore, so Reynor could try to go for the backstab.
He could go for the backstab. The main army of Reynor is turning back around. A pretty decent trade here out of Maru, but he has to be careful about said surround. Oh, as the one Marine is keeping that army busy.
You love to see it, or at least I do as a Terran player. Maru's going for the Doom drop.
Yeah, and this is getting a bit out of hand. It looks like Reynor, he may catch some reinforcements. He rotates towards the southern portion of the map, and he's catching these Marines.
That he is. He should be able to get a tank as well, but he still has no answer to the Marines that are in his main base.
Yeah, and it's getting out of control. Sure, he catches the reinforcements, which is good, but he loses every single queen in the main. Banelings are rolling on in, but on their own, they're not ideal. There are just so many tanks.
Yeah, 1-1 also kicked in for Maru a little while ago, and 1-1 did get delayed but for Reynor. He's only now going to be finishing up his +1 melee. Borrowed Banelings, you love to see it. You know, if there's one way of catching Maru off guard and maybe catching a bunch of reinforcements, that would be it, but...
Yeah, that would be it, as Reynor does get a tank on the high ground, takes a lot of tank shots to the face. Oh, did miss the borrowed Banelings, by the way. A good chunk of Marines did make it past, as Maru is attempting to reinforce. Reynor coming in from behind is going to force the army back. Could force the army back to those Banelings.
And it would absolutely be ideal here for Reynor, but I don't think he has enough numbers on his side. Maru, with his upgraded Marines, are just going to be able to deal with that. Nice little explosion there from Reynor. A little bit of flare, but he's going to need to repeat that many, many times over. Just look at that army supply difference and tell me that Reynor has a chance here to win.
I mean, Maru has a lot of moments, and he's going to be losing his tanks. They do get caught out, so a good trade here from Reynor. He is fighting back. He's getting on top of the Marines. The reinforcements haven't come here in time, but it looks like Maru, they do arrive. He's getting on top of those Queens once again. Reynor, he's barely holding on, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Now we have the Liberators out in the map, and they're going to be doing a really good job of protecting the tanks so that these Marines can kind of stim on forward. Baneling Nest is going to go down, and all Reynor has now is all that he's got.
Exactly. No more Banelings can be morphed in at this time. We still have a lot of Banelings on the field, to be fair, but as you said, what you see is what you get, as getting some decent connections. The Liberators raining down from the skies, though. The Banelings are looking for them, but it looks like the splits are too good. The spread is too good.
Yeah, a couple of good connections to the face right at the end there, and look at that massive connection with the Borrowed Banes. Reynor all of a sudden has found himself a bit of breathing room, but is it going to be enough? The last of the Banelings are going to go down.
Another borrowed Baneling is there next to the tank as well. We do see a scan there, and Maru does clean it up. If you remember, the Baneling nest went down. I believe it hasn't been rebuilt, so only Lings and Queens are available here for Reynor. I don't think he has thrown down another backup Baneling nest.
He has not, as a matter of fact. Reynor should be able to get this tank, but he has no answer to Marines at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's trading as best he can. We are even in those upgrades. We're catching some of those tanks as well, but the Queens are falling. It does feel like Maru's army is still just too efficient. It looks like Reynor has finally realized that he lost his Baneling nest, and now it's on the way, but it's too late.
Far too late. Drones have to be pulled as well. And the tanks are actually getting a couple of shots off on them. A lot of Lings are coming out from many, many angles. Reynor is gonna force Maru back once again, but he's gonna be losing a lot of drones while this is going on. This is such a silly game.
I mean, we've been all in for 10 minutes, you know?
That's true.
It's been very scrappy here between our two players. We see Maru just taking that third base. That's his main base floated over, so we can just still keep that, those Marines going. Still has that mineral income going as well as. Well, we do see Reynor having a little bit of breathing room. The Baneling nest did finish, by the way. We have 7 to 8 Banelings on the way.
And do you think that's going to be enough here for Reynor? It could be. He's been getting some really good connections in this game so far.
Really has, but the hatchery is under threat. It looks like it is barely going to go down. Hot pickup as well saves the Marines. Not enough anti-air to punish those medevacs.
Yeah, only 2 queens remain at the moment. Yeah, exactly. Liberators are on the way. Reynor still... Okay, for the first time this game, Maru is going to pull ahead when it comes to the income, but only slightly.
There you go, as Reynor is stuck on those 3 bases, is stuck on a relatively even worker count compared to his opponents, trying to retake control of that 4th.
There are 2 borrowed banelings right outside of Maru's third base.
Oh god. They could work, as there are more borrowed banelings here towards that 4th base of Reynor as well, and it looks like Reynor, he's stabilizing, he's slowly holding on.
And a medevac is insanely low. Maru scans, confirms that there is no 5th base at the moment.
He's aware that the economy of Reynor isn't looking too hot. Liberators have arrived, abusing the low queen count of Reynor.
Yeah, really good move here. Just once again going to be punishing the economy of Reynor. He knows that he doesn't really need the Liberators to defend his tanks.
Yeah, as we do have a drop into the main base. Looks like Reynor was waiting for it. He is in position. The drop is going to be forced back for the time being. We see Maru trying to be a little bit cheeky. He's going to focus down both those banelings.
Like so. He's going to be trading very well against the Zerglings too.
Yeah, Liberators are getting out of hand. The Evo Chamber is barely going to be focused down. +2 is denied.
And it's another huge pickoff here from Maru. His own 2-2 was delayed for quite a little while, so Reynor's actually going to have +2 armor before Maru can finish up his own upgrades. And that's definitely beneficial here for a Zerg player. Finally, those borrowed banelings do take out a decent chunk of the Marines.
Yeah, but the tanks have arrived, and that's a lot of tanks. You can see Maru has been building up this force back at home for quite some time. He's across the map. He has a supply lead. SCVs are going to be going down. Reynor identifying how vulnerable Maru is back at home.
Yeah, this is kind of the final hurrah here of Reynor, but once again, best he can really do here is kind of force Maru all in, and honestly, I'm not liking Reynor's odds in that all-in scenario.
I mean, Maru's been all in the entire time. That's that's the problem. As we do see the 4th base going down for Reynor, and this time Maru's not stopping. Because he has all these tanks and all these Liberators, he's going to continue this push. Reynor is getting ready for a surround.
But Maru's already prepared for it. So many links are going to go down before they can connect on top of the tanks. Banelings got into position, and yeah, now they have to figure out what to do.
Yeah. As we do see Banelings rolling into the mineral line, the massive link counterattack busts into the natural as well. There's no wall on top of the ramp. It looks like Reynor, he's getting damage done.
Yeah, if you can get the production here. Maru is actually forced back a little bit with some of his units. He does have enough to split up his army. Nice snipes on some of those Banelings there.
Yeah, some Marines do get sent back home, and it looks like Maru is going to be able to take control of his natural base once again, but he loses 33 SCVs. He's down to 7 workers. At the same time, Reynor barely has any mining. He just lost his 3rd base. His 4th is slowly getting back up and running, and there we go. The most important mining base here for Reynor.
Yeah, if Maru catches wind of that, he can take it out. There's no energy for scans. Banelings will connect on a decent chunk of the Marines, but... Here come the reinforcements of Maru. Borrowed Banelings, unfortunately, not going to be activated on them just yet.
Yeah, exactly. And Maru still has a terrifying army. So even in a base trade, Maru, he still should be able to take it to the army of Reynor. Except for these borrowed Banelings, they could pop off. It's a big if, though.
Definitely a very big if. Maru fighting outside the range of his tanks, so he actually is going to be taking a couple of Banelings to the face. But GG is called. Maru wins a 15-minute all-in. That was one of the sillier TVZs I think I've seen, but oh man, I'm glad I was able to witness that.
That was intense, very intense. 2 base all-ins are a rarity in this matchup, from the Terran side of things, I should say. Like, we don't really get to see them too often, so it's great to see Maru whip it out here. And it made a lot of sense. If you remember, there was so much kind of leading into it, so much going his way. There was a big supply block for Reynor. There was a snipe on the spawning pool. There were drones going down, queens as well. It was a really rough start for Reynor, and I thought that he would die then and there. But it goes to show like how solid the macro is and the decision making of Reynor, the borrowed banelings did keep him in that game, and he made it as close as possible.
Yeah, any other Zerg player I think would have just rolled over and died once those tanks came in, but Reynor, he's built different, you know? He knows how to just eke out these little victories here that kept him in the game, and, you know, if things just kept going his favor, he could have if a few things happened differently, you know, if Maru made one too many micro mistakes with his Marines, and maybe Reynor would have been able to turn that game around, would have been able to eliminate Maru here, going 1-1 against him, but alas, 'twas not to be. Maru will be taking that series for Onsyde Gaming, and you know what that means, right? Basilisk is down to one player left, and we are in fact going to be getting Serral versus Maru.
Let's go, Poppy. Let's go. As you were saying, a really impressive showing here by Maru getting the 2-0 over Reynor. But a shout out to Reynor as well, because any lesser player would have died to the first push. I brought it up before, but like that was such a terrible setup for Reynor, right? To have the supply block, to lose his spawning pool, for everything to go wrong for him at the start of that game, and for him to make it as close as it was. I mean, I don't think anyone else could have done it. Even Serral would have had a hard time making that comeback a reality. So shout out to Reynor, is a powerful player, and we can still see him later on tonight. If you're a fan of Reynor, if this goes to the ace match, if this goes to the super ace match, there are revives available for the teams, so Reynor, he could make a return.
Indeed, he could. I was thinking back to that game when all the Lings rocked up on Maru's bases and took up so many SCVs. It's like, haha, I forced you all in. I was like, newsflash, I've been all in this entire time.
Newsflash, that's not my third, that's my main. Oh, I see. So yeah, what a wild close series nonetheless. And as you mentioned, Basilisk got down to one player. That is going to be Serral. He has been recharging, as Serral did all kill Team Abydos Gaming earlier in the evening. So he's been resting. He did kind of expend a lot of his stamina earlier. This is an endurance test here for Serral, and hopefully he is recuperated. Hopefully he is at 100%. Ready to go against Maru.
Indeed, he's gonna need it. He is, definitely gonna need it. He did warm up a little bit when it comes to his ZVT against Cure earlier on, and in each successive game that they played, it did look a bit closer and closer for Cure. But like you said, that was Serral when he just woke up, when he was just getting ready, and he already had to play out like 4 other games before that. So. Yeah, now hopefully Serral has rested, has recuperated. It's been a couple of hours since then.
True.
So hopefully he has been able to refuel, get some food in him, and whatnot.
Hopefully. And a massive shout out to El Hermoso Papi, Enki in the chat. Hope you had a great stream. I think Enki was casting some Maturino games. I'm not too sure. A bit of a show match. But gracias, Papi. Gracias. Bienvenidos todos from Enki's stream. He is a Spanish caster. Welcome, everyone, to Los Patos. Quack. Quack.
Quack. Muchas gracias, papis. ¿Cómo está WTL? Grande finales. ¿Cómo está Serral et Maru?
Go on.
What's it called?
Manejando? Are you driving? What are you saying? What are you? what's this? What are you?
It's like
fighting.
Yeah.
Let's get into this. It is going to be Serral versus Maru, duking it out, as Yaku was attempting to say.
Look how even these bars are.
Oh yeah, exactly. They are dominant players. Serral versus Maru. Now, Onsyde have a lot of momentum going their way. Best case scenario here for Onsyde. Even if they lose Maru 2-0, they still have Serral in the back pocket. Sorry, they still have Solar in the back pocket. Solar to snipe.
Indeed, they do, and that's what Solar's going to be. That's Solar's one job this evening, and Maru, I think, is feeling pretty confident. I mean, we got to hear from Serral a little bit earlier on as well. He said that he was adjusting his camera a little bit, making sure that they get his good side. when he does win, if and when he does win. But yeah, he said he was feeling confident against any opponent that he faces tonight. Maru as well, I'm sure he is feeling pretty confident. But there is a play here if Onsyde decide to go for it, which is basically just have Maru tire Serral out as much as possible so that Sola has an easier time sniping.
As you said, Serral, he's having a bit of an endurance test here tonight because he's played so much, has been fielded so often. Hopefully he is ready for this. As a reminder, Serral, he needs to 2-0 Maru to even things up. 1-1 is not going to be good enough.
BASILISK
Indeed.
versus Onsyde Gaming. Game 4.
And we're getting ready for it.
开场的
It's already game 4. It is. Just flew by.
Yeah, and here we go. We're diving into that game and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ancient Cistern. We have the Finnish Zerg player representing Team Basilisk, the ace for his team. It is Serral.
And over here in the bottom left-hand corner, our red Terran player representing Onsyde Gaming, the ace of his team, we have Maru.
Oh, and we're getting an update here. Entiendo, papi. Estaba casteando WTL, pero me tengo que ir con mi novia.
Oh.
I see. So Enki's saying that he was casting World Team League, but he's going on a date.
Ah,
he has a date.
Amore. Muchos amore.
Felicidades.
Bueno.
Suerte.
Luck.
Good luck.
Suerte.
Yeah.
Enki.
Good luck, Papi. Good luck. So yeah, wish you the best, and welcome everyone. Welcome from Enki Stream. We're here. Oh boy, it's been a pretty intense night of StarCraft. Things have been popping off, and Serral is going for a pool first.
Yeah, I guess that's not the only thing that's popping off. As Maru this time does decide, despite being on the same map, does decide to go for the Beyond build.
Yeah, here we go. So it is going to be the Beyond build, the 2x opener from Maru. Also, my mistake, it wasn't a pool first. It was actually a gas pool hatch opener. So very fast gas here out of Serral. To be fair, if you remember, we saw this against Cure. We saw the same thing against Cure.
We did see that against Cure, and Serral did go for a bit of an earlier Roach Warren, but not for any Roach Rush or anything like that. Just as a little bit of a stepping stone to get into his mid game.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, exactly. And I mean, Serral, he has options. If you remember the previous time we saw him do this, he actually went for a very fast lair. Link speed is on the way, but it looks like Serral, he's pulled out. He has pulled out of gas, so only going to be prioritizing that link speed. Lings, they're going to be avoiding the Reaper, sneaking out across the map. The Reaper, by the time it gets across the map, is going to confirm how late the hatchery is.
Yeah, and then Maru's going to have to come up with a bit of a response here. He is going to be diving straight on in. So unlike Ryung, who did like to be a bit more conservative with his Reapers, Maru just wants to confirm he knows exactly what he's up against. Confirms that third base, so he knows that Serral isn't two base rushing him or anything like that.
Yeah, I do think that Maru kind of came out on top when it comes to the coin flip. Because of this opener because of this Beyond opener, like he's safe against a Link Flood just because he has a wall off already at the natural. So the Links can't really do anything across the map. They can't delay a CC. But once Link speed kicks in, he can try to dive on these Reapers.
Yeah, I'm getting a couple of flashbacks to Neo-Humanity versus Reynor here. Obviously, the big difference is that Serral didn't go gasless like Reynor did that time. So yeah, he will be able to deflect these Reapers. But yeah, the hatchery is sustaining a little bit of damage to the Reapers, and if Maru decided to, he could try to micro his way into a cancel.
Yeah, exactly. As Link speed kicks in, but using the terrain to his advantage, Maru does escape, does manage to make it back home just in time, just barely avoiding those Lings, and he should be safe and sound. The add-ons are a little bit exposed, and it's going to take a while for the Reapers to rotate back around, so it looks like the Tech Lab may go down.
F's for Stim. Or not.
Yeah, a very big delay.
Stim.
Yeah, very big delay on that Stim. In the main base, Maru did go for a faster TC, so a very economic opener, but because the Tech Lab was killed, that means that 2-on-1 Stim timing is going to be delayed here for Maru.
Yeah, which in a normal build wouldn't be the biggest of deals. You still want to get Stim at around the 6 or 7 minute mark, but with a 2-on-1, you want to get it out as quickly as possible so that your Marines can have a map presence, so that they can start shaving away the link count, taking out tumors. Maru, it seems, has decided to adjust his play because of that.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting choice here, Maru. He's this time not going for a fast Banshee. If you remember, he tried to catch Reynor off guard with that previously, and it didn't quite work out. Instead, he's going for a Liberator. So some Hellion and Liberator harass instead. Nice kind of choice to mix it up here by Maru.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Sim is, of course, still on the way, but he's going to be relying a lot more on his Hellions here to clear up creep and whatnot.
Definitely. Serral is going for a very safe follow-up. He's going to be going for his lair, should be going for a Baneling Nest as well, is going to be delaying his upgrades, but will be having a much faster Baneling speed as a result. So very safe play here out of Serral, kind of testing the waters against Maru. Doesn't want to be overly aggressive, doesn't want to cut any corners against him.
That he does not. Queens are now moving forward on the map just to try to shoo away Maru. Doesn't want to be, like you said, losing anything unnecessarily here, whether it's his Lings or whether it's his creep tumors.
Oh, yeah, exactly. His Liberator does rock up, gets one drone kill, but only a single worker as we are able to respond in time. Serral does deflect the Liberator, but the Liberator does survive, and that's the important part here, as he can kind of bring it back, can repair it, can use it at a later date.
Yeah, both to harass and to have a little bit of support here. Interesting choice from Maru here, throwing down that extra supply on his add-ons. He wants to be super aggressive here right from the get-go.
Yeah, exactly. Brings everything together. The Hellions, the Reapers, and the Liberator. A bit of a kitchen sink timing from Maru, but he's going to be looking for that cancel on the 5th.
And he should be able to get it. I mean, Queens are nice, but they're not really going to be able to get rid of all of these stimmed Marines. No Banelings out just yet. They are on the way, but they will be slow Banes for the time being.
They will. At the same time, Liberator gets into a mineral line. 3 drones go down and some lava, so good distraction here by Maru, getting a lot of damage done already on Serral.
Yeah, Serral now posturing a little bit, just trying to make sure that when he does collapse on top of this army, he doesn't send anything out too prematurely. He doesn't get his Baneling sniped or anything. Good response from Serral here, just immediately taking the other hatchery once he noticed that his initial 4th base was in trouble.
Yeah, did double expand, so he's able to at least get a base up and running. Meanwhile, Baneling speed is a couple of seconds away from finishing, so we mentioned earlier, very safe opener here from Serral is going to have that to work with defensively. 1-1 was delayed, though, so there is going to be a window where Maru has an upgrade advantage over his opponent.
Yeah, we'll see how he's able to utilize it. As his tanks are on the way, he's getting another factory right now. 3 more barracks did just get thrown down, and it looks like Maru once again wants to... I don't want to say he's going to go 3 base all in, but he's going to at the very least delay his 4th base for quite some time.
Yeah, exactly. He's still getting his 3rd up and running. There we go. There's a 4th CC thrown down. So, unlike Ryung, he's not going for an ARAX, right? He's not going for an ARAX 3-base all-in. He's actually going for a longer, later game. Does get a snipe on that Queen. Only losing a couple of those Marines.
Yeah, not quite in position to be hot picked up. Lifted into these medevacs and evacuated.
Exactly, as we do see Serral keeping up with the drop play here of his opponent. Good target firing out of Maru.
Yeah, some very nice maneuvers here, taking out a chunk of the Banelings pretty much for free. Once again, abusing the lack of anti-air of Serral to just bounce between these bases.
Yeah, it's a good thing you bring that up, because interesting choice. Serral, he doesn't go for a Spire, he doesn't go for a Hydrogen, he's going Lingbane straight into that Infestation Pit, so it looks like he wants to rush into Hive Tech, to rush into Adrenal, Vipers, maybe even go Lingbane into Ultra.
Yeah, pulling a bit of a dark here.
Yeah, definitely kind of pull that dark. We'll see if he throws out any other tech structures. With the timing of this Hive, he could throw down a Hydrogen if he wants to. He could go for Lurkers, but for now, still with Lingbane. We can see Maru just testing the waters, but Serral has been able to finally saturate his bases. Earlier, he was having a hard time expanding, but now he's got them up and running.
Yeah. Shouldn't be too difficult for him to get to a very healthy drone count. He's already on 82, which is borderline endgame economy.
Yeah, we've seen players like Reynor go crazy and go up to 100 workers, but we shouldn't be seeing that here. That should be just reserved for that game from Reynor earlier, as Maru's going for a bit of a split push. He's got a double drop into the natural base. He's got his main army pushing through the center, and I believe he has something in the main as well.
He, has a medevac there. I'm not sure if there are actually any units in that, but the medevac is there. He is able to cancel, or I think that was a kill actually, the 6 base? Yeah, 6 base of Serral.
Yeah, very nicely done. Meanwhile, the Hellions from the early game are finally going to get cleaned up. They will go down. It looks like it was just an empty medevac, just distracting some of the army here of Serral. But Maru just keeping the aggression on, keeping the pressure on. His 4th base is on the way. 5th base being thrown down as well. Maru is not slowing down at all.
Not one bit. And obviously, as the age-old, as conventional wisdom will tell you, 5 bases for the Terran players, all you really need. That's huge Banelink connections landing on top of these Marines of Maru. He is able to pick up what's left and evacuate, but already this is a great start to defense of Serral as his high finishes up.
Yeah, initially it looked like Serral was maybe being pulled apart. Maybe Maru was just a little bit too fast, but no, with those Baneling connections, he is keeping up. Once again, Banelings are rolling on in. Big mine shots are looking to go off, but oh no, they don't find the connections. Oh my god.
Yeah, not quite yet. One mine shot does connect, but one is not going to be enough in this scenario. Maru gets absolutely cleaned up here. And Serral finds himself with, I was going to say a bit more breathing room, but there's still this one drop that from earlier on, now getting into the main base.
It shows how intense the macro is here of Maru. Even though he got all of his Widow Mines cleaned up, he's here once again with another army, baiting the army in. The mine shots go off!
And almost everything will go down. I think Maru actually did get a bit of friendly fire on his army there, so yeah, this is pretty good for Serral. Lings will get on top of everything else and clean it up entirely up.
Yeah, exactly. There was some juicy Widowmine connections, but as you pointed out, there were some also very good Baneling connections as well, so both players are hurting. Maru did snipe a Viper as it was popping out from those hatcheries, so a very good pick off there, but as we can see, Maru was forced to back off, has to kind of consolidate his army once again, rotate around, and Serral is able to get himself back up and running. Something to take note of though, Serral, he has very little creep spread, he just hasn't had the room to do so.
Yeah, Maru's been doing a really good job of just clearing that up here and there. It's not for lack of trying from the side of Serral. I mean, he has been spreading his creep. It's just that Maru has been taking it out. Has been taking out the creep every single time. Huge mine shot on a lot of Banelings, but I think Serral should have enough to keep Maru at bay once again. Maybe not.
We did have a mine drop here in towards that natural base. 5 drones go down. The creep still not being spread throughout the map, but Serral was able to force back Maru. As you were saying, he's gaining a little bit of breathing room. Vipers are now hitting the field as well. They have plenty of energy for either parasitic bombs or blinding clouds, as Serral is finally going for a counterattack.
Yeah, the fact that that SCV set to clear up that borrowed Ling does signal to Serral that there are absolutely zero defenses back at home for Maru, so yeah, he can go for a counterattack like this, and as long as he survives the front lines, he should be in a good position. He's surviving so far.
He is surviving. The hatchery so close to going down, but Serral does hold on. As you were saying, because Maru is being hyper-aggressive, he just doesn't really have a lot to hold on against these Ling counterattacks. So Maru his 5th base is being denied. He's forced to even scan and bring back his entire army.
And honestly, if you can deny the 5th base of the Terran player, you've already kind of won half the battle here as the game continues.
Yeah, exactly. But Maru is slowly getting it back up and running. We can see Serral has arrived, trying to delay it a little bit further. Big mine shots were going off earlier. Bit of friendly fire, but Maru is gaining ground as another Ling run by slips in.
Yeah, once again, the Planetary Fortress is not done just yet. Thankfully for Maru, he did have a couple of units nearby, so he will be able to clean up this run by.
Oh.
Widow Mine will connect with the Overseer and not the rest of the army there.
There you go. So that is going to be cleaned up. We do see Maru pushing on forward here towards the right-hand side. Instead, actually, 2 forces here trying to test the multitasking of Serral as best he can. Ghost Academy is on the way. At the same time, the Ghost Academy, Serral is going for a Lunker Den.
Yeah, throwing them down at roughly the same time. No, actually. Serral only now throwing down the Lurker Den, so Maru will have a little bit of a have a little bit of a head start to get his late game units out.
Yeah, big Bailey connections. The armor on the left-hand side does get cleaned up from Maru. Meanwhile, on the right, he is not gaining ground at all. There's plenty here to defend. The Lings and the Hydras do push Maru back.
Yeah, he's trading, but he's never really getting any headroom. He's never really... He hasn't really been able to break on through. Once again, a bit of friendly fire here from the Widow Mines. Banelings are... okay, gonna get caught out a little bit.
Yeah, you can see Maru drop in supply after that fight. That was a big, hefty loss from Maru, losing on both fronts. And now Serral has bought himself enough room to get into the Lurker production. He's got plenty of Hydras. Lurker Den is now done. Doesn't have the upgrades, unfortunately, but getting to these Lurkers is really going to help Serral here just fend off these pushes and get his creep back up and running, get his bases back up and running.
Yeah, he has Hive, yeah? Yeah, he has Hive, so there we go. Lurker upgrades are on the way. Like you said, even vanilla lurkers can do a whole lot to zone out the Terran army and to really stymie their momentum.
Yeah, and
but
momentum
once they
is
are fully upgraded, that's when we see the Zerg player really evolve.
Exactly, and momentum is something that Maru really wanted to fight for this game. Like, you saw how aggressive he was, how in the face he was, but here is another big fight. The Lingbane rolls on in, takes a couple of mine shots to the face, but there still may just be too much Zerg.
It looks that way. Maru plummets in supply. Finally, he is trading against some of the units of Serral, but we see he is still very much at a supply deficit.
Yeah, he is at that deficit. I love that. Serral, he actually walked out of scan range, and then there we go. The Lurkers are on the way, and Maru has no idea. He is none the wiser. Still has Ghost, though, to be fair, so he has an answer for them, but these fights recently just haven't been going his way. Initially, Serral was having a hard time holding on, but over the past couple of minutes, he's been trading better here, and he's been overpowering Maru.
Yeah, name of the game was just to survive for Serral. Because he knew that once he could get into his late game, he would be in a much better position, a much more commanding position, where, where he doesn't need to worry as much about Maru trying to go for mass drops or anything like that.
Yeah, so far good good Widowmine shots on those Banelings, but the Lurkers, they take down the CC in the blink of an eye. Oh my god, the guys! No!
Oh, they do start to get caught out here. Or a little bit careless when it comes to his pathing. He will evacuate the rest of the ghosts, but that's already a very hefty loss that you don't want to sustain at this stage of the game, especially when you're down 20 workers.
Yeah, at the same time, we have one Lurker here towards the southern portion of the map. 18 SCVs went down, a base as well. Maru is on the back foot. He's down to 66 workers. He did at least snipe a base towards the top left, but clearly Serral has the map control. Clearly Maru is stuck at home at this point.
Yeah, I mean, look at the minimap right now. A big issue for Serral throughout this game has been his inability to really spread creep, but now Maru hasn't really been able to clear up that creep, so Serral is retaking that map control.
And we can see Maru pushing out here towards the right-hand side. He's going to be able to find a base at least, but the Lurkers are arriving. Serral looking for a big engaged mine shots. Oh, the friendly fire!
Oh, yeah, not ideal. That is a massive, that is a very massive connection on top of the Banelings, though.
Yeah, it was a good connection, but the Lurkers hold on. Power bombs are thrown out on those Medivacs, and Maru is forced back once again. He is retaking control of that center base, and with that, he can maybe try to max out, but he does need time.
That he really does. Even if he is somehow able to snipe all of these Lurkers, he won't have enough units to really break onto this base here of Serral.
Yeah, exactly. As another Lurker does get sniped, you can see Serral actually getting ready for a big counterattack as well. The planetaries are looking exposed. No sensor towers for Maru, so oh no, never mind, sorry. There is one sensor tower at least towards the left-hand side, so he is going to have a little bit of forewarning, but there's not much in position.
Nothing at all. I mean, it's just his planetary fortress, and yeah, I don't think it's going to survive this onslaught of Banelings.
The base does go down. Maru, he is hurting here in his overall base count. I think he has 2 bases mining, and that is it. The Lurkers, they push on forward. There are a good amount of ghosts here, but we're looking for those snipes.
Yeah, we're in a bit of a weird scenario here, where now the Banelings are zoning away the Bio Army so that the Lurkers can get damage, instead of the other way around.
exactly. Like these lurkers, they provide such a power spike here for Serral, and Maru just didn't have the economy to really transition and really stay on top of them. He wants to be aggressive, wants to snipe. Once again, the ghosts are exposed. Oh.
And they won't quite be going down. Okay, one of them will be going down towards the end there. Mine shots were not good enough for Maru, unfortunately, to really chase this back.
Yeah, some decent mine shots towards the end dealt with the majority of the Ling Bane, so at least he does hold on to that planetary. At the same time, the lurker run-bys continue, and the lurker count of Serral has been preserved. 100 Lings coming out here for Serral. Oh my god.
That's quite a lot, but are Lings and Banelings what you really want in this scenario? Because for the first time in a while, Maru has been able to get more army supply than Serral.
Yeah, some good mine shots once again going off on those Lings. Maru, he's gaining ground. A great fight for him. It looks like he's going to be able to take down that base.
Finally, and it was a very important base, of course, for Serral. Great EMPs will land on the Infestors and the Overseers. Finally, the base goes down. Serral going to be annoying with that one lurker in the mineral line of Maru, so both players are really hurting. We can see that the incomes are relatively equivalent, but yeah, neither of them are really able to build a bank. Maru has been trading very efficiently, surprisingly.
He has, and he's been needing to. It's been some rough couple of moments here from Maru, but he is now fighting back. He is now making this a little bit closer. There is a Burrowed Infestor sneaking on in, looking for a Neural, looking for potentially a fungal or an EMP from his own ghosts.
Yeah, Maru doesn't suspect a thing. Now he does. That was a bit of an inadvertent spot there. That was what he tried to see.
Yeah, Scanner does catch that Infestor. Infestor goes down. We see Maru rotating over towards the left-hand side. He was able to take down one of those bases earlier. Now he has a lot of creep to work through, though. So Serral has some time here provided to him as he's trying to muster up his army, trying to rebuild his lurkers.
Yeah, and look at these medevacs, and look at how low they are in energy. Maru cannot afford to really just scan willy-nilly anymore.
Yeah, exactly. These power bombs, they've been doing a lot of damage over time as the Vipers are looking to come back in. How good are the splits here from Maru? Pretty damn good. The Ling Bane just can't find their connections.
That they cannot. I was worried for a second here for Maru because he didn't really have any mines in position to fall back to, but I guess you don't really need them.
Yeah, at the same time, lurkers are going for counterattacks towards the south. That means they're not here to defend. Meanwhile, the Banes, they're getting on top of the Ghosts. They're trying to.
Up. The Ghosts will not quite go down. They're being backed into a corner, but they will get picked up by these medevacs. The rest of the bio will fall, but the important unit, the Ghosts, the very high-tech units, will survive.
Yeah, but what's terrifying is the mining here. Maru, he lost a lot of his army. He saved his Ghost, but he lost everything else, and now he's losing his bases as well. 12 SCVs go down. Maru is having a really hard time remaxing.
I don't think he has a scan. Great splits here from Serral.
Yeah, exactly. As he takes down another orbital, the lurkers across the map doing so much economic damage here to Maru. Maru, he does not have a bank. It looks like Serral may have just done it. Looks like he is breaking Maru.
Yeah, look at that income. They were even for quite a while, and now all of a sudden Serral is mining 10 times the minerals of Maru.
Yeah, as we've seen a couple of times here in the midst of that attack, Maru, he had everything focused on his assault. He had very little, he had nothing actually to defend back at home, which meant that those lurkers were able to just wreak havoc in those mineral lines. Maru desperately trying to get another base up and running, but Serral being so annoying, borrows a Ling.
I often wonder why most other players don't do that.
As the base is going to go down, it was exposed. 14 SCVs and the planetary.
Maru taking a bit of a deep breath. I think he has realized that, you know, his strongest position was behind him a little bit. The fungal will land on a lot of Ghosts. Very important EMP will be taking out the energy of that Infestor, but it already did its job.
It already did its job, as we do see Maru with barely anything left, wants to try to lay siege upon this base, but alas, he's being overwhelmed. There's just so much supply working against him. Big mine shots are going to be going off, so some decent moments here for Maru, but he just has so much to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, I want to believe that Bio Ghost with mine support can overcome this supply deficit, but it's a lot easier said than done.
It really is. Big EMPs on the Vipers, but the Ling Bane rolls on in, and GG gets called. Serral will take game number 1.
That was a game that was just at 100% intensity from from the very start all the way to the very end there. I don't think that was just no chill is how I describe it.
From Maru, at least, there was no chill initially, and honestly, he was doing a great job at like sniping bases, trading efficiently, cleaning up all that creep. But eventually, over time, it was just around the time when Serral was getting his hive tech. Serral was finally finding those connections he was looking for, trading better with his Ling Bane, getting those connections, getting them on top of the army, and he was able to eventually get into those lurkers. He stabilized, and suddenly Maru was the one on the back foot. Suddenly Maru was the one struggling to expand and take these bases.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just really impressed with how quickly the tables turned there on Maru there from Serral. I mean, again, he just knew that he needed to defend. He just needed to defend until he could get his upgrades out, until he could get a decent amount of banelings, until he could just push back the waves of attack that Maru was throwing his way. Because then he would have enough breathing room to get his bases up and running, get a good economy, start spreading out his creep, and then transition to, well, I was going to say transition to a late game army, but honestly, we could have, that wasn't as late game as it really could have been. You know, we could have seen Brute Lords and Ultralisks come out, but I think the highest tech army we really saw there from Serral were Vipers and Lurkers, and the highest tech unit we really saw there from Maru were Ghosts.
Exactly. It just goes to show how high tempo that series was, that game was. Honestly, everything we wanted out of both Serral and Maru. But that was merely game 1, and now we're getting to game 2. From one of the larger maps, we're going into a much smaller map here, as Maru has chosen Dragon Scales.
Yeah, if he decides to do something similar that he did in game number 1, to just turn on the attack and never let up, I think this will work a lot better for him, but we'll see. As we look into the top left-hand corner, where we have the blue Zerg player representing Basilisk, the ace player for that team. He is, of course, coming down. It's Serral.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Dragon Scales, we have the South Korean Terran player representing Onsyde Gaming. It is Maru.
And I say,
go on.
I was gonna say, I say he's coming down, not as in he's calming down. No, I mean if you look at the cameras here, Serral looks like he's sinking, while Maru looks like he's ascending.
Oh god, what does that mean? Is he ascending to another plane? Is he going to the other side, or is he just getting even more powered up?
I think he just has a booster seat.
There you go.
Sitting on the cushion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, once again, we do have a 2x opener here from Maru. This time, Serral is going for a hatch gas pool. We saw him spice things up in the previous game, going for a gas opener, but we don't see that here in game 2.
Yeah, something a bit more standard coming out from him. A 15 hatch, if I'm not mistaken. I just assume in this current meta, if I don't notice anything off, it's 15 hatch, you know?
I think it was a regular hatch timing, but it's regardless hatch first nonetheless from Serral. And yeah, that last game was just so impressive as well. I do feel like any other lesser Zerg player would have crippled under the pressure of Maru. Maru was just hyper aggressive. I mean, we saw Reynor fall earlier, so clearly even some of the other top Zerg players struggle against Maru, but Serral was able to just barely hold on.
How does the saying go? You know, you have to be lucky. I only need to get lucky once. You need to be lucky every single time. I feel like that really describes game number 1 here between Maru and Serral was able to be lucky every single time. Maru only needed one opening. He just needed one win to get enough momentum to just, you know, keep his assault going deep into Serral's side of the map, and Serral knew that. So he turned on his defense, he tightened things up really, really hard, and he made sure that he never gave Maru a single opening that game.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, all skill, no luck. But regardless, the chances were there for Maru. Just couldn't quite close it out. And now we kind of reset the mental, we reset the game state. We're getting into game number 2. Maru going for his 2 racks into a 3rd TC, as to be expected. It's the follow-up that he has been really varying, though. We've seen the Widowmine drop follow-up. We've seen the Cloak Banshee as well. We've seen Liberator, as he does get 1 drone in the natural.
Not too bad. You know, it's not as impactful as getting the first tumor, but you know, it's a pretty nice bit of damage that you're doing here and making sure that your Reaper investment is worthwhile.
Yeah, really impressive, because Serral, he delayed his 3rd. His 3rd is very late. He was kind of trying to defend on 2 bases to minimize his losses, so to still lose a drone anyway is pretty devastating. So a nice little win from Maru early on. Again, not massive like game ending or anything like that, but nonetheless very impressive out of Maru as he's getting into his follow-up. And again, my eyes are peeled for the add-on swap for what exactly Maru is going to be mustering up here, as it looks like it may just be a regular 2-on-1 if we swap the factory with the starboard.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good choice here for Maru as well. Going for a regular 2-on-1, he is getting his stim a little bit earlier this time, as it is a little bit safer, but no, those are Widow Mines.
Yeah, he doesn't add on swap, so we saw this earlier. The kind of tried and true Maru variation here of the 2-on-1 follow-up is going to go not for Hellions, but for Widow Mines for a mine drop.
Yeah, okay. So, not doing conventional wisdom here of just focusing on shaving off the link count and maybe clearing some creep, but no, he wants to actually get some economic damage done here.
Yeah, exactly. He's still going to be active with his ground army, but of course the goal is to get damage done with the mine drop instead. Meanwhile, Serral back at home, he's just getting his 3rd base up and running, just going to be droning, getting it saturated, focusing on his lair timing as well. Something that we should focus on is that Maru did throw down a Roach Warren, and this should be similar to Reynor. If you remember, I think it was Reynor versus Ryung, where Reynor, he got a Roach Warren, but it was only for safety, like he didn't overcommit to Roach production.
Yeah, it was just to make sure he had a bit of an elastic defense. Of course, in that game, Reynor did figure out that, you know, Roach Ravager is pretty good. So he got a lot of Roaches, a lot of Ravagers, and he was able to kind of win the game off the back of that, obviously with some Link Bane support.
Yeah, as the mine drop is coming on in, good reaction out of Serral. Ooh, is going to lose a lot of lava in the main, so actually a surprising amount of damage is done here by Maru as he goes for the drop in towards the natural.
Yeah, not quite able to get any drone damage yet, but forces a reaction, and forces another reaction here in the main base.
As he does save that Widowmine. Meanwhile, here comes that 2-on-1 follow-up with those 2 medevacs with plenty of Marines. Stim is done, by the way, so Maru is keeping the pressure up.
Yeah. Yeah, this is honestly a really good start here. 11 Lings go down this early on. This double medevac drop is going to have a field day here.
It really is. We have +1 carapace on the way. The drop is spotted by Serral. He's going to be able to rotate over with his Roaches, and he has plenty of Roaches to defend. Before that happens, the Marines do rock up. They're going to be able to focus on a couple of them, but they do have to respect them. Never mind, they take down some more Roaches.
That KD8 charge, I was not expecting the Reaper to be part of this, and yeah, some really good target firing coming down from Maru. A really good job of just isolating the Roaches as well, making it a little bit easier to target them down.
Definitely. We do have a fast infestation bit. I don't think this is for a hive tech. I think this is for safety infestors. It's something that Dark does often, and Serral as well, to support the Roach army, as he's committing a lot harder here to Roaches, not going Ling Bane.
Interesting. Meanwhile, Maru does throw down a bunch more barracks, so he does just want to turn up the aggression to 11. Hydra Den will be the follow-up. Are we thinking Lurker Rush from Serral?
Dark, is that you? This is how Dark goes Roach, by the way, in this matchup. So yeah, he initially starts with Roach Ravager. We do have the Hive on the way for Lurkers and Vipers. We have the Hydra Den as well. So really interesting stuff here out of Serral.
Yeah, very interesting variation. That's a lot more barracks is being thrown out from Maru, by the way. He does not want to get a 4th base.
Not yet, not yet. We still have a window 4-1, but for the time being, he's just getting ready for more drop play. There's that lurker den in production. So Serral, he does want to rush into those lurkers sooner rather than later. It looks like he has identified how aggressive Maru wants to be, and the sooner he gets into lurkers, the more solid a defense will have, the more higher chance we'll have at actually making it into later stages of this game.
Yeah, that's kind of a way for him to just sort of set it and forget it in a way, so he just doesn't have to worry too much about the aggression of Maru. He can just focus more on teching up, getting his upgrades, centering his bases, and maybe even going for run-bys if he so chooses.
Yeah, so drops don't stop, and my god, 8 Raxes are up and running. This time there is no additional gases at the 3rd, no 4th base. As you called earlier, this is looking like an 8 Rax 3 base all in. I'm assuming that's the case. Oh, big mistake, no armory, no 2-2.
Oh, this is potentially the death blow here of Maru. When you go for the brick like this, when you go for the 8 Rax 3 base all in, you're really banking on being able to not only max out very quickly, but also get 2-2 much sooner than your opponent and just abuse that fact as long as possible. Now, thankfully for Maru, there aren't any Banelings here for Serral, but the lurkers do reveal themselves, and Maru will have his momentum completely stalled.
This is almost a direct counter to what Maru's doing, by the way, to rush into lurkers like this, but here we go, we're trying to focus him down. One lurker goes down, but the spines are too good.
Yeah, he tried to split, but that was a choke point that you cannot split against. Very questionable move there from Maru. Tanks are quite a bit far back, but thankfully there are enough of them to prevent Serral from really pouncing on top of this army.
Yeah, exactly, and this may just be it. Maru trying to force the issue, but pushing into these lurkers is not working out. Once again, big volleys go off, a lot of Marines go down. Maru is running out of steam.
Hey, very much underestimated the power of the lurkers. There's not something at all that I would have expected. A lot of drop alerts are on the way, by the way.
Serral is getting ready for a big counterattack. We do have a Doom Drop threatening the main base, and this is giving Maru some breathing room. This is giving him some time. 2-2 just now starts up. It is so heavily delayed, and even if we had 2-2, I don't think that push would have worked anyway. Like, the lurker timing here from Serral was just so on point.
It absolutely was. The positioning as well was really important for Serral.
It really was. As we can see, Serral just threatening a counterattack. Once again, lurkers getting in position. Maru trying to force his way through. No 4th CC. There's no kind of end game here for Maru. He wants to try to end it all here with what he has.
Yeah, a couple of Liberators will come out now. And again, these are completely vanilla lurkers. So there is a little bit of a possibility here for Maru to push it back all the way. Serral will load like 2 lurkers into his drop lords. You know, he was hoping that he would be able to do a lot more there, but it is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. As we do see the army pushing on forward, pushing up this ramp as well. Maru is gaining ground. Again, he still has a really terrifying army. If he's somehow able to get on top of these lurkers, he can maybe take a fight. But as he pushes out, Serral, he's getting ready for that drop into the main and also a Ling run by towards the 3rd or the natural.
Yeah, once again, Serral knows that with how aggressive Maru is being right now, he cannot possibly have many defenses back home. Maru packs up and goes home.
Yeah, everything turns back around. 7 SCVs go down. We do have that Ling counterattack getting ready to catch some of these armies, some of these units. The Marauders go down. The tanks as well are under threat. Maru being pulled apart, but he's still being active on the map. Catches the base.
Yeah, he technically has a higher army supply than Serral. A lot of that supply is in medevacs, but keep that in mind. So not actually, attacking units, but it's still an advantage for Maru, I would say.
Yeah, like, there is a world, as he takes some more spines to the face, there's a world where he can maybe catch these lurkers. If he's able to reset the lurker count, he can potentially win this game, as he is getting a lot of damage done on this hatchery, is actually pulling apart Serral.
Yeah, he was hoping he would be able to get a kill there, but was not to be in the end. Will he unload on top of the lurkers? He does!
And that's it. He unloads twice on top of the lurkers on low ground once again as well. He loses his tanks. Once again, he loses momentum. Power bombs on the medevacs. GG gets called, and Serral gets the 2-0.
Was there ever any doubt? Well, a couple I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, just a really great response here in game number 2 from Serral, really understanding how to completely counter Maru's hyper-aggressive style.
Yeah.
Now we're down to our last 2 players for both teams.
Yeah, Serral just reading Maru like a book, identifying how aggressive he was going to be this game. I don't really know if from the beginning Serral knew that Maru was going to 8 racks, but to go for the decision of rushing into those lurkers was clearly the correct one. He was ready in time for the all-in, and pushing up a ramp into lurkers with Marines, it's something that's almost impossible to accomplish. Maru tried to force the issue, and he paid the price for it.
That moment's going to live rent-free in my head.
Yeah.
Not going to lie, like, very questionable move here. The only thing I can really think of was that, or the only reason I can really think of for Maru to do that is that maybe he didn't realize how many lurkers were on top of that ramp, right? Because if it's just one lurker, then, you know, maybe you can try to split a little bit, even though there's very little room to split in that location. But like I said, Maru just tried to force the issue, and you know, I get it. You're going for an all-in. You know that you're pressured to get damage done.
Mm-hmm.
But he could have just rotated.
Yeah, that definitely could have been like it still would have been difficult, right?
Cleared
to
out
like
the rocks on that ramp to give him a bit more room.
Yeah, it would have been difficult to find a different angle there, but definitely, I mean, clearly we saw that wasn't the best move from Maru to push himself up that ramp, and just like that, Serral, he gets the 2-0, and now things are tied up. The series is now tied up here between both Onsyde and Basilisk. Serral, of course, was the last player for Team Basilisk, and now it's time for Solar.
Indeed. The bane of Serral, at least recently, being the most recent player, and one of the very few players who was able to completely sweep Serral in his weakest matchup. Maru definitely put in a bit of work here to try to wear Serral out a little bit as well. So Solar, he's fed, he's got his dogs in position, he's got his Toon, whatchamacallit, Carbot Ling sitting on a trophy. He's got moral support.
Yeah.
Can he do it?
Yeah, his wife was there as well. It looked like she was taking a picture of his setup, also supporting him, so you loved to see it. Oh boy, Solar, he has so much going for him. Can he do it again? For those wondering, for those who didn't watch Gamers 8 a couple of weekends ago, Solar did 3-0 Serral at LAN. Solar just looked dominant there against Serral at Gamers 8. Can he do it again? Can he 2-0? Even a 1-1 would be pretty good to force a revive. But yeah, Solar, he's almost coming in as the favorites. I guess we'll get to see if it was a one-shot wonder there to take down Serral in such a dominant fashion, or if he can make a trend of it.
Yeah, we shall see. We shall see. Serral, of course, as Chad is pointing out, you gotta expect that he was reviewing those games at Gamers 8. Not sure if it's gonna be the best choice here for Solar to whip him out again, to whip out those builds once again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you didn't get to see the series, it was actually a really short series. It was a very fast series. Solar was just hyper aggressive, very all in. We saw a lot of 2-base all-ins, 1-base all-ins out of Solar, just hyper aggression, catching Serral off guard, catching him droning, catching him a little bit exposed at times. So I'm sure coming into this, Serral is going to be a lot safer in his play. I'm sure he's going to be on notice, and he's not going to be making those same mistakes.
So what you're saying is he needs to go for 3 base all-ins.
I mean, ZVZs are really wild. They're really wild. They're really chaotic. There's a lot kind of available here for these two players. And again, I'm sure even Serral wants this series. I'm sure he wants a rematch. He wants to redeem himself here against his opponent.
See a little cheeky smile there as they both got into the lobbies.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy, exactly. Bearing in mind as well that Solar has had a lot of time to kind of ruminate and likewise also come up with certain builds here for this series. I believe game 1 was predetermined as well, so we do see Solar getting ready and game 1 is going to be taking place. Let me just double check. Oh, on altitude.
Ooh. I was going to say that's a good map to defend on, but it's also a good map to all in, funnily enough.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. The largest map in the map pool is upon us. Because of that, rushes can be difficult to execute. Things like mutas have a little bit more potency and power on this map as well. I'm very curious to see how the two players will approach this as we are getting ready for our next series.
Basilisk versus Onsyde Gaming. Game 5. 就让比赛开始吧。
I just realized what this theme music reminds me of.
What's it remind you of?
Pokemon.
Osu? Okay.
Oh, Osu as well. Yeah. As we load into altitude, we're in the top right-hand corner. We have our blue Zerg player, the ace for the base, Ilisk. It's Serral.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of altitude, we have the South Korean Zerg player representing Onsyde Gaming. It is Solar. Here we go. The ZVZ is upon us. We haven't had any mirror matchups tonight, but they are finally here. And historically, this has been the weakest matchup here of Serral, but everyone has a weak matchup. Everyone has, you know, a weak and strong. And again, Serral is still an amazing player. He's still terrifying in this ZVZ matchup as well. So despite the history between these two players, the recent history, I'm sure this will be a close one.
Yeah, already I think this is going to be a much different series than what happened over at Gamers 8 because Serral, he's upright. He's no longer sinking in his chair. He is tryharding this.
Yeah, he posture check in the chat. No slouching. Make sure you take care of yourselves, drink plenty of water, just like Serral. You know, he's looking after himself.
Yeah.
As we have hatch gas pools all around, very standard openers. And again, that's kind of why I do think that this map works against Solar a little bit. I do think that early game aggression is that much weaker on this map. It takes longer to get across the map, higher chance to be spotted by these overlords as well. So I am very curious to see how Solar approaches this because he is typically a more aggressive player in this matchup.
Yeah. Not only that, but he has really been... It feels like he has really been upgrading himself these past couple of months as well. I mean, I don't think it's really controversial anymore to say that Solar is the #1 Zerg player in all of Korea.
Yeah, for a long time that was kind of Dark's mantle, but recently it feels like Solar has maybe overcome him. It's hard to say, but Solar has had deeper results in these offline events. I think we can't really argue about those results, but we'll see. We'll see if he's able to really secure that position amongst himself. I would still say that Dark has the best ZVZ. Some of the best late game ZVZ in the world, actually. It's pretty insane. But Solar doesn't go to the late game.
Yeah. I think I'm with you there.
Yes, here we go. We do have Solar just going to be poking and prodding here with these initial lings. Again, hatch gas pool. Third bases are on time. Bailey nests are being thrown down as well. No one is skipping them. No one is cutting any corners.
Yeah, they're just about perfectly mirrored for the time being, even when it comes to chasing down weakened lings.
There we go, and so far no one is kind of flinching, no one's going for any fast Roach Warren yet. We do have an abundance of lings on the way for Serral. We'll see how aggressive he plans to be with them, as that is going to impact his overall worker count, and he can, move out across the map.
Yeah, and we'll see if he tries to pretty soon.
Yeah, exactly. Solar is making Banelings defensively back at home. The Lings are moving out for Solar. I'm sorry, for Serral. Solar does see them ahead of time. He's going to be preparing it back at home, and it's going to come down to the control to the Ling Bane micro of our two players.
Yeah, we'll see who is able to pull ahead here. Solar trying to sneak a couple of Banelings into the bases of Serral. You love to see it, and here comes our first initial skirmish.
Yeah, so far, Solar does deflect the aggression of Serral. As you were saying, there are two Banelings ready to waddle into that base. Oh, Serral will lose a Baneling.
Ooh, not an ideal start here, but he still has a lot of lings. He can still apply quite a bit of pressure here on the third base.
Yeah, Serral actually made a mass amount of lings. He's going for a big counterattack instead, and Serral has to respect it. He has to respond. Likewise, those two Banelings are coming into play.
Oh, they're going to try to intercept. They're going to try to intercept the retreating lings, and we'll see if that ends up actually happening here. Nice snipe here for Solar, getting one of the Banelings of Serral, but I believe... Whoa, that was actually a big explosion.
Ooh, yeah, big connection. Looks like Serral did take down a lot of Lings of Solar as well, so both are hurting. Maybe a little bit better for Serral, as we do see Solar zoning Serral away from his third.
And he's up. Oof. Gonna say those drones are in a bit of trouble, but only 2 of them go down, and Solar's Baneling count has been reset by the looks of things.
That looked like a manual detonation. Solar, he just lost 3 of his Banelings for nothing, and now he has to back off.
Yeah, not what Solar was expecting at all, not the position he wanted to be in at all. He now confirms the roaches are on the way as well as a lair follow-up. Solar is very much on the back foot.
He really is. We have Banelings and Lings across the map here. Good reactions out of Solar for the most part. He takes another Baneling to the face, but the roaches are moving out. It looks like we did have a couple of Banelings waddle into the main base. 9 workers go down with that picture-in-picture, and Solar does some counter damage.
Indeed, he does. Even catching a couple of these roaches in the middle of the map. So Serral knows that he cannot fight the Lings alone. He needs to group up his forces. He needs to make sure his roaches are fighting as one.
Yeah, exactly. As Solar's forced to back on off. You can see the trades here. Solar has lost more Lings. Serral has lost more Banelings. And now we're going to be taking advantage of the map itself. Because altitude is so large, mutas are a great call. Spire on the way already for Solar.
Yeah, really good response here to not only the map, you know, obviously he is going to be able to get a lot of harassment damage done. He is going to be able to move across the map much quicker than roaches or even Lings can. But it's also a pretty good counter against these roaches.
Yeah, it really is. It's a great way to get map control. We can see Serral is diving into the main base with that Overseer. He's looking for a scout, and it looks like he should come across the Spire. Upon seeing it, Serral, he can make a choice. He can either throw down his own anti-air, or he can look for one big push here with +1 and roach speed.
Yeah, I don't know if Serral wants to risk it just yet, though. There we go. Hydra Den does get thrown down from Serral. He knows that if he does try to go for one big push, he's going to need to end the game right then and there. And yeah, he's not liking his chances too much, so he's taking the safer route of getting anti-air.
Yeah, exactly. We do see him pulling back some of those overlords as well, just kind of preserving himself, getting ready for the mutas. Bearing in mind that Solar knows he got scattered, so we'll see how hard he commits. We have 8 mutas in production, +1 air attack on the way, and we're producing a couple more mutas. We have +1 melee for Solar, so it looks like he is going to be committing here to mass muta.
Yeah, full-on Ling Bane Muta going to be coming out here from Solar.
Yeah, it's something you don't see too often, I'll be honest. Typically, you get mutas just for like some map control, and you still go roaches behind it, and you transition into hydras and lurkers. But Solar, he's doubling down on the muta play again. Because there aren't any range upgrades on the way, his roach army is going to be that much weaker. It does tell us that he's not really going to invest into that.
Yeah, but he knows that if he is able to isolate some of the Hydralists of Serral, his Lings and his Banelings can definitely come in and take him out before they really deal with, before they're really able to get on top of his Mutalists. It's all going to come down to the control from here on out.
A big supply block for Solar there for quite some time. Had to make 4 or 5 overlords to break out of that, but there we go. More mutas are on the way. Serral hasn't lost any economy yet. He has successfully transitioned into hydras, and he should be working towards a hive, should be working towards lurkers. And Serral will have a bit of a better army here, but he does expose his base.
Yeah, it's like Serral hasn't really taken that much economic damage yet. Again, now starting to lose a couple of drones, but he also has been prevented from getting his economy up and running, though, hasn't he?
He really has, and here we go. Serral's going for a massive counter-attack. What does Solar have at home to defend? Mutas are not going to cut it, by the way. Lings either. This Roach Hydra force from Serral is just pushing on through, and maybe it won't be stopped.
Yeah, I highly doubt it at this point. Solar's trying to get Baneling speed because he knows if he can get some Banelings on top of these Hydralists, then his Mutas will be able to clean up everything else, but I just don't really see that happening right now, Light.
Yeah, we can see Solar trying to bring everything together. He does have a decent amount of mutas. He picks up a couple of roaches. Baneling speed is not done, by the way. Connecting with these Banelings is going to be difficult, but here we go. He's going for it.
Yeah, the roaches are going to be able to snipe a couple of Banelings, but the Hydras do not have a difficult time at all splitting against these Banes. Hydra count is starting to get thinned out quite a bit, though.
Yeah, exactly. The Bailings, they did connect. The Mutas focus on every single Hydra. It looks like Solar's going to clean this up, but how much is he going to lose? He lost the hatchery, he has the goal, but he's losing even more workers.
Yeah, and this was a massive gambit here from Solar, taking that gold base. Now that it's actually scouted by Serral, he knows he can't really benefit from it too much longer.
Exactly. 14 workers go down. These roaches will eventually be cleaned up, but they're getting so much damage done. Looks like the gold base is going to be saved, and Solar does have map control right now. It's just, he just is suffering in the economy.
I feel like Solar has to go for a massive counterattack right now to equalize the damage.
Yeah, he does have to make use of these mutas. He's going to be able to re-drone. Because he saved that base, he's going to be able to resaturate the gold, so he's actually not in the worst position right now. I'm not really too fond of his army overall. In a head-to-head fight, it's going to be difficult to go toe-to-toe with these Hydras.
Yeah, again, it's all about whether or not he's able to sneak out these Banelings and get them, and have them connect onto that juicy core of Hydralisk. Serral has neglected roach production for a little bit, but now there we go. He is reproducing them. I actually didn't notice he didn't have goose spines, if I'm being honest.
Exactly, and here we go. Bailing speed is done, but there's a lot of Hydras. The connections are going to be half decent. Hydras are going down, but there's still so many left. Is it enough? Up.
It looks like it barely isn't enough. Now that we've hit a critical mass of mutas, these Hydras are just dropping like flies. Solar is losing a lot of drones on the other side of the map. Spore Crawlers did finish up, and it looks like Solar was able to get quite a bit of damage done, but isn't going to be able to drive it all the way home.
Yeah, the Roach counterattack is getting out of control. The gold base goes down. He's in the third base as well. Solar, even though he won the main fight, he's losing his economy back at home, and oh god, this is an economy that he can't afford to lose. He just doesn't have the best worker count to work with. To be fair, Serral is also on 3 bases, but he does have more efficient mining.
Yeah, much more efficient mining. Finally, these roaches are going to get cleared up. Solar still has a better army, I would say, but how does he benefit from... How is he going to be able to benefit from his better army? We have Infestors coming out right now, and to be fair, we don't have... Infestor energy upgrade just yet. Pathogen glands. Wait, what?
Yeah,
pathogen glands. So Solar still has a bit of a window of opportunity here.
Exactly. Like these fungals, it's going to take a long time. It's going to take a long time to get energy for said fungals. So these mutas are going to reign supreme. They're looking for more damage. They're just hunting, just kind of searching between these bases, looking for a way in. So far, Serral is holding on these 3 bases, but the Banelings are rolling in once again.
And they are zoning away a lot of Hydras, and some of them even connecting. So it's starting to break through a little bit here. The Infestors did not have enough energy for Fungal. Is Solar actually doing it?
He does it. He breaks on through with the mass muta, shuts down the Hydra army, and Solar takes game 1.
Wow. Alrighty then. Serral himself can't even believe it right there. Kind of shaking his head a little bit. I'm going to be honest, Light. I didn't believe in Solar at all. At all after the initial wave of roaches from Serral, after the initial wave of Roach Hydra was able to pretty much cripple Solar right then and there. Then his gold base got scouted, and then it eventually went down. But somehow, Solar just really, I think, really understood how to win engagement specifically. He wasn't in a great position economically, but he knew how to win the fights. And, you know, funnily enough, in StarCraft 2, when you win enough fights, eventually you win the game.
Yeah, it was a really interesting scenario where Solar, he was down 20 workers. After that Roach counterattack, he was down 20 workers, but he had the gold as well, right? So he was able to resaturate it very quickly, so he had a comparable economy to his opponent. And as you were saying, he was able to really judge these fights really well, right? Where he was able to eyeball the Hydras, really recognize how many Banelings he had. Obviously, really good Baneling control by rolling them in. And sometimes they wouldn't get the best connections, but they would force the spread, they would force the Hydras back, they'd force them to just spread out and just kind of split themselves up, and Solar was able to take those fights when it mattered most, and yeah, that was just really impressive stuff out of Solar.
Yeah, I think Solar really, right now, has proved not only that Gamers 8 wasn't a fluke, but also that he doesn't just have to rely on these 2 base all-ins or anything like that. It's still a bit of a quirky build, it's still a bit of a quirky game coming out from Solar, but technically still a macro game.
True. Full base economy.
Yeah,
Here we go. We're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner. He's down in this series. He needs your support for Team Basilisk, the Finnish Zurich player. It is Serral.
And over here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, our red Zerg player representing Onsyde Gaming, the Serral killer, Solar.
Yeah, on a 4-game win streak against Serral, which is kind of crazy to think about. But yeah, Solar has been looking damn good in this matchup recently. Has just had such a unique style, or such an aggressive style, and such a quirky outlet and outlook on this matchup. So far, though, hatch gas pool, everything in the early game is looking normal, as it should.
Indeed. On probably the most normal map in the current map pool, obviously.
Yeah, the most macro-oriented map, and this makes a lot of sense, right? Like, for Serral to pick Gressvan to really, I'm sure, want to showcase his macro, his prowess in a longer game. This map pick does make a lot of sense here. There's a lot of defensive positions that you can take, a lot of defensive advantages that you have here on Gressvan. So, yeah, Serral wanting to, I'm sure, slow the game down a little bit.
What is that? What is that gesture? Having his face in his fist a little bit.
It looked like he was thonking. Looked like it was just kind of yeah.
I mean, you really do have to use your brain against Solar, don't you? Unfortunately, you can't really just make a ton of units and take him out.
Do have to use the brain here, and I wonder if Serral is going to try to be the player dictating the pace of the game as well. I am curious, as so far it has been Solar just kind of mixing things up and trying to make Serral play to the beat of his music, of his drum. For now, everything is looking normal, but really it's going to come down to the third base. We could see some more Ling Bane aggression at that third once again.
Yeah, I think that's going to be highly likely here. I think both players do kind of recognize how important the third bases are, not just economically on a normal map, but also just positionally. You need that third base to be able to defend your fourth base, and you need that fourth base in order to defend your natural, and you need your natural in order to, well, play the game.
As the third bases are being taken on time here, no one is, cutting any corners. No one is going two-base roach or two-base play in general. Banelists are thrown down as well. No one is cutting any corners. This is something that you can do if you wish. You can try to skip your Banelists and go straight into roaches. That is typically a really risky thing to do because it will prompt your opponent to be hyper-aggressive with their own Ling Bane.
Yeah, and obviously you don't want to take that risk against a player as aggressive as Solar, and Solar, being the aggressive player that he is, isn't going to be skipping out on that either. Serral does get a full scout, and he recognizes that, yep, Banelings are on the way, or the Baneling Nest is on the way from Solar, but Serral this time is going to be the player who tries to be aggressive.
Yeah, just like the previous game, we have 12 Lings on the way, so Serral is going to be looking to apply pressure to the third base of Solar. If you remember, it was Solar who was able to successfully defend initially and then counterattack, and then we saw the chaos ensuing on Serral's side of the map. Banelings are in production. Queens are brought forward. So far, Solar has all the tools he needs, but it's all about the micro, the control, the execution.
Yeah, he has the tools, but can he use them?
Exactly, as he does slip a Ling in across the map as well, gets a full scout. It does confirm the lack of additional gases in the main base, but Serral throws out a very fast Roach Warren.
Yeah, I don't think Solar actually caught that just yet. He's fighting with a drone. Come on, Ling.
I mean, he gets the drone, to be fair. He's able to bring that down. We do see Solar going for his own Roach Warren at home. It is a little bit later than Serral's, but not too significantly later, so it is still at a good enough time here to keep up with the tech of Serral.
Indeed it is. Both players will just confirm the tech, yeah.
Confirm that tech. We do see the Overlord is going to be saved. Solar does barely keep it alive. Roach production already commencing again very quickly here for Solar, but he's droning behind us. So it looks like these Roaches are just for safety, just to, defend his third base while he does focus on his economy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Once again, no all-ins. Well, no all-ins just yet coming out from either of our players.
I mean, Ling just slipped in, and Serral doesn't have a lair. So upon seeing the lack of lair, we do see Solar going for a spine crawler. He's trying to get ready here at his third base against the defense of Serral as he's pushing out with his roaches.
Yeah, he did, of course, confirm that the roaches were out and were marching across the map. Solar really has to tighten things up. Serral turns around.
Yeah, he was just posturing. He was droning behind this,
Okay.
so he was basically faking out an attack against Solar, and it did work. But I think Solar canceled the spine crawler. I think he saw the army moving away, cancels the spine, and now Solar has a bit of a tech advantage because his lair is already done.
And this is the perfect time as Serral to once again march across the map with these roaches. There we go.
Yeah, he's
no,
droning.
he's still posturing.
He's
still posturing. I don't think he confirmed that the spine crawler got canceled.
Yeah. I mean, again, that's a big part of ZVZ is kind of faking out these pushes and trying to squeeze out workers whenever you can. So again, Serral, he's just trying to feign out or fake out his opponents. And as a result, you can see the worker count. Serral has a pretty big lead.
Yeah. ZVZ is all about, just beating your chest and making yourself seem like the bigger threat than the other.
Yeah, and Solar, he's cutting workers. He's not saturating his third base. He's maxing out on roaches. He's going to go for a big +1 timing. Serral happens to be going into a Spire. This attack from Solar is going to hit first. It is going to hit hard, and we'll see if Solar is able to muster up a defense in time. Hopefully, he doesn't drone up too much more than this.
Yeah, just keeping my eyes on that production tab. Serral is on a pretty healthy 67 drone count, so he shouldn't be feeling too pressured to make any more drones for the time being. Like you said, if he thinks that if he wants to go into the late game, if he just wants to get a handful of Mutalisks to secure an economic lead, then he might, but he really doesn't want to right now.
Solar did a great job at avoiding those overlords, by the way. He avoided the overlords, and Serral did not see this coming ahead of time. He barely has any roaches. The boys have to be called. Well, GG gets called, and Solar takes the series 2-0.
He just has his number every single time. Solar, he's not even popping off on the webcam. He was expecting to get that 2-0, and with that, he is able to force a revive here for Team Basilisk. Onsyde Gaming, of course, will have one extra life here with Solar.
Yeah, exactly. And
Onsyde Gaming will have that little bit of one extra life, whether it's Serral getting revived here, if he's really confident in being able to, take out Solar once again, or if it's going to be Trigger or Reynor. The pressure is not on Onsyde Gaming anymore.
Yeah, again, shout out to Solar, by the way, because the way that he was able to just slither across the map and just bob and weave and avoid the scout of his opponent. We saw, by the way, we kept kind of panning over to it. Solar was doing such a great job at scouting his opponents with his Lings time and time again. Serral not so much. Serral wasn't able to get eyes on the third base to see how undersaturated that third of Solar was, and again, that big all-in from Solar caught Serral off guard. Not just catching him off guard, but he happened to be teching at the same time. So, yeah, really unfortunate position there from Serral.
Yeah. I really like how Chad is kind of putting it here. Serral was planning to mind game Solar a little bit, force him into a defensive position. Really, Serral just mind gamed himself.
He did. He poked the bear, right? He was forcing an overreaction out of Solar, forcing a big roach army, and then hey, he used it. Did use it in the end. And now, for those wondering, Onsyde Gaming, they have a lead. They have a lead here in this series, and it's on Team Basilisk to revive. They have one revive available for the time being. They can pick any player that they want here to bring back Trigger, Reynor, or Serral to fight off against Solar.
Yeah, and obviously the main priority here is taking down Solar, is to try to force that revive from Onsyde Gaming. But if you want to think a little bit further ahead, who would be the player getting revived after, in the event that Solar gets knocked out? I mean, probably Maru, right? Are we confident in, say, Reynor in that rematch against Maru? Are we confident in Trigger being able to tighten things up since the last time he played against Maru, and to be able to get that victory here? I mean, in the first place, are we confident in Trigger's PVC against Solar? I do know that Solar has a couple of opinions on ZVP, so maybe, but
Yeah,
it's a tough call no matter what right now if you are Team Basilisk.
I think it has to be Reynor, right? I think Reynor has to be the pick right now. You know, he's hot. He recently, of course, did win Home Story Cup. Like Reynor, he's been looking damn good. He, of course, is the champion of Gamers 8 as well. And I do think that in the ZVZ, he probably has a better chance. But the problem is the follow-up, right? As you mentioned, if Reynor forces the revive of Onsyde Gaming, then they're probably going to bring out Maru, and we saw how that turned out, right? Like they're in a really rough position.
Yeah, no matter what, it feels like, man. I feel like we knew that Basilisk and Onsyde were very evenly matched here, but I feel like each player just counters another one in some way. You have Ryung countering Trigger, you have Reynor countering Ryung, you have Maru countering Reynor, Serral countering Maru, and now Solar countering Serral. Logically, you know, that means that Trigger is the counter to Solar. but then all Onsyde needs to do is bring out Ryung again. So
yeah, it is one of those things where we mentioned it earlier when Maru 2-0'd Reynor, and it was like that was it. Like that was the game, that was like the ideal situation for Onsyde because they had Solar to snipe Serral, and that's exactly what he did. He sniped Serral 2-0 in a commanding fashion, and because of that, this is a really big lead that they have available to them at this level of play with all these high level players. Like it's whatever advantages you have, whatever lead you have, just matters that much more. And I wonder how Basilisk approaches this. I wonder as well, because I know that I think for now I'm still feeling like Reynor is the solid revive. I wonder if Serral wants to redeem himself again. You know, like I mentioned this before, like sure his worst matchup is ZVZ, and sure he's having a hard time against Solar, but he's not a bad player at all. Like he's still like a very, very terrifying opponent, and he can take it to Solar. So he could try his hand again.
I think he could, but at the same time, you know, Serral has just played 11 games today. Compared to pretty much everyone else who is by comparison, a lot better rested. Oh, there's Zola. Just chilling out there by Crank's side.
Zola pushed Murphy out.
As usual.
Feels Murphy, man. Feels Murphy. Shout to Zola.
Ollie was telling a bit of a story that sometimes when both her and Crank stay up a little bit too late, sometimes Zola just stares at them from the doorway. Like, you gonna come to bed yet? Yeah, guys?
Shaking my head. For those who may not know, we're referring to the dogs of Crank. Crank has Murphy and Zola, two lovely dogs. Hold on, where are the emotes? Beautiful. And we can see just Onsyde just kind of deliberating amongst themselves, just talking things out. Of course, Solar is still in, so he's going to be the next player, but they can discuss, you know, the kind of scenarios that are going to be ahead of them.
Poor Ryung. He was kicked out of the discussion here.
He's just going to be stepping away for a moment. Really, the pressure is on Basilisk here. I just see in the chat, you know, send out Roddy. True, that's a possibility.
You know what? Yeah. He is the only player who hasn't played yet.
True.
And you know for a fact that if he is able to force the revive, you know, Craig's gonna be forced to step up there. His own honor is gonna be on the line.
It's true. If we do get to the Super Ace match, we have to force Roddy and Crank to play again. That just has to occur. So could it come down to that? Definitely. I'm sure right now there's probably a really big discussion going on amongst the Basilisk players. I'm sure right now Serral and Reynor are even discussing amongst themselves, like even if like who's feeling more confident right now, and maybe Reynor's even giving Serral advice when it comes to ZVZ in case it comes back out.
Yeah. Now, honestly, I feel like Reynor would definitely be kind of the kryptonite of Solar in this regard. Well, we'll see. I mean, I feel like Reynor's play style, right, is going to be the kryptonite to Solar style. I feel like if there was ever any player who could out-aggression Solar, it would be Reynor, right? But Maybe Reynor's not feeling too confident against Sola specifically, so maybe he is thinking that, it needs to be Serral's hands, but with Reynor's mind.
That's a scary thing.
You got the mind of Reynor in the body of Serral with the soul of Trigger. I don't know what that means. Something about chopsticks.
There you go. I'm personally really excited to see like who they do send out. Another thing to bear in mind is Solar only needs to win one game.
Yeah.
He only needs to win one game, and there it is. There we have him. The choice has been made. It's going to be Reynor.
Indeed, it is. Of course, like you mentioned, Reynor obviously would be a really strong pick here. I mean, I think Serral recognizes by now that Sola kind of has his number, so Reynor will have a better chance against Sola, but it's like you said, Sola only needs to win one, and even if he loses 2-0, we're probably going to get a Maru rematch in the revive.
Oh, yeah, we have that revive available for Onsyde Gaming. For some context, again, Reynor needs to 2-0. He needs to 2-0 Solar. Solar only needs to take one game here to take the entire series for his team for Onsyde Gaming. The pressure is on, but Reynor, I'm sure, is pretty comfortable with the pressure. He is a world champion. He has plenty of accolades under his belt.
Without a doubt. I mean, we were talking about that Reynor Maru match that we saw earlier today, which obviously ended in Maru's favor, but Reynor was doing such a good job of being calm under pressure. Despite the fact that he was down at a massive army disadvantage, he was still able to find little bits and ways to come back slightly in that game, made it much, much closer than really it had any right to be. So I think a Reynor 2-0 is absolutely possible right now.
It is possible. It is possible. Hopefully he's feeling good. Hopefully he's feeling pumped. He needs your support in the chat. If we want to force the revive out of Onsyde, if we want this series to continue, mate, cheer for Reynor.
Indeed.
Onsyde Gaming Game 6 好戏开场了。
I do agree with Turbo Quacker in the chat here. It is time to wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. As here we have our Dragon Scales in the top left-hand corner. We have our Blue Zerg player, the revived player for Basilisk. It's Reynor.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Dragon Scales, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg for Onsyde Gaming. It is Solar.
Oh boy. Everything is on the line right now for Reynor.
The pressure is on. It all comes down to this. If Reynor can 2-0, then he will force the revive. And then he's going to have a little bit more breathing room as well, because then we can get into this super ace match afterwards. But first, he has to overcome this obstacle before him. Overcome the Serral sniper.
Indeed. Ordinarily, I would say going up against the one player in the world who is able to, reliably take down Serral is very, very intimidating, especially if you're playing in the same matchup here, if you are, the same race. But Reynor, when is he ever nervous?
True, exactly. I'm sure right now his rap is blaring. He's getting in the mood. He's getting in the zone. That is what he needs, fueled by the Italian rap.
Yeah. Bit of a questionable music taste once he made that playlist public, if I'm being honest, but hey, whatever you need to fuel yourself in game.
I
Sometimes
get it.
You just need to let the beats flow through you.
Yeah, you need the high tempo music here. It does kind of help you keep up with your injects, with your crease spread. Like I can definitely get behind that.
Really? I'm the opposite. Any calming music when I ladder.
Oh.
So otherwise the smooch takes over.
Oh no, not like this. For now, hatch gas pool all around, nothing too crazy. Very standard openers from both of our players, and that is what we expect. No 13-12, no 12-11, no early pool or early gas shenanigans.
Yeah. Nice and standard. Just looking to suss each other out for the time being.
Exactly, as Lings are moving out across the map, going to be looking for some scouts. Oh, actually going to be dancing here with each other so far. Actually, Reynor coming out on top in that Ling exchange.
Yeah, getting a little bit more hits on top of the Lings of Solar here.
Yeah. Very nicely done. A third base is on the way for both players. Bailey Nest on the way as well. Again, no one is cutting corners. No one is going to base Roach. No one is going to base Lair. Everything is looking as it should, as we have seen previously in Solar versus Serral.
Yeah, despite, having a bit of a reputation of being hyper aggressive, Solar decided not to whip it out in game number 1. He did really need to figure out what Serral's form was looking like, how Serral himself was looking to play, as Solar is going to be our first player throwing down Roach Warren.
Yeah, he's got a lot of Lings on the way. That is a very fast hidden Roach Warren from Solar as well. What's important is that from these 4 Lings of Reynor, he hasn't gone for a scout. He hasn't tried to slip into the natural or the main base, so he is playing in the dark as to what his opponent is up to, but the Ling Bane aggression is arriving.
Indeed it is. Solar will get some eyes on those morphing Banelings. He also sees a couple of Lings being thrown his way. I'm not sure if he has recognized how aggressive Reynor wants to be just yet, but he is getting a couple of safety Banes regardless.
Yeah, exactly. The Banelings are coming out. One of them is going to go down for 2 Lings, so a good trade. Once again, another Baneling falls here for Solar. Not the best trades here out of him.
Yeah, really fantastic start right now for Reynor. He himself has a couple of Banelings to work with, and Solar is going to be forced to reveal his hand here, I think. Or not quite. Really nice target firing coming out from the Queens.
Yeah, exactly, and this is going to be an all-in out of Solar. He's cutting workers at 28. Lings and Roaches are being sent across the map. Right now, the goal here for Solar is to shoo away these Overlords, and the Roaches have been spotted.
Yeah, if there was ever a map for a Roach all-in like this to work on, it would be Dragon Scales, but like you said, they did get spotted very, very early. Solar wasn't quite able to shoo away the Overlords from the attack path, and already Reynor is taking this very, very seriously. 3 Spine Crawlers have been thrown down. And it's not going to be enough for Solar to even just take out the Cert base. He needs to deal damage in the natural as well.
And he is getting on top of those Spine Crawlers. There are Banelings to zone away the army, but the first Spine Crawler goes down. We do see the mineral line is forced back as well. Solar, he's pushing in.
And this is looking to be a very commanding position. Every Baneling got sniped. Is this how it's going to end right now?
It's Roach v. Roach. We have the defender's advantage. Lings are on the way. We have a Spine Crawler coming in from behind. Reynor, he can still hold on. There was a Baneling connection in the middle line, but the drones, they survive.
They did, in fact, survive. Spinecrawler is starting to land, but the Ling reinforcements of Solar are getting on top of it a little bit. A lot of Lings are on the way right now.
They are on the way. It looks like Solar has lost some momentum, but no, he gets us around on the Roaches.
Yeah, and he is going to be able to snipe them out. That's a lot of Lings on the way for Solar, and Reynor's going to need a miracle Baneling connection. It can still happen. 2 Banelings on the way.
Yeah, 2 Banelings that do just barely pop out. These Roaches for Solar are very low. Looks like he's settling for the third base, but as you mentioned earlier, Solar, he is down 10 workers. Killing the third is not good enough.
Not at all. Those drones from earlier, they were bruised, but they did survive, and they were able to continue mining. They are actually regenerating a lot of health right now.
They are. We do see Reynor just getting solidified here on his 2 bases as a lot of Banelings coming out. At the same time, Solar is droning behind this, so he's trying to catch back up in that worker count, and slowly he is.
Yeah, okay, so not a bad position right now for Solar. I mean, he is containing Reynor for the time being. He wants to do more damage though. Queens is starting to go down. A lot of supply falls for Solar, and this gives Reynor a lot of breathing room. Maybe even an opportunity to counterattack, but for now, Reynor is taking things seriously. He has decided to just re-drone and to, yep, there we go. Remake his Cert base.
Yeah, Solar, he took a massive Baneling to the face with his Lings, and with that, the aggression has ended. Reynor has some momentum, does force back his opponent, but Solar has been droning. Solar, he is up a base. He has a Lair on the way. The Lair is a little bit faster for Reynor, but not by too much. It looks like things are going to settle down, but I would give the edge to Solar.
Yeah, you kind of have to right now, right? I mean, he wasn't able to execute his entire game plan. He wasn't able to end the game like he wanted to, or even cripple the economy of Reynor like he wanted to, but he still pulls ahead economically, and tech-wise, he's not too far behind.
Yeah, exactly. He's keeping up with his opponent. I wonder if Reynor's going to go for a Hail Mary play once that lair finishes. He should be working on Roach speed, though, and it looks like he wants to rely on his own speed as well, as he's getting ready for a Bailey run by over on left-hand side. If he's able to get into a mineral line, then he can even things up.
Yeah, and one really good Balin connection will be enough to really turn things around and swing the pendulum back into Reynor's favor. Solar has a bit of a delayed reaction and will be losing 6 drones just then and there, but somehow Solar is still pulling ahead when it comes to the worker count.
It shows how far ahead Solar was in the economy, but losing 6 drones, that's a good start. That's a good start here for Reynor. He's bringing it back. Would like to do a little bit more damage, of course, as he goes back in with a bit of a link counterattack, but no, this time Solar does hold on as he's going into a Spire. I believe the Spire has been unscouted. The Overseer went into the main, but I don't think he saw the Spire in the natural.
It was purposely chased away by the Queens of Solar. 100% unscouted right now, and there are a couple of responses you can have to the Spire. I mean, this hasn't been scouted by Reynor yet, but he does have a pretty massive window of opportunity to go for a massive timing attack here with his roaches, and that's exactly what he's looking to do. At the very least, he's going to try to get a cancel on that 4th base, which has happened.
I mean, Solar, he sees the army coming. He knows that he has the army disadvantage right now. He needs to muster up as much Roach Ravager as he can, but it still might not be enough.
Yeah, he does have the Ravager advantage. He's going to throw in a couple of Biles, but they will be dodged here by Reynor. Solar does have the defender's advantage, and oof, unfortunately for Reynor, yeah, he did finish his upgrades a little bit quicker than Solar, but not quick enough.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to force another cancel on that base. Hopefully not a kill, and it looks like we do get the cancel containing Solar here to 3 bases. Reynor has a much faster 4th on the way, but Solar survives, and he gets away with an unscouted Spire.
Completely unscouted. A handful of mutas are now on the way. They're going to be making their way across the map, or no, not quite yet. Solar wants to use this as part of his main army?
Well, he's just consolidating his forces, and then we go. The mutas are now moving out across. Now it looks like they have been spotted. Hydra Den is on the way here for Reynor. A very late reaction out of Reynor. Spores are now on the way as well. So because of this, a lot of Overlords are going to go down, and we'll see if Solar gets any other damage done.
Yeah, I think Solar has kind of recognized that he is very far ahead when it comes to the worker count, so he is focusing more on just trying to supply block Reynor, and that is a huge supply block. Even gets a little bit of damage on top of his Roach army, so yeah, not feeling too pressured to go into any mineral lines is Solar.
Yeah, this time Solar, he's going back into a Roach production as well. He's focusing on his Roach army here. Only 7 mutas were made, maybe 8 mutas, and that is it, just to force a reaction, and Solar is just focusing on that ground army instead.
Yeah, getting a little bit of pressure in that 4th base of Reynor, but not quite able to take it out.
Yeah, exactly. Just being a nuisance here in the main as well, picking up a couple of workers, threatening that 4th base. The main army of Solar is also getting ready to push into the center of these bases as well. Does he have enough, though? I mean, Solar, he is now maxed out. He is heavily up in supply.
Yeah, he absolutely is. There's a Spine Crawler here that Solar will have to worry about a little bit, but you know, Biles are landing on top of cocoons. So they're getting a decent concave, but the Spine Crawler is putting in a lot of work.
The 4th hatchery goes down. The Roach Ravager army of Solar is pushing on through. The mutas come into support as well. It looks like Solar has done it. You can see Reynor shaking his head on the camera, and the heads off the keyboard!
Who needs to dance your units when you can dance yourself? GG is called, and Solar takes it in the end for Onsyde Gaming. 2-0 Serral takes out Reynor here, and he will do it. Of course, it was a team effort here for Onsyde Gaming. Every single player here did win at least one match, but Solar, I mean, it's hard not to call him the MVP here. Taking out the beast that was Serral, who just came out of an all-kill against Abydos, and then just gets the cherry on top here with a snipe on Reynor. There's no disputing it. He is absolutely the master of ZVZ right now, and Onsyde Gaming are going to prevent that, are going to stop that royal road of Basilisk, unfortunately for fans of Basilisk, but they are able to make history here, being the first team that isn't Dragon Phoenix Gaming to win a WTL.
GG, well played. Congratulations to Onsyde Gaming. Congratulations to Solar as well. As you mentioned, Solar, clearly he is not a Serral sniper. He is a ZVZ sniper, taking down both Serral and Reynor as well. The best Zerg players in Europe did fall at the hands of Solar. Very nicely done. The pressure was on him. I was concerned that we were going to get a revive, and I was looking forward to maybe a longer series, but Solar, he puts a stop to that. He even dances towards the end as well.
Yeah. What was that little
Yeah.
classic little dance there?
You love it to see it. You love to see it. So very well played by Solar. Not just Solar, but all of Onsyde Gaming. You said it yourself. It was a team effort, right? Where initially Ryung took down Trigger, Maru took down Reynor, and then Solar cleaned up everything else. Everyone had their parts. Everyone played their parts. Very well done.
Absolutely well deserved here for Onsyde Gaming. I know that there was a little bit of speculation here after the group stages concluded. You know, hey, should Onsyde Gaming really be the top seed? I mean, they did drop a couple of series compared to BASILISK, who didn't drop a single series, who had players who almost didn't drop a single map throughout that group stage. But this finals was, I think, what everybody expected and what everybody wanted. It was the closest, okay, well, maybe not as close as Abydos versus Team Liquid, but it was the closest high top tier play that we've gotten here in a playoff stage. And in the end, only one team could win, and that team turned out to be Onsyde Gaming.
Exactly. And I think we can all agree that both Onsyde and BASILISK are the best teams in the world right now when it comes to their lineups. They just really do deserve making it this far and having the finals that they did. Unfortunately, BASILISK do kind of end here, and they do take second place. Exclamation mark Funada, all of the other casters. Remember, no one had faith in Onsyde Gaming
except for Crank. Who was contractually obligated to predict Onsyde Gaming, mind you.
If you remember yesterday, I also predicted Onsyde, but
you
because
did.
of Ryung, because I was biased
because of Ryung.
Because of Ryung and Crank, of course. We do have our own biases as well, but we believed in the Onsyde boys.
I mean,
and
I'm always contractually obligated to predict the opposite of you, Light. So in the end, I did have to predict BASILISK over there. But yeah, honestly.
Even
not
with
surprised.
the keyboard?
I'm not surprised that Onsyde. Well, I would have predicted Onsyde Gaming if you didn't predict them first.
Shaky.
But yeah, I'm not surprised that they were able to pull ahead here. I guess I wouldn't have been surprised if it was the opposite result either. But
yeah.
Honestly, with these two top tier teams with world-class players all around, anything could have happened. It's just that we got the expected result here with Onsyde winning.
True. Oh my god, but what a season of World Team League. Hope everyone enjoyed themselves. Hope everyone enjoyed the tournaments, as we have been here every single week casting every single round of WTL for the past 2 seasons. If you're interested, check out the VODs. They're on YouTube, they're on Twitch as well. We had a great time following all these teams. A lot of really standout performances as well. In my heart of hearts, I was a big fan of the Starving Camels, SSLT. They're still the MVPs in my heart to make it as far as they did. But in the playoffs, you know, how could I not cheer for Abydos as well? They had a rough day today. Had a rough day, but very impressive run nonetheless.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, they might not have won, but they did take out the reigning champion. So I think that does say quite a bit about the caliber of play that Abydos brought forth in this season.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they really just changed the timeline. Imagine a world where DKZ goes up against BASILISK. You've got players like Hero, Dark, Oliveira, like very top tier players in their own right. Could have changed so much, definitely. But you know, a shout out to Abydos creator Cure, as well as Nightmare and DRG. So yeah, just a great weekend of StarCraft. 3 days back to back. Not just that, a shout out to SC Boy. We don't get to give them enough credit, but for those wondering, SC Boy, they are a casting team over in China. They are the main casters, as you can see here. I mean, some of them, there's XY as well. But for the most part, they do organize WTL. They organize Kung Fu Cup. They're organizing the Masters Coliseum. They're a massive part of the Chinese community, of the StarCraft scene in general. especially considering that WTL has become
yeah.
such a big part of the international StarCraft scene as well.
I think there's no way around it. SC Boy is synonymous with the Chinese StarCraft 2 scene. I think that if it weren't for them, there really wouldn't be there would still be interest. I know that there's a lot of fans of StarCraft 2 in general in China, and that's why we have gotten a lot of very high profile sponsors and teams coming out, whatnot. But without SC Boy kind of helming the way, providing a little bit of order here, I think it would have been a lot more chaotic and disorganized. So yeah, 100% massive shout outs to SC Boy. They organize the tournament, they organize everything about the tournament, not just the format, not just the games, not just the schedules as well, but also things like the sponsors, the merch that you can buy right now, scboy.dabao.com, buy the gift box. Yeah, even organizing, they've really stepped up the production value, I think, this season specifically as well. We actually have a venue right now that we can see Xiaosa and XY casting from. We actually have a professional host coming in. We had a little bit of banter as well, a couple of show matches, pretty high-profile show matches, as well as a bit of fun little segments like the guessing game that we had, or the quiz that we had a little bit earlier today.
Yeah,
We
definitely.
actually had interviews coming down with players as well.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see. Don't forget the cat, the prediction cat. So a lot of good fun, a lot of good content. As you mentioned, if you want to support this tournament, if you want some StarCraft related merch, then they are selling the WTL gift box. I believe they include WTL branded shirts, they include a notepad, some badges, some stickers, I believe a pendant with Oliveira, as of course he is the #1 player in China.
There's an electric fan as well.
I don't think that's a part of the gift box, but they also sell the electric
well.
fan separately, I believe.
Okay.
So yeah, if you're interested, you can join the WTL Discord server. But we are going to be passing it over to the host. We have an interview, a winner's interview. Take it away.
那现在的话也是赶紧来连线一下我们的冠军成员们吧。好的，欢迎我们的欧击战队。那首先我们想先采访一下 Sola 选手，你可以说得上是今天总决赛的一个关键先生了，连下了3城。你觉得今天这3局比赛里面哪一局对你来说是最为关键和至關重要的呢？
첫 번째 질문을 강민수 선수한테 할게요. 오늘 경기에서 연속으로 3경기를 이기셨는데 이 3경기 중에서 혹시 제일 긴장됐던 경기가 어떤 경기인가요?
사실 세랄 선수랑 이제 첫 경기에서 제가 좀 손이 연습을 좀 약간 못하는 상황이 못해가지고 손이 좀 잘 안 움직이더라고요. 그래서 조금 그래도 약간 긴장감을 가지면서 했는데 그래도 첫 게임이 좀 잘 풀려가지고 두 번째랑 세 번째 게임도 좀 잘 풀린 것 같아요.
其实打 Serral 的第一局的话，因为之前手没有热身好，所以有点紧张。但是第一局在拿下第一局之后，感觉后面的比赛打起来就顺利了。
哇，今天可以说是我们决赛逆转了我们整个局势，或者说是我们整个决赛最关键的点，就是在你身上表现得非常棒。那我们这边也是想有请我们欧击战队的所有成员，每个人都来给我们说一下夺冠后的感言吧。来，我们按照顺序一个一个来吧。
So all the team members of Onsyde Gaming, please share your feelings after you win the WTL
출전 순서대로
playoffs.
하면 될 것 같고요. 일단은 제가 처음에 트리건 선수를 만나서 그거를 이기면은 저는 오늘 팀리그 좀 편하게 볼 수 있겠다 생각했는데 다행히 이겨가지고 만족스럽고 레이너 선수와 세랄 선수를 못 이긴 게 아쉽습니다.
首先我们按出场顺序来，我第一个上的，我觉得我第一局如果赢了的话，其实已经做到了我那一份。
So Ryung says that he thinks he has finished his job after he win the game against Trigger. Although I lost to Reynor, but my teammates helped me to handle them.
다음 선수 할게요.
우승하게 돼서 너무 좋고 레이너 선수는 이겼는데 세랄 선수 못 이겨가지고 아쉽지만 또 우승해서 기분 좋습니다.
首先非常开心可以拿到这个
So
冠
Maru
军。
says he's very happy to win the
赢了
WTL
雷诺，但是输
playoff.
给了 Serral， 但是最后的结局还是拿下了这个
He
战队
won
联赛的冠军，
won
我很开
against
心。
Reynor but lost to
其
Serral.
实
But
你跟
the
Serral 打的那
last
场比赛真的是非常的激动人心，
Onsyde
打得
game
很
won,
好
so
看。我
he's
们觉得
very
是
happy
最
to see
顶
that.
尖选手之间的一个对决啊，让我们这边的观众也是直呼过瘾。然后这个赛马看得很好看。好的，那也是接下来继续请我们的下一位选手来发表一下获奖感言。
네, 다음 선수 인터뷰할게요.
네, 제가 부탁할게요.
네.
왜냐면 강민 선수가 주인공이잖아요.
아, 알겠습니다.
일단 뭐 우승해서 너무 기분이 좋고요. 근데 조성조 선수가 세랄 선수 못 이겨서 기분이 좀 아쉬운 것처럼 저도 우승은 했지만 바실리스크는 잡았지만 F9E1 선수한테 졌기 때문에 다음 시즌 더 정진하도록 하겠습니다.
首先
Crank says
今年的主角，所以让他最后一个发言，以及我们今天战队拿了冠军，很开心。但是就像 Maru 选手说到的，
Crank is very happy that
但
the
是也有
team won the
表现
championship.
的不是很好，所以希
But
望
just
下
as
次如果
Maru
有机会
says
的话，
that
希望每位选手可以拿出更
like
佳的表现。
there's some games
好
that
的，
our
那最
teammates
后的
didn't
话还是要
perform
有
that
请我
well.
们今天发挥非常出色的 Sola 选手最后来给我们说两句吧。
마지막으로 강민수 선수 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
我要 Playoff MVP，谢谢中国本师。
Solar says that he hopes to get the MVP of the
哇，这个
playoffs.
中文说的也很不错。我相信今天看过你的表现之后，大家心中都会认为你会是我们这一次总决赛的 MVP。好的，那么再一次恭喜我们的欧击战队成功夺冠，恭喜你们，也是感谢你们接受到我们的采访，希望你们在未来的星际比赛的生涯里面可以越战越勇，会有更好的表现。谢谢，康桑米达，
加油加油！
好的，那么也是再次恭喜欧击战队成功夺冠。那么同时也要在这里感谢我们所有的观众朋友们，现在已经是中国时间的凌晨了，你们依然在直播间收看我们的比赛，非常感谢你们的关注，以及我们本次比赛的首席赞助商，我们的鹰角和我们的官方赞助商态度和。Real 对于我们本次比赛的大力支持，以及我们所有购买过我们战队礼包的观众朋友们，有你们的支持，我们的 WTL 才会继续的茁壮成长，为你们带来更多更精彩的比赛。那最后呢，也是要有请我们的黄哥来到我们的舞台上，大家欢迎。
大家好啊，今天也那么晚了，也是感谢大家啊一路看过来吧。我觉得这次战队联赛也做了5年了。 5年呢，今年是夏季赛的2023年的夏季赛，之前也是经历了，比如说疫情的这几年，之前在19年我们还有线下，然后到疫情到网易暴雪在中国离开，我们没有线下了啊，这个其实感慨挺多的，在这里其实我今天上来主要是为了感谢一下我们的赞助商啊，我们赞助商如果没有赞助商的支持的话，的确我们的比赛很难继续下去。首先，我想聊一下吧，我们这边的这个赞助商啊，鹰角网络，我们的首席赞助商啊，这个赞助商，说实话有点缘分。我们是怎么建立到这个缘分的呢？是有一天我看到一条微博啊，然后微博上面是发了一个采访，是鹰角网络的 CEO 叫黄奕峰。
就名字跟你们
名字跟我们很像，哎，
对，
名字跟我们很像，叫黄奕峰。然后我就想，哎，挺有意思的，我就随便在下面回了一条，我就回了一个，我说，哎，兄弟，你这个长得名字我姓黄，对吧？我的搭档叫孙一峰，然后名字很像，然后呢，你长得有点像钱赞启，是我们的一个选手，我就回了一条，其实是调侃的一条新闻。 结果没想到，我说如果大家有我本来你是游戏公司，我说如果大家有合作的可能的话，啊可以聊聊。其实我没有想过来赞助比赛之类的，就本来想去掐口饭，你知道吗？
我懂你的风格，就是有缘再见的
对有缘再见的风格，
对
想掐口饭。结果没有想到，过了大概几天，鹰角的官号就在微博里面私信我说，我们老板看到这条新闻了，就是黄奕峰兄弟啊，看到这条新闻了，说挺有意思的，大家过来谈谈合作吧。然后这个时候我就 带上法人，然后我就说那我们去鹰角看看啊。然后因为以前也没有去过鹰角，就去鹰角，然后坐下来跟他们聊了之后就是，哎，他们觉得他们老板也是玩星际的，玩暴雪游戏也玩过的。然后我们说我们做了一个比赛啊什么的合作之类的，就反正就开始是谈天说地，什么都说到后面就是，哎，要不就赞助一下比赛吧。那我们就开始准备要赞助比赛了。结果后来因为一些其他的原因，就这个比赛就赞助就搁置了半年。然后搁置了半年之后，啊，突然又能赞助了。然后
就上一届我们冬季赛的时候，
对，本来冬季赛叫赞助的，然后就又能赞助了，然后再谈的时候，他们过来的时候，这个时候我们有3个比赛，有功夫杯，有天下第一人，就接下来马上要打的天下第一人，然后有这个战队联赛，然后他们说要不我们3个一起赞助了吧？啊，
好爽，大
方，好爽，然后我们就谈好之后就然后把这个比赛赞助下来，其实我们当时想的是让鹰角就比如说，哎。既然赞助了，那我们肯定是你游戏公司嘛，那我们肯定要宣传一下你的游戏啊之类的东西。然后结果没有想到对面没有任何要求，搞得我们很不好意思了，就没有任何的要求，就说我们就是想赞助一下，支持一下这个中国星际的比赛，也没有想过要什么回报之类的。
他甚至都不要你去玩一下游戏
啊，对，就是游戏也不要宣传，然后这个反正就你看也没有广告，就漏了一个标，就鹰角网络啊，在这里也是特别感谢啊我们的这个首席赞助商鹰角网络对我们这次比赛的一个大力支持。但接下来呢，我要谈一下斗鱼了。斗鱼是我们的冠名赞助商，斗鱼赞助了很多届了，可能以前大家没有那么了解，以前的比赛是斗鱼和网易暴雪一起赞助的，
是的。
但今年呢？网易暴雪大家也知道离开了啊，那只剩下斗鱼，斗鱼还是继续的赞助，斗鱼已经赞助我们5年了，这个比赛是斗鱼一直在赞助的啊，所以也是特别感谢斗鱼的兄弟们啊，也感谢陈老板啊对我们这个星际比赛的一个大力支持啊，接下来也希望你们继续冠名赞助，
感谢陈总，感谢斗鱼。
然后接下来是这个态度和 Ryung 强爽啊，态度其实李晓峰嘛，大家也很熟了。然后今年刚好是聊起来，他也是想在电竞圈继续做点事情。他们态度之前因为也遇到一些困难，然后一直运作。今年可能好一点的啊，好一点。李晓峰又回来找我们，然后带上了他们态度的后面的老板，然后跟我们一起谈了一个今年全年的一个合作。那下半年的话，我们应该会推出一些态度一些联名的一些产品，
外设之类的。
外设的产品也是希望能够。做一些好玩的好用的一些性价比比较高的一些外设啊，也希望大家啊继续支持态度。那最后 Ryung 强爽这个故事就更好玩了啊！再跟大家说一下 Ryung 强爽是怎么赞助的。Ryung 强爽完完全全就是因为李培南夺冠之后，然后 Ryung 的人找到我，问我认不认识李培南。是 Ryung 的一个合作单位问我认不认识李培南，我说李培南啊，李培南就签在我们公司，然后当然正好我们想跟李培南做一个广告的投放啊之类的东西，反正大家就在聊了很多之后啊，然后就是最后谈着也是一样的，就化缘嘛，大家懂的，就是先聊李培南的赞助。聊完了之后，然后我就告诉他，我们其实还做了一个星际的全球的最大的战队联赛，也做了5年了，有很多的观众，有很多的这个选手都在参加。李培南只是其中一个世界冠军，我们战队联赛有无数的世界冠军。然后 Ryung 强爽看了这个我们赞助的这个比赛的这些规模啊，这些东西也是很豪爽的，最后是赞助了我们这个战队联赛啊，所以。其实 Ryung 强爽挺好喝的啊，大家如果有兴趣的话，真的可以去买一下这个赞助商的一个产品啊，也是支持一下赞助商。
对，我们直播间也抽奖抽了很多，
对，直播间也抽了很多给大家，所以这件事情啊，我也是希望今后吧，如果夏季马上冬季赛我们也会继续开嘛，然后希望明年啊这些东西也会继续把这个的战队联赛一直做下去。当然呢，在最后我还是要感谢一下。这一次买礼盒，当然前面也有很多届，每一届都是有大家来买礼盒，这一届也是有观众来支持买礼盒的这些玩家，还有一些在电脑前一直收看到这么晚的玩家，刚才也是看了那么久的玩家，这3天，啊，也是非常感谢各位玩家这些年对战队联赛、对星际争霸的一个支持，没有你们的支持，我觉得我们应该是做不到这么久的，也不会坚定的继续做下去的。那希望以后啊，我也不敢保证战队联赛以后能做多少年，反正。我跟孙哥还有法人， 尽力而为。好吧，感谢大家对战队联赛的支持，我们下一届战队联赛再见吧。
是的，感谢兄弟们，感谢直播间屏幕前的兄弟们，感谢那么多年以来一直支持星际的兄弟们，感谢购买我们战队礼包的兄弟们，你们每一个人的支持都是我们前进的动力。那么我们本届的 WTL 世界星际战队联赛夏季赛的总决赛到这里就全部结束了，谢谢大家的收看，我们下一届比赛再见喽，大家拜拜。
拜拜。
Away, Yaku.
And we are back now, and really, I don't think I could have put it better myself here than how Salsa and I've forgotten her name already, and how our host has described it. What
Little
a
Red
season
Rabbit.
of WTL that we've had. Little Red Rabbit, that's her handle. I don't think I could have put it any better. What a season of WTL we had, and it wouldn't have been possible if not for Rio, Doyu, and Taidu. Those were the three I couldn't make out. And they didn't mention Hypergriff. Or did they? Maybe they did.
Maybe they did. Yeah, shout out to all the sponsors. Earlier, we did shout out SC Boy as well. Without them, this event wouldn't be possible. Without them, the multitude of events that they host wouldn't be possible either. If you want some more StarCraft action, of course, SC Boy, they're not done. They are hosting another event. We casted the qualifiers of the Masters Coliseum a couple of weeks ago, and the main event is upon us. It's going to be a massive premier tournament with the group stage next week, starting next week on Monday. Every day, I think, for like...
Wait, so tomorrow?
No, 21st. 21st of August.
You mean
next week
counting from... Right.
Yes. Next week, starting next week, we are going to be hosting and casting Masters Coliseum on this channel. The best of the best players are facing up in that tournament in an individual league format, not a team league. So WTL will be going on hiatus, but I'm sure we'll have another season of World Team League later on down the line, later on this year. There's just going to be a bit of a break, a bit of an interim for the Masters Coliseum. Once that wraps up, then the qualifiers for the next season of WTL.
Indeed. Oh, it's a well-oiled machine here from SC Boy. And obviously in between things like qualifiers for WTL, in between Masters Coliseum, in between qualifiers for Masters Coliseum, we have a lot of Kung Fu Cups to look forward to as well, don't we?
Yeah, exactly. Just the StarCraft does not stop. If you're interested, I'm just posting the Wikipedia link of Masters Coliseum in the chat, so you can have a look at it yourself if you do wish. And if you want some more StarCraft here on the CranKy Ducklings, in less than 24 hours, we're going to be live with ESL Open Cup Asia. I'm going to be casting alongside Yaku of the Zaku as well. So we have more StarCraft ahead of us, Korean StarCraft at that, and then a week full of even more StarCraft in there. So it doesn't end. It doesn't end here on the CranKy Ducklings. If you want to support us, if you want to follow us, ! socials in the chat to get links to all of our social media. We have a Twitter, we have a Facebook, we have an Instagram, we have a YouTube, we have a Discord server as well, so you can interact with us outside of just these streams if you wish via Discord. Otherwise, watch the VODs on YouTube. Otherwise, check out our Patreon if you're interested. Our Patreon, all the money that we make there goes towards tournaments that we host here on the CranKy Ducklings. We are live every single day, sometimes multiple times a day as well. Sometimes 3 or 4 times. We cast a lot. We cast a lot here on this channel. And before we end it off, shout out to Onsyde Gaming for becoming this season's WTL champion. Yaku, where can people find more of you?
Where can they find me? Over here on the CranKy Ducklings channel, I'm sure I'm going to be casting quite a bit more now that I actually have some time for the rest of August at the very least. But other than that, you get an ! Yakuzaku in the chat to get my socials. Twitter.com/Empora Yakuzaku, where I sometimes retweet something funny. And we'll also announce when I go live over at twitch.tv/Yakuzaku1. I'm actually going to try to be live a couple more times in August while I still can. So look forward to that. Exclamation mark Discord in the chat. We'll bring you to the CranKy Ducklings Discord server. I'm there. Light is there. Kurard, the producer, is there. But apart from that, where can we find you, Light?
Exclamation mark Light in the chat if you're interested. I stream whenever I can throughout the week, not during the weekend because we're busy casting so much, but I do try to stream whenever I can, just some Zerg ladder gameplay if you're interested, so you can follow me there if you want to follow some more of myself. Otherwise, if you're only interested in the casting, in StarCraft professional play, then we have you covered here on the CranKy Ducklings. All things CranKy Ducklings, of course. Also, a special shout out to Asher. Asher, bro, he's not here today, but he was casting yesterday and the day before. His sleep schedule is ruined, absolutely ruined. If you're, I'm sure a lot of people that are watching right now are not a part of our time zone, but it is 4 a.m. here in Australia. Very late.
Just past 2:20 a.m. over here in Singapore.
There you go, 2 a.m. in Singapore. It is just I long for the bed. it's I would love to get some rest.
The one week where I actually sleep not like a T-Gen. It's also the 1 week where we have a tournament that goes late.
True.
It's fine.
It's fine.
I needed to re-degen my schedule anyway.
There you go. It's a good thing.
Yeah. I'm back on the hashtag esports schedule lifestyle.
Not like this. But yeah, so shout out to Asher, shout out to Kuro. Kuro has been handling the production and she casts from time to time, but mostly she works in the background and she works behind the scenes.
She made my mural all nice.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. You now
instead of having to have instead of having to now have a full background that may or may not cut out. She made it good.
Beautiful. You love to see it. And with that, thank you so much everyone for watching. Thank you so much for your support. Fala galera. Gracias todos. Gracias. Yaku, do you have anything you want to say before we head off for the night?
Yes, I do. Let's get down to business.
I'll make a man out of you. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you guys tomorrow for ESL Asia. Until then, adios.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.